Chapter 1. The house stood on a small hill at the edge of the village. It was alone and looked out over wide fields of farmland in the West Country. There was nothing special about the house. It was about 30 years old, short and square, built of brick, with 4 windows at the front that didn't look very nice together. The only person who thought the house was important was Arthur Dent, and that was only because he lived there. He had been in the house for about 3 years, since he had left London because the city made him nervous and bad-tempered. Arthur was around 30 years old too. He was tall, had dark hair, and never felt completely comfortable with himself. What bothered him most was that people often asked why he looked worried all the time. Arthur worked for local radio. He liked to tell his friends that the job was more interesting than they thought. He was right, because most of his friends worked in advertising. On Wednesday night it had rained hard, and the lane near his house was muddy. On Thursday morning the weather changed, and the sun shone brightly onto Arthur's house for what would be the last time. Arthur still hadn't really understood that the council wanted to destroy his house and build a new road in its place. At 8 o'clock that morning, Arthur didn't feel well. He woke up slowly, got out of bed, and wandered sleepily around his room. He opened his window and saw a bulldozer outside. He found his slippers and walked heavily to the bathroom to wash. He put toothpaste on his brush and cleaned his teeth. Then he looked in his shaving mirror, which was pointing at the ceiling. He moved it and saw the reflection of another bulldozer outside the bathroom window. When he fixed the mirror properly, he could see his own face and the short hair on his chin. He shaved, washed, dried himself, and walked to the kitchen to look for something nice to eat. Kettle, plug, fridge, milk, coffee. He yawned. The word bulldozer moved slowly through his head, looking for meaning. Outside the kitchen window, a large yellow bulldozer stood in the yard. He looked at it and thought, yellow. Then he walked back to his bedroom to get dressed. On his way past the bathroom, he stopped to drink a big glass of water, then another. He started to think he might have a hangover. Why would he feel like this? Had he been drinking last night? He guessed he probably had. He noticed a small reflection in the shaving mirror. Again, he thought, yellow. Then he went on to his bedroom. He stood there for a moment, trying to remember. The pub, he thought. Oh no, the pub. He could just remember being upset about something important. He was sure he had talked about it for a long time. He remembered the bored looks on people's faces. It was something about a new road being built nearby. He had discovered only recently that it had been planned for months, but nobody had told him about it. Ridiculous. He drank some water. He told himself that everything would fix itself soon. No one really wanted a new road, and the council had no strong reason to build it. It would all be fine, he thought again. But his head hurt terribly from the night before. He looked at his reflection in the wardrobe mirror. He stuck out his tongue. It looked yellow. He kept thinking about that word, yellow, trying to find what it reminded him of. A short time later, he was outside, lying on the ground in front of a large yellow bulldozer that was moving up his garden path. Mr. El Prosser was, as people say, just an ordinary human being. He walked on 2 legs and was made of the same stuff as everyone else. He was about 40 years old, overweight, and wore untidy clothes. He worked for the local council. He didn't know it, but one of his ancestors was the famous warrior Genghis Khan. So many generations and families had mixed since then that there was nothing in his face or body to show it, except that he was a bit round in the middle and liked to wear small furry hats. He was not brave or strong. He was a worried and nervous man. Today, he felt especially anxious because something had gone very wrong with his work. His job was to make sure that Arthur Dent's house was taken down before the end of the day. "Come off it, Mr. Dent," he said.
You can't win, you know. You can't lie in front of the bulldozer forever.
He tried to look angry and strong, but his eyes did not show it. Arthur lay in the mud and made a wet sound as he moved.
I'm ready, he said. We'll see who gives up first.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to accept it, said Mr. Prosser. He held his fur hat and turned it in his hands. This road has to be built, and it will be built.
This is the first I've heard of it, said Arthur. Why does it have to be built?
Mr. Prosser waved his finger at him for a moment, then stopped.
What do you mean, why? He said. It's a bypass. You have to build bypasses.
A bypass helps cars move very quickly from one place to another. Some go from point A to point B, while others travel from point B to point A. People who live in the middle at point C often wonder what is so special about those other places. They ask why so many people want to hurry from one to the other. Sometimes they wish everyone would just decide where they really wanted to go. Mr. Prosser wished he could go to point D. Point D wasn't a real place. It was just somewhere far away from points A, B, and C. He dreamed of a small house there with axes hanging over the door. He would spend time at point E, which would be the nearest pub. His wife liked the idea of flowers climbing up the wall, but he still wanted axes. He didn't even know why, he just liked them. He felt his face get hot as the bulldozer drivers smiled at him. He moved from one foot to the other but still felt uneasy. Clearly, someone had done a poor job organizing things, and he really hoped it wasn't him.
Mr. Prosser said, you had every right to make suggestions or complaints at the proper time, you know.
Proper time, shouted Arthur.
The first time I heard about it was when a workman came to my house yesterday, said Arthur Dent.
I asked if he was there to clean the windows. He said no, he had come to knock down my house. He didn't tell me right away, of course. No, first he wiped a few windows and made me pay £5. Then he told me.
But Mr. Dent, the plans have been in the local planning office for 9 months, said the man.
Oh yes, as soon as I heard, I went there yesterday afternoon, said Arthur. You didn't really make it easy for anyone to find them, did you? You didn't actually tell anybody about them.
But the plans were on display.
On display? I had to go into the basement to see them.
That's the display department.
With a flashlight.
Well, maybe the lights weren't working.
The stairs weren't there either.
But you did find the notice, didn't you?
Yes, said Arthur. I did. It was locked inside a filing cabinet in a closed bathroom, and there was a sign on the door saying, "Beware of the leopard."
A cloud moved across the sky. It made a shadow fall over Arthur Dent as he lay in the cold mud. It also darkened his house. Mr. Prosser frowned at the sight.
It's not even a nice house, he said.
I'm sorry, but I like it, said Arthur.
You'll like the new road, said Mr. Prosser.
Oh, be quiet, said Arthur. Go away and take your new road with you. You have no right to do this and you know it.
Mr. Prosser opened and closed his mouth a few times. For a moment, strange pictures filled his mind, images of Arthur's house burning down, and Arthur running away from it in panic. Thoughts like these often came to him, and they made him very uneasy. He stopped himself from thinking like that and tried to speak calmly.
Mr. Dent, he said.
Yes? Asked Arthur.
I have a simple question for you, said Mr. Prosser. Do you know how much damage that bulldozer would take if it ran over you?
How much? Said Arthur.
None at all, said Mr. Prosser, and he walked off nervously, wondering why his head was full of wild horsemen shouting at him.
By an interesting coincidence, none at all also described how unaware Arthur Dent was that one of his closest friends was not really from Earth. Arthur believed his friend came from Guildford, but in truth, the man came from a small planet near a star called Betelgeuse. Arthur had never guessed this. His friend had arrived on Earth about 15 years earlier and had tried very hard to seem like a normal person. He had done this quite well. He pretended to be an unemployed actor, which seemed believable enough. But he had made one silly mistake when choosing a name. He hadn't studied Earth carefully and had picked the name Ford Prefect, thinking it would sound very ordinary. Ford was not very tall. His face was interesting but not exactly handsome. His hair was rough and reddish, brushed back from his temples. His skin looked as if it was being pulled backward from his nose. There was something a little strange about him, though it was hard to say what. Maybe it was because he blinked less than most people, so after a while, others' eyes started to water when they looked at him. Or maybe it was his wide smile, which gave people the odd feeling he might suddenly bite them. Most of his Earth friends thought he was eccentric but harmless, a troublemaker who drank too much and acted strangely. He often went to university parties uninvited, got very drunk, and made jokes about scientists until they threw him out. Sometimes he would stop whatever he was doing and stare at the sky as if he was lost in thought. When someone asked what he was looking at, he would jump in surprise, relax, and smile.
"Oh, just looking for flying saucers," he would say, and everyone would laugh and ask what kind. "Green ones." He would reply with a grin, laugh loudly, and then rush to the bar to buy everyone more drinks.
Nights like these never ended well. Ford would drink far too much whiskey, sit in a corner with a girl, and whisper to her that the color of the flying saucers didn't really matter. Later, half dizzy on the street, he would sometimes ask policemen if they knew the way to Betelgeuse.
They would usually answer, "Maybe it's time to go home, sir?"
"I'm trying to, baby, I'm trying to," was what Ford always said in moments like that. When he looked dreamily into the sky, he was really hoping to see any kind of spaceship. He said he looked for something green because Betelgeuse trading scouts usually used green for their ships. Ford Prefect was very eager for a spaceship to arrive soon. 15 years was a long time to be stuck in one place, and Earth was terribly boring to him. He wanted a ship to come because he knew how to stop one and ask for a ride. He also knew how to travel around the universe cheaply, seeing wonderful things every day. Ford Prefect was actually a traveling researcher for a very special book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Humans can get used to almost anything, and by lunchtime everything near Arthur's house had fallen into a regular pattern. Arthur still lay in the mud, asking now and then to talk to his mother, his lawyer, or to get a good book. Mr. Prosser kept trying new ways to make Arthur move, giving speeches about public good, progress, and other ideas to convince him. The bulldozer drivers sat around, drank coffee, and talked about how they might use work rules to make some extra money. The earth slowly turned through its day. The sun started to dry the mud around Arthur. Then a shadow fell over him again.
"Hello, Arthur," said a voice.
Arthur looked up, squinting into the sunlight, and was surprised to see Ford Prefect standing there. "Ford." "Hello, how are you?" he said.
"I'm fine," answered Ford. "Look, are you busy?"
"Busy?" cried Arthur. "Well, I'm lying in front of these bulldozers so they don't knock my house down, but except for that, no, not really." "Why?"
People from Betelgeuse don't understand sarcasm, and Ford often missed it unless he tried hard.
"Good," he said. "Is there somewhere we can talk?"
"What?" said Arthur.
For a few seconds Ford didn't answer. He just stared into the sky like he was waiting for something strange to happen. Then he suddenly bent down beside Arthur.
"We need to talk," he said in an urgent voice.
"Fine," said Arthur, "then talk."
"And drink," added Ford. It's very important that we talk and drink right now. Let's go to the village pub. He looked up again, nervous and expecting something.
Don't you understand? Arthur shouted. He pointed at Mr. Prosser. That man wants to destroy my house.
Ford looked confused. Well, he can do that while you're away, can't he? He asked.
But I don't want him to, cried Arthur.
Ah, said Ford quietly.
What's wrong with you, Ford? Asked Arthur.
Nothing's wrong. But listen to me, I have to tell you something that's more important than anything you've ever heard.
Ford looked serious. He said he needed to tell Arthur something, and it had to be in the bar of the Horse and Groom. Arthur asked him why. Ford replied that Arthur would need a strong drink first. Ford stared at Arthur, and Arthur was surprised to feel his will getting weaker. He didn't know that it happened because of a strange drinking game Ford had learned in spaceports near the mining areas of Orion Beta. The game was similar to a simple Earth contest of strength. 2 players sat across a table. Each had a glass in front of them, and a bottle of Jank's spirit was placed in the middle. The players tried to use only their minds to tip the bottle and pour the drink into the other person's glass. Whoever had the drink poured had to drink it. Then the bottle was filled again and the game began once more. It went on and on. People who started losing usually kept losing because Jank's spirit made their mental power weaker. After drinking a certain amount, the final loser had to do a strange and unpleasant challenge. Ford liked to play the game that way, he usually lost on purpose. Ford watched Arthur closely, and Arthur began to think that maybe going to the Horse and Groom wasn't such a bad idea.
But what about my house? Arthur asked sadly.
Ford looked at Mr. Prosser, and a mischievous idea came to him. He wants to knock down your house? Ford asked.
Yes, he wants to build something, Arthur answered.
And he can't do it because you're lying in front of his bulldozer?
Yes, that's right.
I think we can work something out, said Ford loudly. He shouted, "Excuse me."
Mr. Prosser was in the middle of an argument with one of the bulldozer drivers about whether Arthur should be treated as a mental problem and how much extra pay they should get if he was. He turned around and looked surprised to see that Arthur wasn't alone anymore.
Yes? Hello, he called. Has Mr. Dent come to his senses yet?
For now, Ford called back, let's say he hasn't.
Well, sighed Mr. Prosser.
And can we also say, said Ford, that he plans to stay here all day?
Maybe, said Prosser. So that means your men will stand here doing nothing all day, right? Could be, said Prosser uncertainly. Well, if that's what's happening anyway, you don't really need him to stay lying here, do you? What? Asked Prosser.
You don't actually need him here, said Ford calmly.
Prosser thought over what Ford said. Well, no, not exactly need him, he said. He looked worried, beginning to think one of them wasn't making much sense. Ford smiled and said, good. So if you just imagine that he's still lying here, he and I can go down to the pub for a short while. Mr. Prosser thought the whole thing sounded completely crazy. He said in a calm voice, that sounds perfectly reasonable, though he was not sure whom he was trying to comfort.
If you want to go for a short drink later, said Ford, we can cover for you too.
Thank you very much, said Mr. Prosser.
He had no idea what was really happening anymore. Thank you, yes, that's very kind. He frowned, then smiled, then tried to do both at the same time, but couldn't. He grabbed his fur hat and turned it nervously around on his head. He decided that he must have somehow already lost.
So, said Ford Prefect, please come here and lie down.
What? Said Mr. Prosser.
I'm sorry, said Ford, maybe I didn't explain clearly. Someone has to lie in front of the bulldozers, right? Otherwise, they will drive straight into Mr. Dent's house.
What? Said Mr. Prosser again.
It's simple, said Ford. My friend Mr. Dent will get up from the ground only if you agree to take his place.
What on earth are you talking about? Said Arthur, but Ford gently kicked his foot to make him stay quiet.
You want me, said Mr. Prosser slowly, trying to understand, to go and lie down there. Yes. In front of the bulldozer? Yes. Instead of Mr. Dent? Yes. In the mud? In the mud, yes.
When Mr. Prosser finally understood that he was definitely the one losing again, he strangely felt relieved. This felt more like the kind of world he was used to. He let out a long sigh. In return, you will take Mr. Dent with you down to the pub?
That's right, said Ford.
Mr. Prosser took a few unsure steps forward and stopped. Promise, he asked.
Promise, said Ford.
He turned to Arthur.
Come on, he said. Get up and let the man lie down.
Arthur stood up, feeling as if everything around him was unreal.
Ford waved at Prosser, who looked sad and uncomfortable as he sat down in the wet mud.
Prosser felt that his whole life was like a strange dream. He sometimes wondered who the dream really belonged to and if that person was enjoying it. The mud closed around his legs and arms and filled his shoes with cold water.
Ford looked at him seriously. And no trying to knock down Mr. Dent's house while he's away, all right, he said.
The idea, muttered Prosser, had not even crossed my mind, he said as he settled back into the mud. He saw the bulldozer driver's union man walking toward him. Prosser let his head drop back and closed his eyes. He was trying to think of reasons to show he was still sane. He wasn't sure it was true. His thoughts were full of noise and confusion. It felt as if there were horses and smoke in his head, together with terrible smells and shouts. It always happened when he felt depressed or treated badly, and he had never understood why. Somewhere deep in his imagination, the spirit of an ancient warrior roared in anger, but Prosser only shivered and began to whine softly. He felt tears near his eyes. What a terrible day! Arguments, mistakes, strange people, and jokes that made no sense. What a day indeed!
Ford Prefect already knew it no longer mattered whether the house was destroyed or not.
Arthur still looked very worried. But can we trust him? He asked.
I'd trust him to the end of the earth, said Ford.
Oh yes, said Arthur. And how far is that?
About 12 minutes away, said Ford. Come on, I need a drink.
Chapter 2. According to the Encyclopedia Galactica, alcohol is a clear liquid made when sugars ferment. It also says that alcohol can make some living beings drunk. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy talks about alcohol too. It says the best drink in the universe is the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. The guide explains that drinking one feels like your brain has been hit hard by a lemon wrapped around a heavy gold brick. It also explains on which planets you can buy the best ones, how much they cost, and which volunteer groups can help you recover after drinking them. The guide even gives a recipe. It says to use a bottle of Olajank spirit and mix it with a small amount of water from the seas of Santraginus V. Oh, that Santraginian water is special, and the fish there are famous. Then add 3 cubes of Arcturan Megagin and let them melt slowly. They must be very cold or the taste won't be right. Next, bubble 4 liters of gas from the Faulian marshes through the mix. This gas remembers the joy of many travelers who died there of pure happiness. After that, pour in a spoonful of qualactin hypermint extract. It smells sweet and strange and reminds one of the soft winds of the dark qualactin zones. Then drop in the tooth of an Algolian sun tiger and watch it melt, spreading the fire of the Algolian suns through the drink. Sprinkle a little Zamfua. Add an olive. Then drink carefully. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sells much better than the Encyclopedia Galactica.
6 pints of bitter, said Ford Prefect to the barman at the Horse and Groom. And please hurry. The world is about to end.
The barman did not deserve to be spoken to like that. He was a polite old man. He pushed his glasses up, looked at Ford with surprise, and blinked. Ford ignored him and looked out the window. The barman turned to Arthur, who only shrugged and said nothing. So the barman said, "Oh yes, sir?" Nice weather for it, and started to pour the beers. He tried again. "Are you going to watch the match this afternoon?"
Ford looked at him briefly. "No, there's no point," he said, and turned back toward the window.
The barman smiled politely. "You mean it's a sure thing, sir? Arsenal doesn't stand a chance."
No, said Ford. It's just that the world is about to end.
"Oh yes, sir, you said that," said the barman, looking at Arthur over his glasses. "Well, that would be lucky for Arsenal then, wouldn't it?" Ford looked back at him with real surprise.
"No, not really," he said.
He frowned, and the barman took a deep breath.
"There you are, sir, 6 pints, the barman said.
Arthur gave him a weak smile and shrugged again. He turned to the rest of the pub and smiled faintly, just in case anyone had heard their strange conversation. No one had heard, and no one understood why he was smiling at them. A man sitting near Ford noticed the 2 men and the 6 drinks. He quickly did the math in his head, liked the result, and gave them a silly, hopeful grin.
"Go away," said Ford. "They're ours." He gave the man a serious look that made him stop and turn back to his own drink. Ford put a 5-pound note on the bar. "Keep the change," he said.
"What, from a fiver?" "Thank you, sir," the barman replied.
"You've got 10 minutes left to spend it," said Ford.
The barman decided it was better not to ask questions and walked away.
"Ford," said Arthur, "can you please tell me what is happening?" "3 pints?" asked Arthur. "At lunchtime?" "That's very deep," said Arthur. "You should send that to Reader's Digest. They love people like you." "Why do I suddenly need 3 pints?" asked Arthur. Arthur looked down into his beer. "Did I do something wrong today?" he asked, "or has the world always been this strange and I just never noticed?"
"Drink up," said Ford. "You have 3 pints to finish." "Time is just an illusion," he said. "Lunchtime is an even bigger one. Drink up." "It's a muscle relaxant," Ford said. "You'll need it." "Yes, muscle relaxant." "All right," said Ford. "I'll try to explain. How long have we known each other?"
Chapter 3. On this Thursday, something large was moving quietly high above the earth in the sky. There were many of them, big yellow shapes, huge like office buildings, and moving smoothly without a sound. They floated easily in space, enjoying the light from the sun and waiting for the right moment to act. Down on Earth, nobody noticed them at all. That was exactly what these yellow ships wanted. They passed silently over important places, Goonhilly, Cape Canaveral, Woomera, and Jodrell Bank. All the scientists watching the sky saw nothing, which was unfortunate because this was the kind of thing they had been dreaming of discovering. The only device that noticed their presence was a small black machine called a sub-ether sensomatich. It blinked quietly inside a leather bag that Ford Prefect always wore around his neck. Everything inside that bag was very strange and would have completely surprised any scientist on Earth. Ford hid these items under a few old play scripts that he kept at the top of the bag. He liked people to think he was just an actor auditioning for a role. Inside the bag was also something called an electronic thumb. It was a short black rod with buttons and small dials at one end. Next to it was another device that looked a bit like a big electronic calculator. It had many tiny buttons and a small screen that could show any one of 1,000,000 pages instantly. It looked confusing, but there was a friendly plastic cover with large words printed on it, "Don't panic." This machine was actually a very special book, known across the galaxy as the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It was made as a small electronic device so that space travelers wouldn't have to carry a book as big as a group of buildings. Under these things in Ford's bag were some pens, a notepad, and a large towel from Marks and Spencer. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy explains that a towel is one of the most useful things a space traveler can have. It can keep you warm when you are crossing the cold moons of Jaglan Beta. You can lie on it when relaxing on the beautiful beaches of Santraginus V and breathe in the fresh sea air. You can sleep under it while watching the bright red stars above the deserts of Kakrafun. It can help you float down the slow river Moth on a small raft. You can wet it and use it in a fight if you must. You can cover your head to protect from bad smells or to avoid being seen by the ravenous bug bladder beast of Trawl, which foolishly believes that if you can't see it, then it can't see you. You can wave your towel as a signal for help, and of course, you can dry yourself with it when it is still clean. Even more important, a towel has great mental value. When someone who does not travel through space meets a hitchhiker carrying a towel, he usually believes the traveler is well prepared. He will think the hitchhiker also has a toothbrush, soap, a compass, food, and other useful things. That person will often gladly lend the traveler anything he might be missing. What people usually think is that any man who can travel around the whole galaxy, face trouble, survive bad places, fight against big challenges, and still remember to bring his towel must be someone impressive. Because of this, hitchhikers have a saying, "Hey, do you know that cool guy Ford Prefect?" He's someone who really knows where his towel is. Sass means to know or meet, Hoopy means a really cool person, and Frud means an amazingly cool person. Quietly resting on top of the towel in Ford Prefect's bag, the sub-ether sends-o-matic started blinking faster. Far above the planet, huge yellow objects began to spread out. At Jodrell Bank, someone decided it was time to have a calm cup of tea.
"Do you have a towel with you?" asked Ford suddenly.
Arthur, drinking his third pint, looked at him in confusion. "Why?" "No, should I?" he asked.
By now, Arthur had stopped being surprised by strange questions. Ford clicked his tongue, annoyed.
"Finish your drink," he said.
Just then, a deep crashing sound came from outside. It passed through the noise of people talking, the jukebox music, and the hiccups of the man sitting beside Ford drinking the whiskey Ford had bought him. Arthur coughed on his beer and jumped up.
"What's that?" he yelled.
"Don't worry," said Ford. "They haven't started yet."
"Thank goodness," said Arthur, relaxing.
"It's probably just your house being knocked down," said Ford, finishing his drink.
"What?" shouted Arthur.
Ford's calm words suddenly lost their effect. Arthur looked around in panic and ran to the window.
"My God, they are! They're destroying my house. What am I doing in the pub, Ford?"
"It doesn't make much difference now," said Ford. "Let them enjoy themselves."
"Enjoy themselves," shouted Arthur. "Enjoy themselves." He looked again out the window to be sure they were talking about the same thing. "Forget their fun," he shouted and ran out of the pub angrily, waving his nearly empty glass. He did not make any friends in the pub that afternoon. "Stop, you vandals! You home wreckers!" cried Arthur. "You crazy people, stop!"
Ford realized he had to follow him. He quickly turned to the barman and asked for 4 bags of peanuts.
"Here you are, sir," the barman said, putting them on the counter. "That will be 28 pence, please."
Ford smiled kindly and gave him a 5-pound note, telling him to keep the change.
The barman looked at the money, then at Ford. Suddenly he felt a strange chill, something he had never felt before. In moments of great stress, every living being sends out a tiny signal that shows how far it is from its birthplace. On Earth, no one can be more than 16,000 miles from where they were born, so the signal is too small to notice. But Ford Prefect was under great stress, and he was born 600 light-years away near Beetlejuice. For a moment, the barman felt a dizzy sense of great distance. He didn't understand it, but he looked at Ford Prefect with new respect, almost fear.
"Are you serious, sir?" he asked quietly.
He spoke in a quiet voice that suddenly made the whole pub go silent.
Do you really think the world is going to end?
"Yes," said Ford. "But this afternoon." He seemed calm again and started joking. "Yes," he said happily, "in less than 2 minutes, I think."
The barman stared at him, unsure if he should believe this strange talk. But he also couldn't explain the strange feeling he had just experienced.
Isn't there anything we can do? He asked.
"No, nothing," said Ford as he pushed the peanuts into his pocket.
Someone in the quiet pub suddenly laughed loudly, as if the whole thing was stupid. The man sitting next to Ford was rather drunk now. His eyes slowly lifted to look at Ford.
I thought, he said, if the world was going to end, we were supposed to lie down or put a paper bag over our heads or something.
"If you like," said Ford.
That's what they told us in the army, the man said, and turned back toward his drink. Will that help? Asked the barman.
"No," said Ford with a kind smile. "Excuse me," he said, "I have to go." He gave a small wave and left the pub.
The bar stayed silent for another moment. Then, awkwardly, the same loud man laughed again. The girl who had come with him now completely hated him. She would probably have felt pleased if she knew that soon he would disappear into thin air, leaving only a faint smell of gas behind. But when that happened, she would be disappearing herself and wouldn't notice. The barman cleared his throat.
He heard himself say, "Last orders, please."
Outside, large yellow machines began to move down quickly and pick up speed. Ford knew what they were. This was not how he had hoped things would go. Arthur was running up the lane toward his house. He didn't feel the sudden cold wind. He didn't notice the rain starting to pour down. All he could see were the huge bulldozers crawling over the bee. He cried out loudly. Something huge and yellow shot across the sky. It made a sound so loud it felt like the air was being ripped apart, then it rushed away and left a deep silence behind it that ended with a heavy bang. The noise seemed strong enough to push your ears deep into your head. Another one followed, even noisier than the first. No one on the planet really understood what was happening. People were running into their houses, then rushing out again, not sure what to do. They screamed, but their cries were lost in the thunder around them. Streets filled with people and chaos. Cars crashed as the roar moved over them like a huge wave. It crossed hills, deserts, valleys, and oceans, flattening everything it touched. Only one man stayed still, looking up at the sky with deep sadness in his eyes. He had rubber plugs in his ears and knew exactly what was happening. His special space sensor had started blinking in the middle of the night, and he had woken suddenly. He had waited for this moment for many years. But when he read the signals, he felt cold and afraid. Of all the beings in the galaxy, it had to be the Vogons who came to visit Earth. He knew he had work to do. As the Vogon ship screamed above him, he opened his bag. He threw away 2 musical recordings, he would not need them where he was going. He checked everything carefully. He was ready. He knew exactly where his towel was. Then the world fell silent. The quiet was worse than the noise. For a short moment, nothing moved. The great ships hung still above every country on Earth. They looked heavy and unnatural in the sky. Many people stared in shock, trying to understand. The ships floated up there in a way that bricks never could. Still nothing happened. Then a faint whisper spread through the air, like open space breathing. Every speaker, radio, and television on Earth turned itself on. Even things like tin cans, cars, and windows started to echo sound perfectly. Before Earth ended, it was going to hear the clearest message ever made. There was no music or fanfare, just a voice.
"People of Earth, please listen," a calm voice said. It sounded beautiful, clear, and perfect. "This is Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz of the Galactic Hyperspace Planning Council. As you may know, our plans for new space routes require clearing this area of the galaxy. Your planet is one of those marked for removal. The destruction will take less than 2 of your Earth minutes. Thank you."
The message ended. A terrible fear spread through the people on Earth. It passed slowly through the crowds like a magnet moving over metal filings. Panic returned. People ran and cried, but there was nowhere to escape.
The Vogons turned their system back on. They said, "You should not be shocked. All the notices have been available for 50 Earth years at your local planning office on Alpha Centauri. You had more than enough time to raise a complaint. It's far too late now."
The voice faded again. The giant ships began to turn in the sky, moving powerfully and easily. Dark openings appeared on their undersides. Somewhere, someone tried to send a radio message, asking the Vogons to stop. No one heard what was said, only the reply.
The voice came back, now angry. "What do you mean? You've never been to Alpha Centauri?" it said. "It's only 4 light years away. If you don't care about local matters, that's your problem. Activate the demolition beams." Bright light poured from the open hatches. "I can't believe how lazy this planet is," said the voice. "I have no sympathy."
The message stopped. Then came a deep and terrible silence. Chapter 4. There was a loud, awful sound. Then there was a deep, empty silence. The Vogon constructor fleet moved slowly away into the dark space full of stars. Far away, on the other side of the galaxy, about 500,000 light-years from the star called Sol, Zaphod Beeblebrox, president of the Imperial Galactic Government, drove fast across the blue seas of Damagran. His small delta-shaped boat with ion engines shone and flashed brightly under the sun. Damagran was a hot planet, far away and almost unknown. It was the secret home of the ship called the Heart of Gold. The boat kept moving quickly over the water. It would take a long time to reach its destination because Damagran's shape made travel difficult. The planet was made up of many medium and large desert islands separated by wide and beautiful stretches of ocean. Because of this strange geography, almost no one lived there. That was exactly why the Imperial Galactic Government had chosen Damagran for the Heart of Gold project. They needed a lonely and secret place for their work. The boat jumped across the waves between the main islands of the planet's only useful group of islands. Zaphod Beeblebrox was traveling from a small spaceport on Easter Island to another island called France, where the Heart of Gold waited. The name Easter had no meaning in this language, it simply meant small, flat, and light brown. The other name, France, was also a random choice. Strangely, many random choices and coincidences happened during the work on the Heart of Gold, and no one really knew why. But today's event was not a coincidence. This was the most important day of the whole project, the day they would show the Heart of Gold to the galaxy for the first time. It was also the biggest day of Zaphod Beeblebrox's life. He had become president of the galaxy for this very reason. When he first announced that decision, it shocked almost everyone. Zaphod Beeblebrox as president. People could hardly believe it. Not the president. Many people had thought it was sure proof that the universe had gone completely crazy. Zaphod smiled and made the boat go faster. Zaphod Beeblebrox was an explorer, an ex-hippie, a fun lover, maybe even a cheat, and someone who loved attention. He was terrible at relationships, and most people thought he was a bit mad. Was he really the president? No one had lost their minds in that way. Only 6 people in the galaxy truly understood how it was ruled, and they knew that when Zaphod said he wanted to be president, it was already decided. He was the perfect kind of person for the job. What they did not understand at all was why he wanted to do it. He turned the boat sharply, sending a wave of water toward the sun. Today was the day everyone would finally know what Zaphod had been planning. This day was the reason for his whole time as president. It was also his 200th birthday, but that part did not really matter. As his boat jumped across the blue seas of Damagran, he smiled quietly and thought what a bright and thrilling day it was going to be. He relaxed and stretched both his arms along the back of the seat. He used another arm, a new one under his right arm, to steer the boat more easily because it helped with his hobby called ski boxing.
Hey, he said softly to himself, you're one very cool guy.
But inside he still felt nervous and excited, his thoughts racing fast. The island of France was around 20 miles long and 5 miles wide in the middle. It was sandy and shaped like a half-moon. It did not really look like an island on its own, but more like something drawn to show the shape of a large bay. This feeling was even stronger because the inside edge of the island's curve was made almost completely of high cliffs. From the top of the cliff, the land went gently down for 5 miles until it met the other shore. At the edge of the cliff there was a group waiting to welcome someone. Most of them were engineers and researchers who had made the spaceship called the Heart of Gold. Many were human-like, but some were reptile-like scientists, a few small green elegant thinkers, 1 or 2 had bodies like octopuses, and one was a huluvuvu, a very intelligent form of the color blue. All of them, except the huluvuvu, wore bright, many-colored ceremonial lab coats. The huluvuvu, for this event, had turned into a floating prism. Everyone was full of excitement. Together they had gone beyond the limits of science and changed the structure of matter itself. They had worked with the rules of the universe and even broken them, yet nothing made them as thrilled as meeting a man with an orange sash around his neck. That sash was the traditional mark of the president of the galaxy. It would not have mattered much to them even if they knew the real truth, that the president had no real power at all. Only 6 people in the whole galaxy knew that the president's job was not to control things, but to draw attention away from those who did. Zaphod Beeblebrox was perfect for that job. The crowd gasped as the presidential speedboat came quickly around the rocky point into the bay, bright in the sun and moving beautifully across the sea. It looked like it was cutting through the water, but in fact, it floated on a soft cushion of charged particles. Still, it had thin metal fins that could be lowered into the sea just for show. These fins threw up high sprays of water and left white foam behind as the boat raced forward. Zaphod loved dramatic effects more than anything. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and the boat slid in a wide, fast curve and then stopped lightly on the moving waves below the cliff. He ran out to the deck almost at once, smiling and waving to more than 3 billion people. The crowd was not really there in person, but they watched him through a small flying robot camera that floated nearby. People loved watching the president's wild actions in 3-dimensional broadcasts. That was exactly their purpose. Zaphod gave another bright grin. 3,006,000,000 people had no idea that today would turn into something far more unusual than anyone expected. The robot camera moved closer to show the more famous of his 2 heads, and he waved again. He looked mostly human, except for an extra head and a 3rd arm. His light-colored hair was messy and pointed in different directions. His blue eyes shone with a strange and hard-to-define expression. Both of his faces were often unshaven. Next to his boat floated a huge clear globe, about 20 feet high, moving lightly on the water and shining in the bright sunlight. Inside the globe was a large red semicircular sofa that looked soft and beautiful. Even when the globe rolled and bounced, the sofa stayed completely still and balanced. The whole thing was made mostly for show.
Zaphod walked through the wall of the globe and sat down on the sofa. He placed 2 arms along the backrest and used the third to brush dust from his knee. Both of his heads looked around, smiling. He put his feet up and tried to relax. At any time, he thought, he might just start screaming.
Water began to boil below the globe, rising and spinning. The water pushed the globe up into the air, lifting it higher and higher while it spun on the jet of water. The sunlight made long bright lines against the nearby cliff. The globe rose higher and the water crashed back into the sea far below. Zaphod smiled, watching himself rise. It was a completely silly way to travel, but also a very beautiful one. When the globe reached the top of the cliff, it shook slightly, then rolled onto a ramp with rails. It moved down the ramp to a small curved platform and finally stopped. Loud applause filled the air as Zaphod Beeblebrox stepped out. His bright orange sash shone in the sunlight. The president of the galaxy had arrived. He waited until the cheering became quiet. Then he raised his hand to greet everyone.
"Hi," he said.
A government assistant moved closer and tried to give him the printed copy of his speech. But most of that speech was now useless. Pages 3 to 7 were floating wet and broken in the Damagran Sea, several miles from the bay. Pages 1 and 2 had been taken by a Damagran front-crested eagle. The eagle had used them to build a strange new kind of nest. The nest was made mostly from soft paper and glue, and baby eagles inside it could hardly escape. The Damagran front-crested eagle had no real interest in keeping its species alive. Zaphod Beeblebrox did not need his speech after all. He gently waved away the paper that the assistant tried to give him.
"Hi," he said again.
The crowd smiled at him with excitement. Well, almost everyone did. He looked and saw Trillian standing among them. Trillian was a young woman Zaphod had met not long ago while visiting another planet in secret. She was slim and dark, with long black hair that fell in waves. Her mouth was full and her small nose curved a little. Her eyes were a deep brown that were hard not to notice. She wore a red scarf tied in a special way over her head and a long soft brown dress that moved gently with the wind. Her style made her look a little like someone from an old Earth culture that no longer existed. The people of that culture lived hundreds of thousands of light years away and were gone long ago. Trillian was not anyone special, at least that was what Zaphod said. She often traveled with him and spoke her honest thoughts about him.
"Hi, honey," he said warmly.
She gave him a small quick smile and turned her eyes away.
Then she looked back for a short moment and gave him a warmer smile. But by then he was already paying attention to something else.
"Hi," he said to a small group of reporters nearby who secretly wished he would stop greeting people and start giving quotes.
He smiled at them with extra charm because he knew he was about to say something they would love to write down. The next words he spoke, however, did not help them much. One of the event officials became impatient. He knew the president would not read the careful and elegant speech prepared for him. So he pressed a small button on the remote control hidden in his pocket. A great white dome in front of everyone suddenly opened down the center. It split apart and slowly sank into the ground. People gasped, even though they all knew that it was supposed to happen. They had built it exactly for that purpose. Under the dome was a huge spaceship about 150 meters long. Its shape was smooth and bright, like a runner's shoe, shining white and unbelievably beautiful. Inside the ship there was a small golden box that held the most powerful and unusual device ever imagined. This machine made the spaceship special in the whole galaxy. It gave the ship its name, the Heart of Gold.
Wow, said Zaphod Beeblebrox to the Heart of Gold. There really was not much else he could say. He said wow again because he knew it would irritate the reporters. The crowd looked back at him, waiting for more. He gave Trillian a wink.
She lifted her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide at him because she knew exactly what he was planning and thought he was being far too dramatic.
That is really incredible, he said. That is so amazing that I think I would like to steal it.
It was the perfect presidential quote, just as people expected from him. The crowd laughed and enjoyed the joke. The reporters quickly pressed buttons on their machines to send the words across the news network. The president kept grinning, but inside he felt great pain. As he smiled, his heart felt full of unbearable emotion, and his fingers touched the small paralysomatic bomb resting quietly in his pocket. At last, he could not stand it any longer. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. He shouted loudly in strange, happy notes. Then he threw the bomb to the ground and ran forward through a crowd of people whose smiles suddenly froze. The president's full title was President of the Imperial Galactic Government. The word imperial stayed, even though it no longer meant much. The old emperor had been close to death for many centuries. Just before he fell into his final coma, he was placed inside a stasis field. That field kept him in a state that never changed. All his heirs had long since died. So, without war or political chaos, power slowly moved downward. It now seemed to belong to the group that once only advised the emperor, an elected government led by a president. This president was chosen by that same government. But in truth, no real power rested there. The president's role was mostly symbolic. He was chosen not for leadership but for his ability to act surprised and dramatic in public. So the president was always a controversial and entertaining person. His real task was not to make decisions, but to distract people from those who truly held power. By those rules, Zaphod Beeblebrox was considered one of the most successful presidents in galactic history. He had already spent 2 of his 10 presidential years in prison for fraud. Very few people understood that neither the president nor the government had any real power. Out of those few, only 6 people knew where the true power of the galaxy actually was. Many others quietly believed that a computer made the real decisions, but they were completely wrong. Chapter 5. Prostetnik Vogon was unpleasant to look at, even for other Vogons. His large curved nose rose above a small round forehead. His dark green skin looked rubbery and very thick. This thickness helped him survive the rough politics of the Vogon civil service. It also protected him if he ever went deep underwater. He could go down 1,000 feet without harm. But he never went swimming. His work schedule was far too full for that. He was the way he was because a very long time ago, billions of years in the past, the Vogons had first come out of the slow, thick seas of their world, Vogsphere. They lay there on the clean, empty beaches, breathing hard in the morning light of the new Voxel sun. It seemed that evolution had lost interest in them at that moment, deciding they were ugly and hopeless. From that day on, they did not change or develop any further, though they somehow survived. Their survival showed nothing but their strong, stubborn will and their slow-thinking determination. They did not care about improving naturally and decided they did not need evolution at all. Whatever nature refused to give them, they later fixed with surgery. The planet itself, feeling embarrassed for making such creatures, seemed to work extra hard to create beautiful things. It made bright, shining crabs with jewel-like shells that ran quickly across the ground. The Vogons ate them and broke their shells with heavy iron hammers. There were tall, elegant trees full of color and life, but the Vogons cut them down and burned them to cook their crab meat. There were also soft, graceful animals that looked like gazelles, with shiny coats and gentle eyes. The Vogons caught them and sat on them for no real reason. The animals were too weak to carry them, but the Vogons did not care. This was how the sad planet of Vogsphere spent long ages until one day the Vogons learned how to travel through space. In only a few short years, they all left the planet and moved to the Megabrantis group of worlds, which was the political center of the galaxy. There they became an important part of the powerful galactic civil service. They tried to become smarter and more polite, but they were still almost the same as their ancient ancestors. Every year they ordered 27,000 jeweled crabs from their home planet and spent one night enjoying themselves while smashing the crabs to pieces. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was a typical Vogon, and he was completely unpleasant. He especially disliked hitchhikers. Deep inside his large spaceship, in a small dark cabin, a match was lit by a shaking hand. The person holding it was not a Vogon, but he knew them well and understood the danger. His name was Ford Prefect. He looked around the small room, but he could not see much. Large, strange shadows moved around as the tiny flame flickered. Everything was quiet. He silently thanked the Dentrasis. The Dentrasis are a noisy group of people who love food. They are wild but friendly. The Vogons had started hiring them to cook for their long space trips. The Vogons made one rule for them, to stay out of the way and not bother anyone. The Dentrasis were happy with that rule. They enjoyed earning Vogon money because it was strong and valuable, but they could not stand the Vogons themselves. The only time a Dentrasi liked a Vogon was when the Vogon was angry. Because of this small detail, Ford Prefect was still alive and not turned into gas. He heard a quiet groan. In the small light of a match, he saw a heavy shape move a little on the floor. He quickly put out the match, reached into his pocket, and took something out. He tore it open and shook it. He bent down on the floor. The shape moved again.
I bought some peanuts.
Arthur Dent moved weakly and made another sound, speaking words that were hard to understand.
Here, have some, said Ford, shaking the packet again. If this is your first time using a matter transfer beam, you probably lost some salt and protein. The beer you drank helped your body a bit.
Arthur made a soft sound. He opened his eyes. It's dark, he said.
Yes, said Ford Prefect, it's dark.
No light, said Arthur Dent. Dark, no light.
Ford Prefect often found this human habit strange. Humans liked to keep saying things that were completely obvious. They said things like, "It's a nice day," or "You're very tall," or "Oh dear, you fell down a deep hole, are you all right?" At first, Ford had a theory to explain why they did this. He thought if humans didn't move their lips often, their mouths might stop working. After watching them for a while, he changed his idea. He then believed if humans didn't talk all the time, their brains might start working instead. After some time, he gave up being so negative and decided that he actually liked people. Still, he always worried about how many things humans didn't understand.
Yes, he said to Arthur, no light. He handed Arthur some peanuts. How do you feel? He asked. Ford looked at him in confusion in the darkness. We're safe, he said. We're in a small room, Ford told him. It's inside a spaceship from the Vogon constructor fleet. Ford lit another match to look for a light switch. Huge shadows moved across the walls. We got a ride, Ford said simply. Well, Ford said, the thumb is an electronic device that sends signals through space, and the roundabout is 6 light-years away, but yes, that's about right. Green, yes, Ford replied. You can't, Ford said, as he found the light switch. Cover your eyes, he warned, and turned it on. Even Ford looked surprised.
Like a military school, Arthur said. Parts of me keep fainting. If I asked you where we are, Arthur said weakly, would I regret it? Ford stood up. Oh, good, said Arthur. Ah, said Arthur. That's an interesting way to use the word safe. Arthur slowly stood and wrapped his arms around himself. Strange shapes seemed to fill the air around him. The smell was heavy and old, and it made him feel uncomfortable. A low noise made it hard for him to think clearly. How did we get here? He asked, shivering. Excuse me? Arthur asked. Are you saying that we stuck out our thumbs, and some green monster said, hello, jump in, I can take you as far as Basingstoke? Great, Arthur said. So when can I go home? My goodness, Arthur said. Is this really inside a spaceship?
Prostetnik Vogeljeltz moved his large green body around the control room. He always felt annoyed after destroying planets with people on them. He wished someone would tell him he was wrong so that he could shout and feel better. He dropped heavily into his control chair, hoping it would break so he'd have a reason to be truly angry. But it only made a small unhappy sound.
Go away, he shouted.
He shouted at a young Vogon guard who stepped onto the bridge. The guard quickly disappeared and felt very relieved. He was glad he didn't have to give the new report himself. The report was an official message saying that an amazing new kind of spaceship engine was being shown at a government research base on Damagran. This new drive would make all hyperspace travel routes unnecessary from now on. Another door opened, but this time the Vogon captain didn't shout. It was the door from the kitchen where the Dentrasis cooked his meals. He thought a meal sounded good right now. A huge furry creature came in quickly with a food tray in its hands. It was smiling in a wild and excited way. Prostetnik Vogeljeltz was very pleased to see that. He knew that when a Dentrasi looked that happy, something strange was happening on his ship, something that might make him angry later. Ford and Arthur looked around the room.
What do you think? Asked Ford. It's pretty dirty, isn't it?
Ford frowned at the messy beds, dirty cups, and strange pieces of smelly alien clothing lying around the small space. This is a working ship, said Ford. These are the Dentrasis sleeping rooms. I thought you said they were Vogons, said Arthur.
Yes, said Ford, the Vogons run the ship, but the Dentrasis are the cooks. They're the ones who helped us get on board.
I'm still confused, said Arthur.
Here, look at this, said Ford.
He sat down on one of the mattresses and searched in his bag. Arthur touched the mattress carefully and then sat down too. He didn't need to worry, mattresses from the swamps of Scorncellasata were well cleaned and dried before use. Almost none of them ever came back to life. Ford gave a small book to Arthur.
What's this? Asked Arthur.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, said Ford. It's an electronic book that tells you everything you might want to know about anything. That's what it's for.
Arthur looked at it with curiosity. I like the cover, he said. Don't panic. It's the only useful thing anyone has said to me today.
I'll show you how it works, said Ford. He took the book back from Arthur, who was still holding it like it might bite him, and removed the cover. You press this button here to turn on the screen, said Ford. A small screen lit up, showing some moving letters and symbols. You want to know about Vogons, right? He typed the word on the keyboard. There it is, he said.
The green words Vogon Constructor Fleets appeared on the screen. Ford pressed a big red button at the bottom. Words began to scroll slowly across the screen, and the book started reading the entry aloud in a calm voice.
It said that Vogons were one of the least pleasant races in the galaxy. They were not evil, but they were rude, strict, and cared only about rules. They would never help anyone, even their own family, unless they had the right papers and permissions signed many times. It also explained that it was impossible to get a ride or even a drink from a Vogon unless you did something unpleasant. And above all, people should never let a Vogon read poetry to them.
Arthur looked at the book in surprise.
What a very strange book, he said.
How did we get a ride then?
That's the point, it doesn't work like that anymore, said Ford as he put the book back into its cover. I'm doing research for the new version, and one thing I must write about is how the Vogons now hire Dentrassi cooks, which gives us a small but useful chance to get aboard.
Arthur looked confused.
But who are the Dentrassis? He asked.
They're great people, said Ford. They make the best food and drinks, and they don't care much about anything else. They always help hitchhikers because they enjoy meeting new people, and also because it annoys the Vogons. That's good information if you're a traveler with little money trying to explore the wonders of the universe for less than $30 Altarian a day. That's what my job is. Fun, right?
Arthur seemed lost.
That's amazing, he said.
He looked at one of the other mattresses and frowned.
Sadly, I stayed on Earth much longer than I planned, Ford continued. I meant to visit for a week, but I ended up stuck there for 15 years.
But how did you get to Earth in the first place? Arthur asked.
That was easy, Ford replied. I got a ride with a teaser.
A teaser? Arthur repeated.
Yes, said Ford. What exactly is that? Teasers are usually rich young people who don't have much to do, Ford explained. They travel around looking for planets that haven't yet met with others from space, and they like to bother them.
Bother them? Arthur said, feeling that Ford was making this harder for him to understand.
Right, said Ford. They find a quiet place where very few people live, then land next to someone who won't be believed later. They walk back and forth in front of that person wearing silly antennas and making funny beeping sounds. It's quite childish, really.
Ford lay back on the bed with his hands behind his head. He looked very happy with himself.
Ford, said Arthur, I'm sorry if this sounds stupid, but why am I here?
You know that, Ford answered. I saved you from Earth.
And what happened to Earth? Asked Arthur.
It's been destroyed, said Ford simply.
Really? Said Arthur in a calm voice.
Yes, it's gone. It just disappeared into space, Ford replied.
Arthur looked shocked.
I'm quite upset about that, he said.
Ford frowned and thought for a moment.
Yes, I can understand how you feel, he said finally.
Understand that? Shouted Arthur. Understand that?
Ford jumped up quickly.
Look at the book, he whispered.
What? Asked Arthur in confusion.
Don't panic, said Ford.
I'm not panicking. Arthur argued.
Yes, you are, said Ford.
All right, fine, maybe I am panicking. What else can I do? Shouted Arthur.
You can just come with me and enjoy yourself, said Ford. The galaxy is an exciting place. You'll need to put this fish in your ear.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Asked Arthur.
Chapter 6. Arthur asked this quite politely, or at least he thought so. Ford was holding a little glass jar. Inside it was a small yellow fish moving around. Arthur looked at him in confusion. He wished he could find something normal to focus on. He would have felt calmer if, next to all the strange alien things like the Dentrassi clothes, the tall mattresses, and the man from Beetlejuice holding the fish, he could have seen something familiar, like a box of cornflakes. But he didn't. So he didn't feel safe at all. Suddenly a loud and frightening sound came from nowhere. Arthur froze. It sounded like someone trying to gargle while fighting wild animals.
Be quiet, said Ford. Listen. It might be important.
Important? Asked Arthur.
It's the Vogon captain speaking on the ship's speaker system. So that awful noise is how Vogons talk. Just listen. But I don't understand their language. You won't need to. Just put this fish in your ear.
Before Arthur could stop him, Ford quickly pressed the fish against his ear. Arthur suddenly felt the horrible slippery creature slide deep inside. Terrified, he tried to pull it out. Then he stopped, staring in shock. Something strange was happening in his head. The strange gargling sounds began to change. It was like suddenly seeing a picture differently, first one way, then realizing it was something else entirely. The noise now made clear sense. He could actually understand it as perfect English. This is what he heard. Ford Prefect's real name could only be said in a rare Beetlejuicean language that no one speaks anymore because of a huge disaster long ago. That disaster destroyed almost everyone on Beetlejuice 7. By chance, Ford's father was the only person who survived. No one knows exactly what caused it or what a rung really was, but it collapsed and killed many. Ford's father later moved to Beetlejuice 5 and named his son using the old language of their lost people. Ford never learned how to say his own name correctly. Because of that, his father was so embarrassed he eventually died from shame, a real sickness on some planets. At school, other children called Ford 9, which means boy who cannot explain what a rung is or why it collapsed. Then Arthur heard the captain's message.
Howl, gargle, you should have a good time. Message repeats. This is your captain speaking. Stop what you're doing and pay attention. I've noticed from our instruments that we have some hitchhikers on board. Hello, whoever you are. Let me make it clear, you are not welcome. I worked hard to get my position, and I did not become captain just to run a free taxi service. A search team will soon find you, and then I'll throw you off the ship. If you are lucky, I will read you one of my poems first. Secondly, we are about to jump into hyperspace to travel to Barnard Star. When we arrive, we will stay there for 72 hours for repairs. No one is allowed to leave the ship during that time. All planet leave is canceled. I have had a bad love affair, so I don't see why anyone else should enjoy themselves. Message ends.
The voice stopped. Arthur realized, embarrassed, that he was curled up on the floor with his arms around his head. He gave a weak smile.
What a lovely person, he said. I wish I had a daughter, so I could forbid her to marry him.
You wouldn't need to, said Ford. Vogons are about as romantic as a car crash. Don't move now, he added as Arthur started to sit up. You should get ready for the hyperspace jump. It feels strangely like being drunk.
What's bad about being drunk? Asked Arthur.
Ask a glass of water, Ford replied.
Arthur thought about it.
Ford, he said.
Yeah?
What is this fish doing in my ear?
It translates for you, Ford said. It's called a babblefish. You can read about it in the book if you want.
He threw the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy at Arthur and then curled up in a ball, ready for the jump. At that moment, Arthur felt his mind turn upside down. His eyes seemed to twist inward. His feet felt strange, and everything around him bent and turned flat. The room spun and disappeared until he felt like he was sliding deep inside himself. They were moving through hyperspace.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy explained in a calm voice. The babblefish is small, yellow, and looks a bit like a leech. It is one of the strangest creatures in the universe. It lives on brain energy not from itself, but from other nearby minds. It takes in invisible mental signals and uses them as food. Then it sends back a special kind of telepathic pattern into the brain of its wearer. This pattern allows people to understand any spoken language instantly. So, if you put a babblefish in your ear, you can understand everything said to you.
Some people thought such a wonderful creature could not have appeared by chance. They said it was proof that God must exist. Others said that if the Babel fish proves God exists, then by the same logic, God cannot exist. In the story, God disappears in a puff of logic after hearing that idea. People then decide they can prove other impossible things, like that black is white, and one of them dies soon after crossing the road. Many religious teachers said this argument was nonsense. But one writer still became rich by using it in his popular book. Well, that about wraps it up for God.
The guide continued. Sadly, the Babel fish has also caused many wars. Because it removed language barriers, people could understand each other too well, and still disagreed.
Arthur groaned quietly. He was shocked to find he was still alive after the jump through hyperspace. He was now 6 light-years away from where the Earth used to be. The Earth. Pictures of it floated painfully in his mind. He could not really imagine that the whole world was gone. It was too large and too real. He tried to think about his parents and sister being gone. Nothing. He thought about his friends. Still nothing. Then he remembered a stranger he had seen in a supermarket 2 days before. Suddenly, he felt pain. The supermarket was gone, and everyone in it was gone. Nelson's column was gone too. No one would ever complain about it, because no people existed anymore. England only lived inside his thoughts now. His thoughts trapped inside a cold, metal spaceship. He felt a wave of fear and loneliness. England was gone. He understood that, somehow. He tried another thought. America was gone. He could not really believe it. He tried smaller thoughts. New York was gone. Nothing. He had never truly believed in New York anyway. The dollar, he thought, was gone forever. That made him feel a small shock. Every Bogart movie was gone, he told himself, and that hurt a bit. McDonald's was gone too, no hamburgers, no restaurants anywhere. He fainted. When he woke up again, he found himself crying for his mother. He stood up quickly.
Ford, he shouted.
Ford looked up from the corner, where he was softly humming. He didn't enjoy the part of space travel when they were actually moving.
Yeah, he said.
If you are a researcher for this book, Arthur said, and you were on Earth, you must have collected information for it. Yes, Ford answered. I added a little to the old entry. Show me what it says in this edition, Arthur said. I have to see it.
Yeah, okay.
He handed it back.
Arthur took it quickly and tried to keep his hand still. He pressed the button for the right page. The screen glowed, turned, and then showed some writing. Arthur looked at it closely. It doesn't have an entry, he cried.
Ford leaned over his shoulder. Yes, it does, he said. Look down there, near the bottom of the screen, just above Eccentrica Golumbits, the triple-breasted woman from Eroticon 6.
Arthur followed where Ford was pointing. At first, he didn't understand. Then his eyes widened. What? Harmless? That's all it says? Harmless. Only one word.
Ford lifted his shoulders. Well, there are hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy, and the book's memory isn't endless, he said. And nobody really knew much about Earth anyway.
For heaven's sake, I hope you fixed that, Arthur said.
Oh yes, said Ford. I sent a new entry to the editor. He had to shorten it a little, but it's better now.
And what does it say now? Asked Arthur.
Mostly harmless, said Ford quietly, coughing a bit.
Mostly harmless, shouted Arthur. What was that sound? Whispered Ford. It was me shouting, yelled Arthur. No. Be quiet, said Ford. I think we're in trouble. You think we're in trouble, said Arthur.
Outside the door, they could hear the sound of heavy footsteps marching closer. The Dentrasis? Chapter 7. Vaughan poetry is known as the third worst in the universe. The second worst belongs to the Asgoths of Krea. Their poet-master, Grunthose the Flatulent, once read his poem called Ode to a small lump of green putty I found in my armpit one midsummer morning. During the reading, 4 listeners died from internal bleeding, and the president of the Mid-Galactic Arts Nobbling Council survived only by biting off his own leg. Grunthose felt upset that his poem was not well received. He was ready to start reading his 12-book work My Favorite Bathtime Gurgles until something strange happened. His own intestine leaped up through his neck and stopped his brain, as if trying to save life and culture from more horror. The very worst poetry ever made disappeared with its creator, Paul and Nancy Millstone Jennings from Greenbridge, Essex, England, when the planet Earth was destroyed. Prostetnik Vaughan Jeltz gave a slow smile. It was not for style, but because he was trying to remember how to move his face muscles. After shouting at his prisoners, he felt relaxed and ready to be cruel. The prisoners sat strapped into chairs made for poetry appreciation. Vaughans did not pretend that anyone liked their poems. At first, they wrote poetry to prove they were a smart and cultured race, but now they continued only because they were stubborn. Cold sweat appeared on Ford Prefect's forehead and ran down past the metal wires connected to his head. The wires were linked to many machines, image enhancers, rhythm changers, and sound modulators, all made to make the listener feel every part of the poem deeply. Arthur Dent shook in fear. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he knew he didn't like anything so far and doubted things would get better. The Vaughan started to read his own poem in a thick, unpleasant voice. Ford's body jerked in pain. It was even worse than he had expected. Each word hit him like a heavy blow, and beside him, Arthur moved helplessly in his seat. Ford shut his eyes and tried to bear it. The Vaughan's tone grew louder and more emotional. The sound felt unbearable. Ford cried out and finally went limp as the electric effects of the last line struck him hard across the head. Arthur hung weakly in his seat.
"Now, Earthlings," he said in a rough, mechanical voice.
He did not know that Ford was from another planet near Betelgeuse, and he would not have cared anyway.
"I give you 2 choices. You can die in the empty cold of space," he paused dramatically, "or you can tell me how good my poem was."
He threw himself back into a large leather seat shaped like bat wings and stared at them with another slow smile. Ford gasped for air. He could hardly speak.
Then Arthur said quickly, "Actually, I quite liked it."
Ford looked at him in shock. He had not thought of that answer.
The Vaughan raised a huge eyebrow that almost covered his nose. "Oh really?" he said, sounding surprised.
Arthur replied, "Yes, I think some of the ideas in it were especially good."
Ford kept looking at the Vaughan, trying hard to organize his thoughts around this strange new situation. Was there really any chance they could talk their way out of it?
"Go on, continue," said the Vaughan.
Arthur, looking nervous, added quickly, "Oh, and interesting rhythm too," trying to sound confident.
He searched for more words but got stuck.
Ford jumped in to help, saying, "It sort of matches the strange meaning at the heart of the poem."
That didn't make much sense either, but Arthur tried again.
"Yes, it shows the human part of."
Vaughan part. Ford whispered quickly.
"Right, the Vaughan part," Arthur corrected, "of the poet's kind and emotional spirit." He began to speak faster, feeling encouraged. "It shows how the poem tries to rise above its conflicts and understand the world deeply." But his voice started to fail again.
Ford spoke loudly, trying to finish the idea. Into whatever the poem was actually about, he shouted. Then he whispered to Arthur, "Good job, that was great."
The Vaughan looked at them carefully. For a short moment, he seemed touched, but then his face hardened again. His voice sounded sharp and cold.
So you think I write poetry because underneath my cruel and cold personality, I secretly want love? He asked.
He waited for an answer.
Ford laughed weakly. Well, yes, maybe, he said. Don't we all, deep down?
The Vogon stood up suddenly.
No, you are completely wrong, he said. I write poetry to make my cruel personality stand out clearly. And I'm throwing you off the ship anyway. Guard. Take them to airlock number 3 and throw them out.
What? Shouted Ford.
A very large Vogon guard came forward and pulled them roughly out of their seats.
You can't throw us into space, Ford cried. We're writing a book.
Resistance is useless, shouted the guard.
It was the first sentence he had learned when he joined the Vogon Guard Corps. The captain watched with cold amusement and then looked away. Arthur stared around in panic.
I don't want to die now, he yelled. I still have a headache. If I go to heaven with a headache, I'll just be grumpy all the time.
The guard held them tightly by the necks and dragged them out of the bridge. The door closed behind them, leaving the captain alone again. He hummed softly and looked at his notebook of poems.
Counterpoint the surrealism of the underlying metaphor, he murmured thoughtfully.
He considered this line, then closed the notebook with a dark smile.
Death is too kind for them, he said quietly.
The long hall echoed with the weak cries of the two humans as the rubbery Vogon arms pulled them forward.
This is wonderful, gasped Arthur angrily. This is just perfect. Let go of me, you monster. The guard kept dragging them.
Don't worry, said Ford, I'll think of something. He didn't sound confident.
Resistance is useless, roared the guard again.
Please stop saying that, said Ford. How can we stay positive when you keep shouting that?
Arthur groaned, positive? Really? You're talking about positive thinking, and your planet hasn't even been destroyed today. I woke up this morning planning to have a quiet day, maybe read a bit and brush the dog.
It was a little after 4 in the afternoon, and I was already being thrown out of an alien spaceship, far from the burned ruins of Earth. Arthur made choking sounds while the Vogon squeezed him even harder.
Stop panicking, said Ford.
Who said I'm panicking? Arthur shouted. This is only the shock of being in a new place. Wait until I get used to it and understand what's happening. Then I'll begin to panic.
Arthur, you're acting crazy. Please be quiet, said Ford. He tried very hard to think, but the guard yelled again.
Resistance is useless.
Oh, be quiet yourself. Ford shouted back.
Resistance is useless.
Enough already, said Ford. He turned his head so he could look up into the Vogon's large face. An idea suddenly came to him. Do you actually enjoy doing this? He asked.
The Vogon stopped moving, and a dull look spread across his face.
Enjoy, he said loudly. What do you mean?
I mean, do you feel satisfied with your life? You walk around shouting and pushing people out of spaceships, Ford said.
The Vogon looked at the metal ceiling, his thick eyebrows almost touching. His mouth hung open before he finally answered.
Well, the working hours are good.
They must be, said Ford.
Arthur turned to Ford in surprise. What are you doing? He whispered.
I'm just trying to show some interest in things, Ford said calmly. So the hours are really nice, are they? He continued.
The Vogon looked down at him while slow thoughts moved through his dull mind.
Yeah, he said, but when I think about it, most of the actual minutes are quite bad.
Except, he thought while staring at the ceiling, that he actually enjoyed some of the shouting. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Resistance is."
Sure, Ford said quickly. You're very good at that, I can tell. But if you don't like most of the job, he continued slowly so the words would sink in, why do you keep doing it? Is it the girls? The uniform? The feeling of power? Or do you just think that dealing with all the boredom gives you something to do?
Arthur looked from Ford to the guard in total confusion.
Said the guard, I don't really know. I just sort of do it. My aunt said being a spaceship guard was a good job for a young Vogon, you know, the outfit, the stun gun that hangs low, the boring parts of the job.
There you are, Arthur, said Ford, sounding pleased. You think your life is difficult.
Arthur agreed that his life was indeed quite difficult. His planet was gone, a Vogon had nearly choked him, and now he was facing the idea of being thrown into space.
Try to understand his problem, Ford went on. Here he is, poor guy, spending his whole life marching around and throwing people off spaceships.
And shouting, added the guard.
And shouting, Ford said kindly, patting the guard's thick arm that was still around his neck. And the sad thing is, he doesn't even know why he does it.
Arthur thought that was very unfortunate. He tried to show agreement with a weak little gesture, since he couldn't speak while being squeezed so hard.
The guard made a puzzled, thoughtful noise. Well, when you put it like that, I suppose.
Good, said Ford, sounding encouraging.
But then, the guard continued, what else could I do?
Well, said Ford cheerfully and clearly, you could just stop doing it. Tell your boss that you're not going to do it anymore. He wanted to say something clever after that, but the guard was busy thinking about what he had just heard.
Said the guard. Well, that doesn't sound very good to me.
Ford felt the moment slipping away. Wait a second, he said quickly. That's only the beginning. There's more to it then.
But before he could finish, the guard tightened his hold again and began to drag them both toward the airlock. He looked rather moved by the whole conversation.
No, I think it's better if I just put you in the airlock now, he said politely, and then I can go back to the rest of my shouting duties.
It was not the same for Ford Prefect at all.
Come on now, but look, he said, talking faster but sounding less cheerful.
Arthur made a long strange sound without any clear tone.
Wait a moment, Ford went on. There are still things like music and art I can show you.
Resistance is useless, shouted the guard loudly. Then he added, you see, if I keep shouting all the time, I might get promoted to senior shouting officer. There aren't many jobs for people who don't shout or push others around, so I think I'll keep doing what I'm good at.
They reached the airlock, a big round door made of thick steel built into the side of the ship. The guard pressed a button and the heavy door opened smoothly.
Thanks for caring, said the Vogon guard. Goodbye now.
He pushed Ford and Arthur through the doorway into a small room. Arthur lay on the floor, breathing fast. Ford tried to push the door open again, but it was no use.
Listen, Ford shouted to the guard. There's a whole world out there you don't know. Here, how about this?
Desperately, he tried to share the only piece of human culture that came to his mind. He hummed the opening notes of a famous symphony.
Doesn't that make you feel something? He asked.
No, said the guard. Not really. But I'll tell my aunt about it.
If he said more, it was impossible to hear because the door closed completely. The sound stopped, except for the quiet hum of the ship's engines. They were inside a smooth metal room, round and shiny, about 6 feet wide and 10 feet long. Ford looked around while trying to catch his breath.
I thought he could be a bright one, he said and leaned against the wall.
Arthur was still lying on the floor where he had fallen, breathing heavily. He didn't lift his head.
We're stuck, aren't we? He said.
Yes, answered Ford. We're trapped.
Well, didn't you have a plan? I thought you said you were going to think of something. Maybe you did and I just didn't notice.
Oh yes, I did think of something, said Ford, breathing hard.
Arthur looked up hopefully.
But sadly, Ford went on, my idea needs us to be on the other side of that door. He kicked the closed hatch. But it was a good idea, right? Asked Arthur. Oh yes, Ford replied. Very clever. What was it?
Well, I hadn't really planned out the details yet. Not much use now, is it?
So, what happens next? Asked Arthur.
Oh, well, the door in front of us will open by itself in a few moments, said Ford. We'll probably be thrown out into deep space and run out of air. If you take a big breath before that, you might stay alive for about 30 seconds.
He put his hands behind his back, lifted his eyebrows, and started humming an old song from Beetlejuice. To Arthur, he suddenly looked very strange and alien.
So that's it, said Arthur. We're going to die.
Yes, said Ford. Well, no. Wait a second.
He jumped forward toward something behind Arthur.
What's that switch? He shouted.
What? Where? Cried Arthur, turning around.
I'm just joking, said Ford. We're going to die after all.
He leaned back against the wall and continued humming the tune.
You know, said Arthur, it's at times like this, when I'm stuck in a Vogon airlock with a man from Beetlejuice and about to die in space, that I really wish I had listened to what my mother told me when I was young.
Why? What did she say? Asked Ford.
I don't know. I didn't listen, said Arthur.
Oh, said Ford, and kept humming.
This is just great, thought Arthur. Nelson's column is gone, McDonald's is gone, and all that's left is me and the words "the mostly harmless." In a few seconds, even that will be gone. And yesterday, everything on Earth seemed fine. A motor started to spin. There was a soft hiss that grew into a loud rush of air as the outer door opened. Outside was empty black space filled with tiny, unbelievably bright stars. Ford and Arthur shot out into space like corks from a toy gun. Chapter 8. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a truly amazing book. It has been written and rewritten many times over many years by different editors. Many travelers and researchers have added their knowledge to it. The introduction begins like this.
Space, it says, is very big. Really big.
Chapter 9. A computer started making worried noises when it saw that an airlock opened and shut by itself without a clear reason. The truth was that there was no reason at all. A strange hole had just appeared in the galaxy. It lasted for only an unbelievably short moment and was too small to measure, but it stretched millions of light-years across. When the hole closed, many paper hats and party balloons floated out and drifted across space. 7 short market analysts also fell out of it and died quickly, unable to breathe and completely shocked. Then 239,000 fried eggs appeared, landing in a large, shaky pile on the hungry planet Pogril in the Pansale system. The whole Pogril tribe had already died from starvation, except for one man who later died from eating too much fat. The tiny instant when the whole existed rippled through time in a very strange way. Far in the past, it disturbed a random group of atoms floating alone through empty space. Those atoms began to stick together into new, remarkable patterns. The patterns could copy themselves, which was the most amazing part. After that, they caused endless problems wherever they landed on different planets. That was how life began in the universe. 5 storms of wild energy twisted through strange waves of chaos and created a payment for something no one understood. On the ground lay Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent, gasping for breath like tired fish.
There you are, Ford said, trying to hold onto the pavement as it moved through a strange part of the unknown. I told you I'd come up with an idea. Good plan of mine, Ford said proudly. Find a spaceship flying by and get saved.
Yeah, right, Arthur answered.
The real universe curved away from them in a dizzying way. Fake or imagined universes moved quietly past them like mountain goats. Bright light burst open, scattering time and space like bits of jelly. Time grew like a flower, matter shrank away, and some huge number hid itself forever.
"Oh, come on," Arthur said. The chances of this happening were impossible. Arthur looked around nervously. "What kind of ship are we on?" he asked, feeling the endless emptiness around them.
Don't complain, Ford said. It worked. I don't know, Ford replied. I haven't opened my eyes yet.
The universe suddenly moved, stopped, shook, and spread out in strange new ways. Arthur and Ford opened their eyes and looked around with great surprise.
"No, I haven't," said Arthur. "Goodness," said Arthur, "this looks just like the beach at Southend." "Why?" asked Arthur. "Maybe you are," said Arthur. "Maybe you only imagined I said it." "I think I did," said Arthur. "Yes," said Arthur, "we'd have to be crazy to think this was really Southend." "Oh yes," said Arthur. "Then we must be mad," said Arthur. "Who was that?" asked Arthur. "Yes," said Arthur. "Ah," said Arthur. "You know," said Arthur, clearing his throat, "if this really is Southend, something is very strange about it."
I'm glad you said that, said Ford. Because I thought I was losing my mind, said Ford. Ford thought for a moment. Did you really say it or not? He asked. Maybe we're both going crazy, said Ford. Do you think it is Southend? Asked Ford. So do I, said Ford. A nice day for it, said Ford. You mean the man with 5 heads and a bush full of fish? Asked Ford. I have no idea, said Ford. Just someone.
They both sat down on the pavement and watched nervously. Huge children jumped up and down on the sand. Wild horses ran through the sky carrying metal fences to strange and uncertain places.
"Yes," said a man walking by.
As he spoke, there was a huge crash, and Southend broke into 6 parts that spun wildly around each other in crazy shapes. Loud, wild sounds of pipes and strings screamed through the wind. Hot donuts jumped out of the road for 10 pence each. Weird fish fell from the sky, and Arthur and Ford decided to run away. They pushed through thick waves of noise, strange ideas, and music that seemed to change their mood. They also passed through silly thoughts and flying bats before they suddenly heard a girl's voice. The voice sounded quite calm and sensible. Then it went silent. Ford slid down a narrow beam of light and turned around, trying to see where the voice had come from. He could not find anything that looked real. Suddenly, a huge container full of custard tipped over them without warning. Then the space around them began to stretch and bulge in strange ways. They were big and ugly shapes.
You mean how the sea looks calm and solid, but the buildings keep moving up and down, said Ford. There is definitely something very strange happening, he said. I don't know, Ford shouted back. It sounded like some kind of probability number. Like chances, said Ford. You know, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 4 against. It said 2 to the power of 100,000 to 1 against. That means something very unlikely. I don't know, said Ford. I really don't know. I think we're on some kind of spaceship.
"Yes, I thought that was strange too." "What was that voice?" shouted Arthur. "Probability? What do you mean?" "But what does that mean?" cried Arthur. "What, the custard?" "No, the strange number." "I can only guess," said Arthur, "that this is not the first-class section." "Ah," said Arthur as he felt his body turning soft and bending oddly. "Southend looks like it's melting away, the stars are spinning around, everything's turning to dust, my legs are floating away into the sunset, and my left arm has come off too."
2 to the power of 100,000 to 1 against and falling.
A frightening idea suddenly came to him.
Oh no, he said, how am I going to use my digital watch now?
He looked around quickly for Ford.
Ford, he said, you're turning into a penguin. Stop that.
A voice answered. The chance of this happening is 75,000 to 1, and getting smaller.
Ford walked around in fast, strange circles, flapping his wings.
Hey! Who are you? He cried. Where are you? What's happening? Can we stop it?
Please stay calm, said the voice kindly. It sounded like a flight attendant trying to sound calm during an emergency. You are completely safe.
That's not the problem, shouted Ford. The problem is that I'm a completely safe penguin, and my friend here is losing his arms and legs.
It's fine, they're back now, said Arthur. 50,000 to 1 and falling, said the voice. They're a bit longer than normal, said Arthur, but at least they work.
Is there anything important, cried Ford angrily, that you think we should know?
The voice coughed softly. A huge sweet cake bounced away into the distance.
Welcome, said the voice, to the Starship Heart of Gold.
The voice kept talking.
Please don't be frightened by what you see or hear, it said. You may feel strange at first because we saved you from certain death at an improbability level of 276,000 to 1, and it might be higher. We are now flying at 25,000 to 1, and things should return to normal soon, once we understand what normal is. Thank you. 20,000 to 1, and falling.
The voice stopped. Ford and Arthur found themselves inside a small, glowing pink room. Ford looked amazed and thrilled.
Arthur, he said. This is incredible. We're on a spaceship that uses the infinite improbability drive.
This is incredible. I had heard stories about it before. People denied it again and again, but they must have done it. They really built the improbability drive. Arthur, Arthur. What's going on? Arthur was pressing himself hard against the cubicle door, trying to keep it shut. But the door didn't fit well. Tiny furry hands were pushing through the cracks. Their small fingers were covered with ink, and thin voices chattered wildly. Arthur looked up.
Ford, he called, there's an endless number of monkeys outside who want to show us the script for Hamlet they've written.
Chapter 10. The infinite improbability drive is an amazing new way to travel huge distances across space in almost no time at all. It makes space travel possible without all the hard work of moving through hyperspace. It was found by pure luck, and later made into a working engine by a research team from the galactic government on Damagran. Here is the short story of how it was discovered. Scientists already knew how to make small amounts of finite improbability. They did this by connecting the logic parts of a Bambleweenie 57 submeson brain to an atomic vector plotter placed inside a strong Brownian motion source, often something simple, like a cup of hot tea. Machines like that were often used as party tricks to make people laugh. Sometimes they made all the molecules in someone's clothes jump a few centimeters to the side, following the laws of chance. Many serious scientists said they would not take part in that kind of nonsense. They said it was not real science, and maybe they were also annoyed because no one invited them to such parties. These same scientists were also very frustrated because they could not build a machine that could make an infinite improbability field. Such a field was needed to move a spaceship instantly between the farthest stars. In time, they gave up and said the idea was basically impossible. One day, a student who was cleaning up after a failed party started thinking about this problem. He said to himself, if that machine is almost impossible to make, then maybe it is only very unlikely, not fully impossible. If I can find out exactly how unlikely it is, I can put that number into the finite improbability machine, give it a cup of hot tea, and turn it on. He did just that. To his great surprise, he created the first real infinite improbability generator out of nothing at all. He was given a big award by the Galactic Institute for being extremely clever. But soon after, an angry crowd of serious scientists attacked him, as they finally realized that what they hated most was someone being smarter than them. Chapter 11. The control cabin of the Heart of Gold looked like a normal spaceship from the outside, but inside it was spotless because it was brand new. Some of the control chairs still had plastic covers on them. The room was mostly white, shaped like a smooth rectangle about the size of a small restaurant. It wasn't a perfect shape, though. The long sides curved slightly, and the corners had bold, rounded lines. It would have been easier to build it as a simple straight-edged room, but the designers wanted something more interesting. The cabin still looked impressive, filled with big video screens and control panels on one side, and long rows of computers on the other. In one corner sat a robot, its shiny metal head hanging between its knees. It was new and well-made, with bright steel parts, but it somehow seemed like its body pieces did not fit together quite right. In truth, everything was perfect, but the way it sat made it look a little uncomfortable. Zaphod Beeblebrox paced back and forth nervously across the cabin. He ran his hands over the shining controls and laughed with excitement. Trillian was sitting over a group of instruments, reading numbers. Her voice came through the ship's speakers.
5 to 1 against, and falling, she said. 4 to 1 against, and falling, 3 to 1, 2, 1, probability 1 to 1. We are normal again, I repeat, we are normal. She turned her microphone off, then on again, and said with a small smile, anything you still can't handle is your own problem. Please relax. You will be called soon.
Zaphod shouted in frustration, "Who are they, Trillian?"
Trillian turned her seat to face him and lifted her shoulders slightly.
It's just a couple of men we seem to have found floating in space, she said. Section ZZ9 plural Z alpha.
Zaphod frowned and looked annoyed.
"That's very nice of you, Trillian," he said, "but do you really think that was a good idea right now? We're running away, and probably half the galaxy's police are after us already, and we decide to take hitchhikers? Okay, full marks for style, but not for thinking clearly."
He started tapping on the control panel with irritation. Trillian gently moved his hand away before he hit something important. Zaphod might be bold and full of confidence, but he was terrible with machines and could easily damage the ship if he wasn't careful. Trillian had begun to think that his success in life came mostly from not understanding the meaning of his actions.
Zaphod, she said calmly, they were floating in open space with no protection. You wouldn't have wanted them to die, would you?
Well, no, not exactly, but...
Not exactly? Trillian tilted her head. You mean you'd rather someone else found them instead?
Well, maybe someone else could have rescued them.
A second later and it would have been too late.
Yeah, but if you'd thought about it longer, maybe the problem would have solved itself.
You'd really have been fine letting them die?
Well, not fine as such, but...
Anyway, Trillian said, turning back to the controls, I didn't actually pick them up.
What do you mean? Who did, then?
The ship did.
What?
The ship did it on its own.
Who?
While we were using the improbability drive.
But that's amazing.
No, Zaphod, just very, very unlikely.
Yeah.
Listen, Zaphod, she said as she gently touched his arm.
Don't worry about the aliens. I think they are just two ordinary people. I'll send the robot to meet them and bring them here. Hey, Marvin.
In the corner, the robot lifted his head quickly, then it moved a little unsteadily. He stood up slowly, as if it was harder than it should be. He walked across the room with effort and stopped in front of Trillian. It looked like he was staring past her shoulder, not directly at her.
I think you should know that I feel very depressed, he said in a low, hopeless voice.
Oh no, muttered Zaphod, dropping into a seat.
Well, said Trillian with false cheer, here's something to keep you busy and distracted.
It won't help, said Marvin in a dull tone. My mind is much too advanced.
Marvin, said Trillian firmly.
Fine, said Marvin. What do you want me to do?
Go to the number 2 entry bay and bring the 2 aliens here under watch.
Marvin paused for a tiny moment. The sound of his voice changed so slightly that it was almost impossible to notice, but it clearly showed his complete dislike for humans.
That's all? He asked.
Yes, said Trillian in a steady voice.
I won't like it, said Marvin.
Zaphod jumped up from his seat.
She's not asking you to like it, he shouted. Just do it, all right?
Okay, said Marvin slowly, his voice deep and heavy like a broken bell. I'll do it.
Good, said Zaphod quickly. Great. Thank you.
Marvin turned and lifted his triangular red eyes toward him.
I'm not making you feel unhappy, am I? He asked sadly.
No, Marvin, said Trillian kindly. That's perfectly fine, really.
I wouldn't like to think that I'm upsetting you.
No, don't worry about that, said the voice gently. You just behave naturally and everything will be fine.
Are you sure you don't mind? Asked Marvin.
No, Marvin, answered Trillian kindly. It's fine, really. It's just part of life.
Marvin looked at her with his dull electronic eyes.
Life, said Marvin, don't talk to me about life.
He turned sadly and walked out of the cabin. The door closed behind him with a quiet hum and click.
I don't think I can stand that robot much longer, Zaphod, said Trillian with annoyance.
The Encyclopedia Galactica explains that a robot is a mechanical machine built to do human work. The sales team of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation describes a robot as your plastic friend who's fun to be with. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy describes the same marketing team as a group of foolish people who'll be the first to go when the revolution begins. There is also a note saying that anyone interested in writing about robots is welcome to apply for the job. Another version of the Encyclopedia Galactica, which came through a time warp from 1,000 years in the future, describes the same group in these words, a group of foolish people who were the first to go when the revolution began. The strange pink room had disappeared, and the monkeys had gone to a different dimension. Ford and Arthur now stood in the boarding area of the ship. It looked very modern.
I think this ship is brand new, said Ford.
How can you tell? Asked Arthur. Do you have some special tool that measures the age of metal?
No, said Ford. I just found this sales brochure on the floor. It's full of lines about how the universe can be yours. Ah. Look, I was right. He pointed at a page and showed it to Arthur. It says here, amazing new discovery in improbability physics. When the ship's engine reaches infinite improbability, it passes through every point in the universe. Make other governments jealous. Wow, this is top-level technology.
Ford began reading the technical details excitedly, amazed by what he saw. It was clear that galactic science had advanced greatly while he was away. Arthur listened for a while but didn't understand most of it. Soon his thoughts drifted, and he started touching buttons along one of the computer panels. He pressed a big red button that looked tempting. That panel lit up with the message, "Please do not press this button again." Arthur quickly pulled his hand back.
Listen, said Ford, still studying the brochure. They're proud of the ship's cybernetics. It says, a new generation of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation robots and computers with the new GPP feature.
GPP feature, said Arthur. What's that?
It means genuine people personalities.
Oh, said Arthur, that sounds awful.
A voice behind them said, "It is." The voice was deep and sad and came with a faint clanking noise. They turned around and saw a tired-looking metal man standing in the doorway. "What?" they said. "Awful," said Marvin quietly. "Everything is."
Absolutely ghastly. Just don't even say a word about it. "Look at this door," he said as he walked through. His voice took on a fake cheerful tone, copying the style of a product advertisement.
All the doors in this spaceship are happy and positive. They enjoy opening for you, and they feel proud when they close, knowing they have done their job well.
When the door closed behind them, it actually made a pleased sigh.
Hum ah, it said softly.
Marvin stared at the door with cold hatred. His mind buzzed with disgust, almost thinking about hitting it. Then another part of his programming asked, why bother? What's the point? Nothing matters anyway. Other circuits kept themselves busy by studying tiny bits of the door and the people's brain cells. For fun, they checked the hydrogen levels in the nearby space and then turned off in boredom. Marvin gave a small shudder of sadness. He turned away slowly.
"Come on," he said in a dull voice. "I've been told to take you to the bridge. Here I am, with the brain the size of a planet, and they send me to lead you to the bridge. Do you think that's a satisfying job? Because I don't."
He walked back toward the door he hated.
Excuse me, said Ford, hurrying after him. Which government owns this ship?
Marvin didn't reply.
"Watch this door," he muttered. "It's going to open again soon. I can feel its annoying smugness."
The door opened with a friendly little sound, and Marvin stomped through.
"Come on," he said again.
The others quickly followed, and the door shut behind them with proud little clicks.
"Thank you to the marketing division of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation," said Marvin sadly as he walked down the shiny curved corridor. "Let's make robots with real people personalities," they said. "Well, they tested that idea on me. I'm the first one. You can tell, can't you?"
Ford and Arthur looked embarrassed and tried not to answer.
"I hate that door," Marvin continued. "I'm making you miserable too, aren't I?"
Which government? Ford tried again.
"No government owns this ship," said Marvin sharply. "It was stolen."
Stolen? Ford repeated in surprise. Who stole it?
Zaphod Beeblebrox.
Something strange happened to Ford's face. It showed several different expressions: shock, disbelief, and amazement, all at once. His left leg was still mid-step, as if it couldn't remember where the floor was anymore. Chapter 12. Loud music filled the heart of gold as Zaphod tried to find news about himself on the sub-ether radio. The machine was hard to use. In the old days, radios had buttons and dials. Later, they became sensitive to touch, so you only needed to move your fingers over them. Now you just had to wave your hand near the controls and hope it worked. It saved energy, but it was annoying because you had to stay very still if you wanted the same station to keep playing. Zaphod moved his hand again, and the station changed. More music played, but now there was a news report behind it. The news voice shouted over the beat. It said that it was broadcasting to the whole galaxy every hour of the day. It joked about how intelligent life should greet each other and told everyone else to try hitting rocks together. Then the voice became more excited and said the main story was about the stolen prototype of the new improbability drive ship. The thief was none other than Galactic President Zaphod Beeblebrox. The announcer asked if he had finally lost his mind. He reminded listeners that Beeblebrox invented the pan-galactic gargle blaster, used to be a trickster, was praised by eccentrica Galambits, and had been voted the worst-dressed creature in the universe for 7 years in a row. The voice asked if Beeblebrox had an answer this time and said they had spoken to his brain doctor, Gag Halfront. The music faded, and another voice began to speak. It was probably Halfront.
Well, Zaphod is just this guy, you know.
But he didn't finish. An electric pencil flew across the room and hit the radio's control area. Zaphod turned angrily toward Trillian, who had thrown it.
Hey, why did you do that?
Trillian was tapping her finger on a screen covered with numbers. I just had an idea, she said.
Really? Is it so good that you had to interrupt a story about me? He said.
You already hear enough about yourself, she answered.
I'm very insecure, said Zaphod.
We know that, she said. Can we stop talking about your ego for a minute? This is important.
Zaphod smiled and said, if there's anything more important than my ego, I want it found and destroyed right now. He gave her another sharp look, then began to laugh.
Listen, she said.
We picked up those 2 guys.
What 2 guys? He asked. The 2 guys we picked up. Oh right, said Zaphod. Those 2 guys. We found them in Sector ZZ9 plural Z Alpha. Yeah? Said Zaphod, blinking. Said Zaphod. ZZ9 plural Z Alpha. ZZ9 plural Z Alpha? What does the Z mean? Asked Zaphod. Any of them. Hey, yeah. Said Zaphod. Well, what? He replied. Hey, yeah, he said. That's strange. We should have appeared right in the middle of the Horsehead Nebula. How did we end up there instead? That's nowhere. Yeah, but that's a crazy chance, isn't it? He said. Out of all the places in the universe, picking someone up right there? That's too strange. I want to figure this out. Computer. Oh no, said Zaphod.
Trillian asked quietly, does that name mean anything to you? Well? Asked Trillian. Which one? Trillian had a hard time understanding Zaphod. She never knew when he acted stupid on purpose to surprise people, when he acted lazy so that others would think for him, when he acted silly to hide that he did not understand, or when he was really just being foolish. He was famous for being very smart, and he really was clever, but not always. That fact seemed to worry him, so he pretended. He would rather have people confused about him than think badly of him. Trillian thought this attitude was silly, but she no longer wanted to argue. She sighed and brought up a star map on the screen to make things clearer. There, she said, pointing. Right there. Well? Asked Trillian. In her head, she felt herself growing very tired. She said calmly, it's the same area where you picked me up before. She did not answer his question directly. Improbability drive, she said patiently. You told me about it yourself. We passed through every point in the universe, remember? Yes.
Hi there. It said happily, while printing a tiny strip of ticker tape that also said, hi there. The Sirius Cybernetics ship computer, which controlled everything on board, turned on its communication mode. The computer kept speaking in a bright, cheerful voice, as if it were trying to sell cleaning products.
I want you to know that whatever your problem is, I am here to help you solve it.
Yeah, said Zaphod.
Look, I think I'll just use a piece of paper.
Of course, said the computer, while sending its message into the waste bin at the same time.
I understand. If you ever want.
Be quiet, said Zaphod.
He grabbed a pencil and sat next to Trillian at the console.
Okay, said the computer in a hurt voice and stopped talking again.
Zaphod and Trillian studied the numbers that the improbability flight path scanner quietly showed them.
Can we find out, said Zaphod, how unlikely their rescue was from their point of view?
Yes, that is a fixed number, said Trillian. It's 2 to the power of 276,709 to 1 against.
That's really high. They're very, very lucky guys. Yes. But compared to what we were doing when the ship picked them up.
Trillian entered some numbers into the computer. The screen showed 2 to the power of infinity minus 1 to 1 against, which only makes sense in improbability physics.
That's very low, said Zaphod, whistling softly.
Yes, said Trillian and gave him a thoughtful look. That's a large amount of improbability to explain. Something very strange has to happen to make the numbers balance.
Zaphod wrote a few numbers, crossed them out, and threw away the pencil.
I can't figure it out, he said. Well?
Zaphod knocked his two heads together in frustration and clenched his teeth.
Okay, he said. Computer.
The voice system turned on again.
Hello there, it said. I only want to make your day happier and happier.
Yeah, fine. Just be quiet and calculate something for me.
Of course, said the computer. You want a probability forecast based on?
On improbability data, yes.
Okay, said the computer. Here's something interesting. Did you know that most people's lives are controlled by telephone numbers?
A painful look crossed one of Zaphod's faces and reached the other one.
Are you crazy? He said.
No, but you will be when I tell you that.
Trillian gasped. She quickly pressed buttons on the improbability flight path screen.
Telephone number, she said. Did that thing say telephone number?
Numbers began to flash across the screen. Chapter 13. Marvin walked slowly down the corridor, still complaining.
I have this awful pain in all the diodes on my left side, he said sadly.
Really? Asked Arthur in a serious voice as he walked next to him.
Oh yes, said Marvin. I have asked many times to get them fixed, but nobody ever listens.
I believe that, said Arthur.
Ford was making quiet whistling and humming sounds.
Well, he said softly to himself. Zaphod Beeblebrox.
Suddenly Marvin stopped and raised his hand.
You know what has happened now, don't you? He said.
No, what? Asked Arthur, not wanting to hear.
We have reached another door, said Marvin.
There was a sliding door built into the side of the corridor. Marvin looked at it with suspicion.
Well, said Ford impatiently, do we go in?
Do we go in? Repeated Marvin in a dull voice. Yes. This is the entrance to the bridge, he said. I was told to bring you here. It is probably the most difficult thing I will have to do today.
He moved slowly toward the door with clear dislike, as if going after something dangerous. Then the door slid open.
Thank you, it said cheerfully. You have made a simple door very happy.
Marvin's gears turned roughly inside him. It's strange, he said in a gloomy tone, how life always manages to get worse.
He pushed himself through the door, leaving Ford and Arthur looking at each other and shrugging. From inside, they heard Marvin's voice again.
I suppose you want to meet the visitors now, he said. Shall I sit in the corner and rust, or just fall to pieces where I stand?
Just show them in, Marvin, said another voice from the room.
Arthur looked at Ford and was surprised to see him laughing. What's?
Shoo, said Ford. Come on in.
He walked onto the bridge. Arthur followed him nervously. He was shocked to see a strange man sitting back in a chair with his feet on a control panel. The man was using one hand to clean the teeth in one of his heads. That head seemed busy with the job, but the other head was smiling happily and looked very relaxed. Arthur could not believe what he was seeing. His mouth hung open in surprise. The man moved his hand lazily to wave at Ford. He spoke in a calm and careless voice.
Ford, hi, how are you? Glad you could come by.
Ford was not going to act impressed.
Zaphod, he said slowly. Great to see you. You look good. The extra arm looks fine on you. Nice ship you have stolen.
Arthur stared at him in shock.
You mean you know this man? He asked, pointing at Zaphod.
Know him, said Ford. He stopped and then decided to introduce them the other way around. Oh, Zaphod, this is my friend Arthur Dent, he said. I saved him when his planet was destroyed.
Oh sure, said Zaphod. Hi, Arthur, nice you could come. His other head turned a little, said hi, and then went back to cleaning its teeth.
Ford continued. And Arthur, he said, this is my semi-cousin Zaphod Beeble.
We've met, said Arthur quickly.
When someone is driving fast and feeling good, then suddenly makes a mistake that ruins the moment, that is how Ford felt after Arthur's words.
What? Ford said.
I said we've met.
Zaphod looked surprised and poked his gum quickly. Hey, have we? Hey,
Ford turned to Arthur with an angry look. Now that he felt more confident again, he began to feel annoyed with this simple man who knew almost nothing about the galaxy.
What do you mean you've met? He asked. This is Zaphod Beeblebrox from Beetlejuice 5, not Martin Smith from Croydon.
I don't care, said Arthur coldly.
We've met before, haven't we, Zaphod Beeblebrox, or should I say Phil?
What? Shouted Ford.
You'll have to remind me, said Zaphod. I'm terrible at remembering species.
It was at a party, said Arthur.
Yeah, I doubt that, said Zaphod.
Calm down, Arthur, said Ford.
Arthur didn't stop.
A party 6 months ago. On Earth. England.
Zaphod shook his head with a small smile.
London, said Arthur. Islington.
Oh, said Zaphod, looking guilty. That party.
Ford looked from Arthur to Zaphod in complete confusion.
What? He said. Do you mean you've been on that poor little planet too?
No, of course not, said Zaphod lightly. Well, maybe I just dropped by for a moment, on my way somewhere.
But I was trapped there for 15 years, said Ford.
Well, I didn't know that, did I? Said Zaphod. But why were you there? Asked Ford. Just looking around, said Zaphod.
He crashed a party, said Arthur angrily. A fancy dress party.
It had to be that kind, said Ford.
At that party, said Arthur, still upset, there was a girl. Oh, never mind now. The whole place is gone anyway.
I wish you'd stop feeling sorry about that planet, said Ford. Who was she?
Oh, just someone, said Arthur. Well, actually, I was trying to impress her all evening. She was amazing, beautiful, smart, everything. Finally, I got her alone and was talking to her when this friend of yours came up and said, "Hey, is this guy boring you? Talk to me instead. I'm from another planet." I never saw her again.
Zaphod, said Ford in surprise.
Yes, said Arthur, staring at him, trying not to look silly. He had only 2 arms and 1 head then, and he called himself Phil, but still.
Well, you have to admit he really was from another planet, said Trillian, walking over from the other side of the bridge. She smiled kindly at Arthur, but it felt heavy to him, and then she turned back to the ship's controls.
There was quiet for a few seconds. Then Arthur slowly spoke as the thought came to him.
Tricia Macmillan, he said. What are you doing here?
The same as you, she said. I caught a ride. After all, with a degree in math and another in astrophysics, what else could I do? It was that or wait in the job line again on Monday.
Infinity -1, said the computer quickly. Improbability sum now complete.
Trillian, he said, will this sort of thing happen every time we use the improbability drive?
I'm afraid it probably will, she answered.
Chapter 14. The Heart of Gold moved quietly through the dark space, now flying with its normal photon drive. The 4 people on the ship felt uneasy. They knew they were not together by choice or chance, but because of something strange in the laws of the universe. It was as if their lives were controlled by the same mysterious rules that control atoms and molecules. When the ship's artificial night began, they each went to their own rooms, glad to be alone with their thoughts. Trillian could not sleep. She sat on a couch and looked at a small cage. Inside were 2 white mice, her only connection to Earth. She had made Zaphod agree to let her bring them. She had already accepted that she would never see Earth again, but now she felt strange about the news that the planet was destroyed. It did not feel real to her, and she couldn't find the right thoughts about it. She watched the mice running around and spinning in their little wheels until that was all she could see. Suddenly she stood up, shook her head, and went to the bridge of the ship. There she looked at the blinking lights and moving numbers that showed the ship's journey through space. She wished she knew what she was trying not to think about. Zaphod also could not sleep. He too wished he could understand what he was avoiding in his mind. For as long as he could remember, he had often felt that something was missing in himself. Most of the time he ignored the feeling, but now it had come back strongly after Ford Prefect and Arthur Dent suddenly appeared. It seemed to follow some plan that he could not understand. Ford stayed awake because he was too excited. He was traveling again after 15 long years stuck on one planet. Just when he had almost lost hope, he was free again. Traveling with Zaphod sounded fun, though Ford felt that there was something strange about his semi-cousin. He couldn't tell what it was. The fact that Zaphod had become president of the galaxy was shocking, and how he left the job was even stranger. Ford wondered if there was a reason for it. There was no use asking Zaphod, he never seemed to have reasons for anything. He turned confusion into an art. He did everything with a mix of great cleverness and total carelessness, and it was hard to know which one was which. Arthur slept deeply because he was extremely tired. A soft sound came from Zaphod's door. It slid open.
Zaphod?
Yeah,
Trillian stood in the doorway, framed by the light.
I think we've just found what you came here to look for.
really? Yeah,
Ford finally gave up trying to sleep. There was a small computer and keyboard in his room. He sat down and tried to write a new article for the guide about Vogons. But he couldn't find the right angry words, so he stopped. He put on a robe and went to walk on the bridge. When he arrived, he was surprised to see 2 people bending over the control panels, full of excitement.
Look, said Trillian. The ship is about to go into orbit. There's a planet there, exactly where you said it would be.
Ford, he whispered. Hey, come look at this.
Ford stepped closer and looked. A list of numbers was blinking on the screen.
Do you know those galactic coordinates? Asked Zaphod.
No, said Ford.
I'll give you a clue. Computer.
Hi, everyone, said the computer happily. This is fun, isn't it?
Be quiet, said Zaphod. Show the screens.
The lights on the bridge grew dim. Small lights moved across the control panels and shone in their eyes as they looked at the large outer screens. There was nothing on them at all.
Recognize that, whispered Zaphod.
Ford frowned. No, he said. What do you see?
Nothing. Do you know what that is? What are you talking about?
We're inside the Horsehead Nebula. It's a huge dark cloud. And I was supposed to know that from a blank screen? Only inside a dark nebula would the screen look so dark. Good point.
Zaphod laughed loudly. He looked very excited, almost like a child.
Wow, this is amazing. This is just unbelievable. What do you think we could find here? Said Zaphod eagerly. Nothing. No stars? No planets? No. Computer, shouted Zaphod. Turn the view around 180 degrees and don't say anything about it.
For a few moments, nothing changed. Then a small brightness began to appear on the edge of the huge screen. A red star the size of a small plate slowly moved across it, followed by another one close behind. They were a pair of stars that moved together. After that, a large bright curve entered the corner of the screen. It shone red and then faded into black. It was the dark side of a planet.
"I've found it," shouted Zaphod, hitting the control panel. "I've found it."
Ford looked at him in surprise.
What is it?
Chapter 15. Long ago, in the early days of the old galactic empire, life was exciting, rich, and free from most taxes. Large starships traveled between amazing suns, looking for adventure and profit across the far parts of space. Back then, people were brave and took big risks. Everyone wanted to achieve something great. Many dared to face dangers and do things no one had done before, and through their courage, the empire was built. Many people became very rich, but that seemed normal and not something to feel guilty about, because no one important was poor. However, for the richest and most successful traders, life slowly became boring. They started to feel unhappy and blamed the planets where they lived. Each world seemed to have something wrong with it. Sometimes the weather felt strange in the afternoon. Sometimes the days were just a little too long. Sometimes the color of the sea was not quite right. Because of this, a new, very special industry began, the making of luxury planets. The main place for this business was the planet Magrathea. There, great space engineers pulled matter through special holes in space to create dream worlds. They made planets of gold, planets of platinum, even soft ones that shook often like rubber worlds. Every planet was built with great care to satisfy the huge demands of the galaxy's richest people. This business became so successful that Magrathea soon turned into the richest planet that had ever existed. The rest of the galaxy became very poor, and the system fell apart. The mighty empire collapsed, and billions of empty worlds were left silent and hungry. Only the quiet sound of writers could be heard as they worked through the nights, trying to explain why planned economies were better. In the end, Magrathea disappeared. People slowly forgot it, and its name became only a story from the past. Nobody in modern times believes it was ever real. Chapter 16. Arthur woke up because he heard people arguing and went to the bridge. Ford was waving his arms and shouting at Zaphod.
"You're crazy, Zaphod," he said. "Magrathea is just a myth. It's a bedtime story parents tell their children if they want them to become economists."
"And that's the planet we're flying around right now," Zaphod said firmly.
"I can't help if you're lost in fantasy," Ford replied, "but this ship..."
"Computer," shouted Zaphod.
"Oh no," said Ford.
"Hi there. I'm Eddie, your ship's computer," said a bright voice. "I'm feeling great today, and I know I'll really enjoy any program you want to run."
Arthur looked at Trillian with confusion. She waved at him to come closer and stay quiet.
"Computer," said Zaphod, "tell us our current flight path."
"With pleasure," the computer replied quickly. "We are now in orbit, 300 miles above the legendary planet Magrathea.
That proves nothing, said Ford. I wouldn't trust that computer to tell me my own weight.
I can do that, said the computer happily. I can even calculate your personality problems if you like.
Trillian spoke before Zaphod could answer. Zaphod, in a minute we'll move to the daylight side of the planet, she said calmly. Whatever planet it really is.
What do you mean by that? Asked Zaphod. The planet is in the right place, isn't it?
Yes, I see there's a planet, said Trillian. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that it could be any frozen rock out there. The sunrise is coming soon if you want to see it.
Fine, fine, said Zaphod impatiently. Let's at least enjoy the view. Computer.
Hi there. What can I?
Stop talking and show us the planet again, Zaphod ordered.
The screen filled once more with a dark, empty world turning slowly beneath them. They watched silently for a few moments, but Zaphod couldn't stay still. He was full of energy and excitement.
We're flying over the dark side now, he said in a quiet voice.
The planet moved slowly beneath them.
The surface is 300 miles below us, he continued, trying to make the moment sound grand and important. Magrathea. He felt annoyed because Ford still didn't believe him. Magrathea. In a few seconds, he said, we should see there.
The moment seemed to hold its own power. Even the most experienced space traveler would shiver at the beauty of a sunrise seen from space. But a sunrise with two suns was one of the galaxy's greatest wonders. From complete darkness, a sharp point of light appeared. It grew slowly and then stretched out in a thin, bright curve. Within moments, two suns were shining together, burning the black horizon with white fire. Strong colors cut through the thin air below them.
The fires of dawn, whispered Zaphod. The twin sons of Sulianis and Ram.
Or something like that, Ford said quietly.
Sulianis and Ram. Zaphod repeated firmly.
The suns burned into the dark space, and a soft, strange sound filled the bridge. Marvin was humming in a bored way because he disliked humans so much. Ford stared at the lights outside and felt a small thrill of excitement. He was excited only because he was seeing a new planet. That was enough for him. He felt annoyed that Zaphod always had to give the scene some silly fantasy before he could enjoy it. The whole Magrathea story seemed childish to him. He thought, isn't it enough to see that a garden is beautiful without believing in fairies living in it? Arthur found the talk about Magrathea completely confusing. He moved closer to Trillian and quietly asked her what was happening.
I only know what Zaphod has told me, she whispered. Apparently Magrathea is some kind of very old legend that most people don't believe in anymore. It's like Atlantis on Earth, except the stories say the Magratheans used to build planets.
Arthur looked at the screens and had the feeling that he was missing something important. Then he realized what it was.
Is there any tea on this spaceship? He asked.
The ship, the Heart of Gold, moved quickly around the planet. More of the surface came into view. The suns now stood high in the black sky. The bright colors of dawn were gone, and the planet looked gray, dusty, and strangely empty. It looked cold and lifeless. Sometimes shapes appeared on the horizon, deep valleys, mountains, or maybe cities. But as they came closer, the shapes faded and disappeared. The land looked soft and blurry, changed by time and slow winds that had moved across it for ages. It was clear that the planet was very old. Ford began to feel uncertain as he watched the dull surface below. He felt the huge weight of time pressing on him and cleared his throat.
Well, even if it really is.
It is, said Zaphod.
Which it isn't, Ford continued. What do you want with it anyway? There's nothing there.
Not on the surface, said Zaphod.
All right, but if there is something, Ford said, I guess you're not here for the history lesson. So what are you really after?
One of Zaphod's heads turned away. The other looked around to see what the first one was looking at, but there wasn't much to see.
Well, said Zaphod lazily, it's partly curiosity, partly adventure, but mostly fame and money.
Ford stared at him sharply. He got the strong feeling that Zaphod had no real idea why he was there at all.
You know, I don't like the look of that planet, said Trillian, shivering.
Don't worry, said Zaphod. With half the old galactic empire's wealth buried somewhere on it, it can afford to look a bit shabby.
Chapter 17. Arthur's morning had started badly, but his thoughts were slowly settling after all the confusion of the day before. He found a new nutramatic machine that gave him a plastic cup filled with something that tasted very similar to tea, but not exactly like it. The machine was interesting. When a person pressed the drink button, it quickly studied the person's taste buds and body chemistry, then sent small signals to the brain to find out what kind of drink the person might enjoy. No one really understood why it did this, because it always produced a drink that seemed almost, but not completely, like tea. The nutramatic was made by the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation, whose complaints offices now cover many parts of the first 3 planets in the Sirius Tau star system. Arthur drank the strange liquid and felt more awake. He looked up at the screens and saw more miles of empty grey land pass by. Then a question came to his mind.
Is it safe? He asked.
Magrathea's been dead for 5 million years, said Zaphod. Of course it's safe. Even the ghosts must have settled down and had families by now.
Suddenly a strange sound filled the control room. It was soft and hollow, like music played from far away. After that came a voice, weak and echoing, but clear enough to hear.
Greetings to you, it said.
Someone from the dead planet was speaking to them.
Computer, shouted Zaphod.
Hi there, answered the computer. What's that sound? It's only a 5 million-year-old recording being sent to us.
A recording? Quiet, said Ford. It's continuing.
The voice sounded old and polite, even friendly, but there was something uneasy beneath it. This is a recorded message, it said. We are not here at the moment. The Commercial Council of Magrathea thanks you for visiting.
A voice from ancient Magrathea, cried Zaphod.
Let it finish, said Ford.
But we regret that the whole planet is closed for business. Thank you. If you would like to leave your name and the location of your planet, please speak after the tone.
A short buzz followed, and then silence.
They're telling us to go away, said Trillian quietly. What should we do?
It's just a recording, said Zaphod. We keep going. Got that, computer?
I understand, said the computer and made the ship move faster.
They waited. After a moment, the same music played again. Then the voice returned.
We want to assure you that when our business starts again, notices will appear in all popular magazines and stylish guides, so our clients can once again enjoy the very best in modern geography.
The voice now sounded even more dangerous.
Meanwhile, we thank our clients for their interest and ask them to leave. Now.
Arthur looked at the worried faces around him.
I guess we should go then, right? He said.
Quiet, said Zaphod. There's really nothing to worry about. Then why is everyone so nervous? Asked Arthur. They're only interested, shouted Zaphod. Computer, go down into the atmosphere and get ready to land.
This time the welcoming music was short and empty. The voice sounded cold.
It gives us great pleasure that you are still excited about our planet, it said. We want to assure you that the guided missiles now flying toward your ship are part of a special service for our most eager visitors. And of course, the nuclear weapons are only a polite extra. We hope to serve you in your next lives. Thank you.
The voice stopped suddenly.
Oh, said Trillian.
Said Arthur.
Well, said Ford.
Listen, said Zaphod. Can't you understand? That was only a recorded message. It's millions of years old. It doesn't mean anything for us, okay?
Trillian spoke quietly. What about the missiles?
Missiles? Don't be silly.
Ford touched Zaphod's shoulder and pointed at the back screen. Far behind them, two shining shapes were flying up through the sky toward the ship. When the computer focused closer, they saw them clearly, two huge rockets racing through the air. It was so sudden that everyone froze for a moment. I think they really do mean it, said Ford.
Zaphod stared at the rockets with surprise. Wow, this is amazing, he said.
He said,
Someone down there wants to kill us. Great, said Arthur. But don't you see what this means?
Yes. We're going to die.
Yes, but not just that. Not just that? It means we must have discovered something important. Then how soon can we get away from it?
The picture of the missiles on the screen grew bigger every second. They had turned toward them and were now flying straight in their direction. Only the front parts of the warheads could be seen.
As a small detail, said Trillian, what are we going to do?
Stay calm, said Zaphod. That's it, shouted Arthur. No, we're also going to, make the ship move away quickly, said Zaphod suddenly, trying not to panic. Computer, what moves can we use to escape?
I'm sorry, guys, said the computer, none at the moment. Or maybe something. Said Zaphod, still unsure. My guidance system is blocked by something, said the computer happily. Impact in 45 seconds. Please call me Eddie if that helps you feel better.
Zaphod started to run around, trying to make decisions in too many directions.
Okay, he said. We have to fly the ship by hand.
Do you know how to fly it? Asked Ford calmly. No, do you? No. Trillian, do you?
No.
Fine, said Zaphod, calming down. We'll do it together.
I can't either, said Arthur.
He felt it was time to show that he could make decisions too.
I guessed as much, said Zaphod. Okay, computer, give me full manual control now.
You got it, said the computer.
Several big panels on the desk opened up, and many control consoles appeared. Bits of packaging and plastic flew into the air because no one had ever used these controls before. Zaphod looked at them with surprise.
Okay, Ford, he said. Full reverse power and turn right 10 degrees. Or something like that.
Good luck, everyone, said the computer cheerfully. Impact in 30 seconds.
Ford jumped to the controls. He only understood a few of the buttons, so he pressed those. The ship shook and screamed as the engines tried to move it in many directions at once. He let go of half the controls, and the ship turned quickly and flew back toward the missiles.
Soft air cushions instantly came out of the walls, pressing everyone against them. For a few seconds, no one could move or breathe properly. Zaphod struggled in panic and finally kicked one small lever. The lever broke. The ship spun around and shot upward. Everyone was thrown across the cabin. Ford's copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy hit another part of the controls. The guide started to explain to anyone who wanted to listen about how to smuggle rare bird parts from Antares. While it did this, the ship suddenly began to fall fast. At that moment, one of the crew got a painful bruise on the arm. This is important to mention because except for that, they were all safe. The deadly missiles did not hit the ship. Everyone's safety was completely certain.
Impact in 20 seconds, said the computer.
Then start the engines again, shouted Zaphod.
Of course, said the computer.
With a strong noise, the engines came back to life. The ship stopped falling and began flying smoothly again toward the missiles. Then the computer started to sing a song. Zaphod yelled for it to stop, but his voice was lost under the noise of the engines and alarms. The ship had turned upside down when it leveled out, so the crew was lying on the ceiling. Now no one could reach the controls. The two missiles grew larger on the screen as they came closer. By incredible luck, they had not completely fixed their direction to follow the moving ship, and they flew right below it.
Revised impact time, 15 seconds, said the computer.
The missiles turned and came chasing again.
This is it, said Arthur, watching them. We're definitely going to die now, aren't we?
I wish you'd stop saying that, shouted Ford.
But it's true, isn't it? Yes. A sudden idea came to Arthur. He stood up with effort. Why doesn't anyone use this improbability drive thing, he said. We could probably reach it.
Are you out of your mind, said Zaphod. Without proper programming, anything could happen.
Does that really matter now? Shouted Arthur.
Chapter 18. The Heart of Gold moved forward as if nothing strange had happened. Its inside looked different, now larger and decorated with soft green and blue colors. In the center stood a spiral staircase surrounded by ferns and yellow flowers, but it didn't lead anywhere. Beside it, a stone stand held the main computer screen. The lights and mirrors made it feel like they were in a glass conservatory looking over a perfect garden. Around the edges stood small tables with marble tops and beautiful iron legs. When someone looked into the marble, the faint shapes of tools could be seen, and these tools appeared at once when touched. From certain angles, the mirrors seemed to show all the computer's readings, though no one could tell where the reflections came from. The whole place looked amazingly beautiful.
Zaphod Beeblebrox sat back in a woven chair and said, "What just happened?"
Arthur was resting near a small pool with fish. He said, "Well, I was talking about the improbability drive switch that was right there." He pointed to the spot, but now a potted plant stood in its place.
Where are we? Asked Ford, who was sitting on the staircase and holding a cold pan-galactic gargle blaster. I think we are still in the same place, Trillian said. Just then the mirrors showed the dead and dusty surface of Magrathea still below them.
Zaphod jumped up quickly. "Then what happened to the missiles?" he asked.
A new picture appeared in the mirrors. They seem, said Ford slowly, to have become a bowl of flowers and a very surprised whale.
At an improbability level, said Eddie the computer, of 8,767,128 to 1.
Zaphod looked at Arthur and asked, "Was that your idea, Earthman?"
Well, said Arthur,
That was smart, said Zaphod. You turned on the improbability drive for a moment without using the safety screens first. You saved our lives.
Oh, said Arthur, it wasn't a big deal.
Wasn't it? Said Zaphod. Well, forget it then. Okay, computer, get ready to land. But I said forget it.
Another thing people forgot was that, against all chance, a giant sperm whale suddenly appeared several miles above the ground of a strange planet. This was not a good place for a whale to be, and the poor creature had only a short moment to understand that it was a whale before it stopped being one. Here is a record of its thoughts, from the moment it came to life until the moment it ended.
Ah! What's happening? It thought. Excuse me, who am I? Hello? Why am I here? What is my reason for living? What does it even mean to ask who I am? Calm down, let's think clearly. Oh. This feeling is interesting, what is it? It's a kind of warm, ticklish feeling in my, well, I guess I should start giving names to things. If I want to make sense of something that I'll call the world, I'll call this part my stomach. Good. Oh, the feeling is getting stronger. And what about that loud whistling sound near what I'll call my head? Maybe I can call it wind. Is that the right word? It will do for now. Maybe I'll find a better name later when I know what it does. It seems quite important because there is a lot of it. Hey! What's this long thing behind me? I'll call it a tail. Wow! I can move it around a lot. That feels great. It doesn't seem very useful yet, but I'll find out more later. Now, do I have any clear idea of what's happening? No. Never mind. This is exciting. There's so much to discover and look forward to. I feel dizzy with excitement, or maybe that's the wind. There's really a lot of it, isn't there? And wow! What's this huge thing coming toward me so quickly? Very quickly. It's big, wide, and flat. It needs a strong-sounding name, maybe ground. Yes, that's good, the ground. I wonder if it will be friendly.
Then came a sudden splash and silence. Strangely, as a bowl of petunias fell nearby, the only thought in its mind was, "Oh no, not again." Many people have wondered why it thought that. Some say if we could understand the reason, we would know much more about the universe. Chapter 19. "Are we taking this robot with us?" asked Ford. He looked unhappily at Marvin, who stood under a small palm tree, bent forward in a miserable way. Zaphod turned away from the mirror screen showing the empty, damaged land where their ship, the Heart of Gold, had landed. "Oh, the paranoid android," he said. "Yes, we'll take him." "But what can you do with a robot that is always depressed?" asked Ford.
"You think your life is hard," said Marvin in a slow, unhappy voice. "What should I do if I'm a robot who feels depressed all the time? Don't answer that. I'm 50,000 times smarter than you, and even I can't solve that problem. It gives me a headache just trying to think at your level."
Trillian suddenly ran in from her cabin. "My white mice have escaped," she said. Zaphod did not look worried at all. "Forget your white mice," he said. Trillian gave him an angry look and left the room again. Her words might have seemed more important if people knew that humans were only the third most intelligent life form on Earth, not the second, as most people believed. "Good afternoon, boys," said a voice. It sounded familiar but strange, a bit like a kind female voice. It came from the computer, which spoke to the crew as they arrived at the airlock door leading to the planet's surface. They looked at each other, confused. "It's the computer," Zaphod explained. "I found an emergency backup personality in its system. I thought it might work better."
"Now this is your first day on a new world," said the computer, now speaking with its cheerful motherly voice. "So I want you all to stay warm and safe, and don't play with any naughty monsters."
Zaphod hit the hatch impatiently. "I'm sorry," he said, "I think we might be better off with a slide rule."
"Who said that?" snapped the computer.
"Will you please open the hatch, computer?" asked Zaphod carefully, trying not to lose his temper.
"Not until whoever said that confesses," said the computer sharply.
"Oh no," muttered Ford, leaning against the wall. He started to count to 10. He was very worried that one day, intelligent beings might forget how to do this simple act. Only by counting could humans show they were still free from computer control.
"Come on," said Eddie firmly. "I'm waiting," interrupted Eddie. "I can wait all day if I have to."
"Computer," began Zaphod. "Computer," said Zaphod again. He had been trying to think of a clever argument that would make the computer stop acting superior, but he gave up. "Listen," he said, "if you don't open that exit door right now, I'll go straight to your main databanks and reprogram you with a big axe, understand?"
Eddie was shocked and silent for a moment. Ford kept counting quietly. This was about the worst thing anyone could say to a computer. It was like walking up to a person and whispering blood again and again.
At last, Eddie said in a calm voice, "I can see this relationship is going to take some effort from all of us."
Then the door opened. A freezing wind rushed inside. They hugged themselves for warmth and walked down the ramp onto the empty, dusty ground of Magrathea.
"It will all end in tears, I just know it," Eddie called after them, and then he closed the door again.
A few minutes later, he opened and closed it once more, following an order that completely surprised him. Chapter 20. 5 figures walked slowly across the ruined land. Some parts looked dull grey, others were a faded brown, and the rest were even less interesting. It looked like a dried-up swamp, empty of all plants and covered with a thin layer of dust. The air was freezing cold. Zaphod looked unhappy and went off on his own, disappearing behind a small rise in the ground. The wind hurt Arthur's eyes and ears, and the dry, thin air made his throat feel tight. But what was troubled most was his mind.
"It's amazing," he said, and his own voice sounded strange in the cold air.
Sound did not travel well in the thin air.
"This place is so empty," said Ford. "I would have more fun in a box of cat litter."
He was starting to feel very annoyed. He had seen many planets full of strange and exciting life across the galaxy, but after 15 years of being lost, he had to end up on such a boring world. There was not even a small food stand to be found. He bent down and picked up a cold clump of dirt, but there was nothing under it. It did not seem worth coming here from so far away.
"No," said Arthur firmly, "don't you see? This is the first time I've ever stood on another world, a real alien planet." He paused and added, "It's a shame it's so ugly though."
Trillian wrapped her arms around herself and shook a little. She looked worried. Out of the corner of her eye she thought she saw something move, but when she turned her head, she only saw the ship behind them, quiet and still about 100 yards away. A few seconds later, she saw Zaphod on top of a small hill, waving for them to come. He seemed very excited, but they could not hear his words clearly because the air was thin and the wind was blowing. When they got closer, they noticed that the raised ground formed a large circle. It was a wide crater, maybe 150 yards across. Around the edge of the crater, the ground was covered with red and black lumps. They stopped to look at one. It felt sticky and soft. Then, to their shock, they understood that it was fresh whale meat. When they reached the top of the crater, Zaphod pointed inside.
"Look," he said.
In the middle lay the body of a sperm whale that had exploded. It had not lived long enough to understand what had happened to it. The only sound was Trillian's quiet and uneasy breathing. "I suppose there's no reason to try to hide it," said Arthur quietly, then immediately regretted speaking.
"Come on," said Zaphod, as he began walking back down into the crater.
"Down there?" asked Trillian, her face showing clear dislike.
"Yeah," said Zaphod. "Come on, I want to show you something."
"We can already see it," said Trillian.
"Not that," Zaphod replied. "Something else. Come on."
They all stood still for a moment, unsure.
"Come on," Zaphod repeated firmly. "I found an entrance."
"An entrance," said Arthur, sounding shocked.
"Yes," said Zaphod. "It leads inside the planet. It's an underground tunnel. The crash from the whale broke it open, and that's where we need to go. No one has been there for millions of years, deep into the very history of time itself."
Marvin started humming in his gloomy, sarcastic way again. Zaphod hit him lightly and he stopped. Still feeling uncomfortable, the group followed Zaphod down the slope into the crater, trying not to look at the sad remains of the whale.
"Life," said Marvin sadly, You can hate it or ignore it, but you can't enjoy it.
The ground had collapsed where the whale had fallen, showing a maze of tunnels and chambers. Most of them were blocked by fallen rocks and other debris. Zaphod had already begun clearing a way through one of them, but Marvin managed to do it much more quickly. Cool, damp air drifted out from the darkness, and when Zaphod pointed his flashlight inside, they could barely see anything in the dusty shadows.
According to stories, said Zaphod, the Magrathians spent most of their lives under the ground.
Why did they do that? Asked Arthur. Was the surface too dirty or full of people?
No, I don't think so, said Zaphod. I guess they just didn't like it.
Are you sure this is safe? Said Trillian, looking into the dark tunnel with worry. We've already been attacked once.
Relax, said Zaphod. No one's alive on this planet except the four of us. So let's move. Hey, Earthman.
Arthur, said Arthur.
Yeah, right. Can you stay here with the robot and watch this end of the tunnel? Just to be safe.
Guard it, said Arthur. Guard it from what? You just said no one's here.
Yeah, I know, but it's good to be careful, said Zaphod.
Careful for whose safety? Asked Arthur.
Good question. Anyway, thanks, said Zaphod. Let's go.
Zaphod climbed down into the tunnel, followed by Trillian and Ford.
I hope you all have a perfectly terrible time, said Arthur unhappily.
Don't worry, said Marvin. They will.
In a few seconds, they were out of sight. Arthur walked around angrily, but then he realized that a whale's graveyard was not a safe place to stomp about. Marvin looked at him with a sad expression, then switched himself off. Zaphod walked quickly down the passageway. He was very nervous but tried to hide it by walking with confidence. He moved his light around the room. The walls were covered with dark tiles that felt cold. The air smelled old and full of decay.
There, what did I tell you? He said. An inhabited planet. Magrathea.
He kept walking through the dust and broken pieces on the floor. Trillian thought it looked a bit like the London Underground, though not quite as dirty. Now and then, the tiles changed to colorful mosaics with sharp patterns. Trillian stopped to look at one but could not understand what it meant. She called to Zaphod.
Hey, do you know what these strange symbols mean?
I think they're just strange symbols, said Zaphod, without turning around.
Trillian shrugged and followed him. Sometimes they passed doors that led to small rooms on either side. Ford went into one and found broken computer machines inside. He pulled Zaphod in to see them. Trillian came, too.
Look, said Ford, you really think this is Magrathea?
Yeah, said Zaphod. And we heard that voice, remember?
Okay, said Ford. So I believe this is Magrathea, at least for now. But you still haven't said how in the galaxy you found it. You didn't just see it in a star map.
Research. Government records. Detective work. Some lucky guesses. Easy, said Zaphod. And then you stole the heart of gold to come look for it, asked Ford. I stole it to look for many things, said Zaphod. Many things? Ford asked, surprised. Like what? I don't know, said Zaphod. What? I don't know what I'm looking for. Why not? Because, maybe, if I knew, I wouldn't be able to look for them, said Zaphod. What, are you crazy? Asked Ford. It's possible, Zaphod said quietly. I only know what my mind lets me understand right now. And I don't think my mind is working well at the moment.
For a while, no one said anything. Ford looked at Zaphod, feeling very worried. Listen, old friend, if you want to, Ford began at last.
No, wait, Zaphod interrupted. I want to tell you something. I usually just follow my ideas, he said. When I think about doing something, I just go and do it. I decide to become president of the galaxy, and somehow, it happens easily. I decide to steal this ship or to look for Magrathea, and it all works out fine. Sure, I plan things, but it always seems to go right. It's like having a credit card that keeps working even though you never pay the bill. And when I stop to ask myself why I wanted to do something or how I knew how to do it, I suddenly really don't want to think about it anymore. Like right now, it feels hard to talk about this.
Zaphod stayed quiet for a moment. There was silence. Then he frowned.
Last night, he said, I was worried again. It felt like part of my mind was not working properly. Then I thought maybe someone else was using that part of my mind to think good ideas without telling me. So maybe that person blocked off part of my brain so I couldn't use it myself. I wanted to know if I could find out more. I went to the ship's medical room and connected myself to the brain screening machine. I did every important test on both of my heads, the same tests I once took before becoming president. Everything looked normal. Nothing strange appeared. The tests showed I was smart, creative, careless, unreliable, and outgoing, just as expected. There were no other problems. Then I started making my own tests, completely random ones. Still nothing. Next, I tried placing the results from one head on top of those from the other head. Again, nothing. Finally, I thought I was just being paranoid and decided to stop. Before I finished, I tried one last thing. I looked at the combined results through a green filter. You remember I always liked the color green when I was a kid? I always dreamed of flying one of those trading scout ships.
Ford nodded.
And then I saw it, Zaphod said. It was clear as day. In the middle of both brains there was a whole section that connected only to itself and to nothing else around it.
Some awful person had burned parts of his brain and damaged them with electronic tools.
Ford stared at him in shock.
Trillian turned pale.
Someone did that to you, whispered Ford.
Yes, said Zaphod.
But do you know who did it? Or why? Asked Ford.
I can only guess why, said Zaphod. But I do know who it was.
You know? How can you know that? Asked Ford.
Because they burned their initials into the damaged parts, said Zaphod. They left them where I could see them.
Ford looked at him with horror and felt his skin crawl. Initials? Burned into your brain, he said.
Yes, Zaphod answered quietly.
Well, what were they? Asked Ford.
Zaphod looked away. Z-U-B, he said softly.
At that moment a metal door slammed down behind them, and gas started to fill the room.
I'll tell you later, Zaphod gasped as all three lost consciousness.
Chapter 21. On the surface of Magrathea, Arthur walked around feeling gloomy. Ford had kindly left him a copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to help pass the time. Arthur pressed a few buttons on it without much thought. The guide was known to be unevenly put together, full of random entries that the editors had added just because they seemed interesting. Arthur found a story about a quiet student named Veet Vujik who studied old languages, ethics, and a strange science of how people see history. One night, after drinking pan-galactic gargle blasters with Zaphod Beeblebrox, Veet started worrying about where all his ballpoint pens had gone. He spent a long time researching this problem and visited many parts of the galaxy where people often lost pens. In the end, he suggested that somewhere in space there was a planet only for ballpoint pens. He said that lost pens quietly traveled there through small holes in space, to enjoy a good life made just for pens. The idea became quite popular for a while. Everything was amusing until Veet claimed he had actually found this planet. He said he had worked there as a driver for a family of cheap green pens. Soon after that, he was taken away, locked up, wrote a book, and was later forced to leave for tax reasons. That was the usual end for people who make themselves look foolish in public. An expedition later went to the location he had named. They found only a small asteroid with one old man on it. The man kept saying that nothing was true, although this was discovered to be a lie. Still, people wondered about the mysterious 60,000 Altarian dollars that appeared in his bank account every year, and about Zaphod Beeblebrox's very successful used pen business. Arthur finished reading and put the book down. The robot still sat there without moving. Arthur stood up and walked to the edge of the crater. He walked around it for a while. Then he watched the two suns set beautifully over Magrathea. He went back down into the crater. He decided to wake the robot, because even a sad robot was better than no company at all.
It's getting dark, said Arthur. Look, the stars are coming out.
In the middle of a dark nebula, you can only see a few faint stars, but they were there. The robot looked at them, then looked back at Arthur.
I know, he said. Terrible, isn't it?
But that sunset. I've never seen anything like it before. The two suns looked like mountains made of fire rising into the sky.
I've seen it, said Marvin. It's boring.
We only had one sun where I come from, said Arthur, still trying to talk. I lived on a planet called Earth, you know.
I know, said Marvin. You keep talking about it. It sounds terrible.
Oh no, it was beautiful, said Arthur. Did it have oceans? Asked Marvin. Yes, sighed Arthur. Large, wide blue oceans.
I don't like oceans, said Marvin. Do you get along with other robots? Asked Arthur. I hate them, said Marvin. Where are you going?
Arthur couldn't listen to him anymore. He stood up again. I think I'll take another walk, he said. Can't blame you, said Marvin, and he started counting hundreds of billions of sheep before falling asleep again a second later. Arthur rubbed his arms to warm himself and get his blood moving. He climbed back up the side of the crater. The air was very thin, and there was no moon. Because of that, night came very fast, and soon it was completely dark. Arthur almost walked straight into an old man before he saw him. Chapter 22. The old man was standing with his back to Arthur, watching the last bit of light disappear behind the horizon. He was fairly tall and old, wearing one long grey robe. When he turned, his face looked thin and serious but also kind. He looked like someone you could trust. But for a while, he didn't turn, not even when Arthur cried out in surprise. When the final bit of sunlight vanished, the man slowly turned around. His face still had a quiet light on it, and Arthur looked around to see where it came from. A few meters away, he saw a small craft, probably a small hovercraft, he thought. It gave off a dim circle of light around it. The man looked at Arthur, and his eyes seemed sad.
You chose a cold night to visit our dead planet, he said.
Who are you? Asked Arthur nervously.
The man looked away again, and the sadness on his face deepened. My name is not important, he said quietly. He looked like he was thinking deeply about something and didn't feel the need to speak quickly.
Arthur felt uncomfortable. You frightened me, he said awkwardly.
The man raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, he said.
I said you frightened me.
Don't be afraid, the man replied. I will not hurt you.
Arthur frowned. But you attacked us. There were missiles, he said.
The man looked down into the crater. The faint red light from Marvin's eyes made weak shadows move across the large body of the whale. The man gave a small laugh.
That was just an automatic system, he said and sighed softly. There are ancient computers deep inside this planet that still work. They have been running through endless years, and sometimes they become bored. So they fire now and then, just to break the silence. He looked at Arthur seriously and said, "I'm a great admirer of science, you know."
"Oh, really?" said Arthur.
Said Arthur, who was starting to feel uncomfortable because of the man's strange but friendly manner.
"Oh yes," said the old man, and then he simply stopped talking again.
"Ah," said Arthur, He had a strange feeling, as if he were doing something wrong and someone had caught him, then acted completely normal before leaving.
"You look uneasy," said the old man kindly.
No. Well, yes. Actually, you see, we didn't expect to meet anyone here. I thought everyone was gone or, maybe dead."
"Dead?" said the old man. "Oh no, certainly not. We have only been asleep."
"Asleep," said Arthur in surprise.
"Yes, we slept through the economic recession," said the old man, not worried about whether Arthur understood him.
Arthur asked again, "Economic recession?"
"Well, about 5 million years ago the galactic economy collapsed," explained the old man. "Planets made to order were very expensive, you see."
He stopped and looked at Arthur. "You do know that we built planets, don't you?" he asked seriously. "Yes," said Arthur, "I sort of guessed that."
"It was a wonderful business," said the old man, with a sad little smile. "My favorite part was designing the coastlines. I loved making the small details in the fjords. Anyway," he continued, "the recession arrived, and we thought it would be easier if we just slept until it ended. So we made the computers wake us when things improved."
He tried not to yawn and went on.
"The computers were connected to the galactic stock market, you see, so they would wake us when people had enough money again to pay for our expensive work."
Arthur, who often read the news, was quite shocked. "That seems rather selfish, doesn't it?"
"Really?" said the old man softly. "I suppose I've lost touch with what's normal." He pointed toward the crater. "Is that robot yours?" he asked. "No," said a thin metallic voice from the crater, "I belong to myself."
"If you can call it a robot," muttered Arthur. "It's more like a machine that likes to complain."
"Bring it here," said the old man suddenly in a firm tone.
Arthur was surprised to hear his voice sound so sure. He called Marvin, who slowly crawled up the slope, pretending to limp even though he was fine.
"Actually," said the old man, "leave it there. You must come with me. Great things are about to happen."
He turned toward his small ship. It began to move slowly toward them in the dark, even though no signal had been given. Arthur looked down at Marvin. The robot made a big effort to turn around and walk heavily back into the crater, muttering unhappy words to himself.
"Come," called the old man. "Come now, or you will be late."
"Late," said Arthur. "Late for what?" "Dent." "Arthur Dent," said Arthur. Arthur stared at him, confused. "What a very strange person," he whispered to himself. "Oh, nothing, sorry," said Arthur, feeling awkward. "All right, where are we going?" Arthur sat beside him and shivered without meaning to. The strange silence and smooth movement of the ship as it rose into the night sky made him uneasy. He looked at the old man. His face was lit by the soft light from small buttons on the control panel. "Excuse me," Arthur said, "what is your name?" Arthur almost choked. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" he asked, coughing. "Slartibartfast," said Arthur again in disbelief.
"What is your name, human?" "Late, as in the late Dent Arthur Dent," said the old man seriously. "It is meant as a kind of threat, you know." His tired eyes softened with a sad look. "I have never been very good at threats," he said. But I hear they can be quite effective. I beg your pardon, asked the old man. In my air car, said the old man, waving for Arthur to get in. The craft stopped quietly beside them. We are going deep underground, said the man, where our people are waking after a sleep that lasted 5 million years. Magrathea is alive again. My name, the old man repeated. His face again showed the same faraway sadness. He waited a moment. My name, he said slowly, is Slartibartfast. Slartibartfast, repeated the old man quietly.
Chapter 23. It is a well-known idea that things are not always what they look like. On Earth, people always believed they were more intelligent than dolphins because humans invented many things such as the wheel, cities, and even war. They thought dolphins only played in the sea and had fun. But the dolphins believed they were actually much smarter than people, and for exactly the same reasons. For a long time, the dolphins knew that Earth would soon be destroyed. They tried many times to warn humans about the danger. However, people did not understand their messages and thought the dolphins were just doing tricks for fish or playing games. In the end, the dolphins gave up and left the planet using their own special way, just before the Vogons arrived. The final message from the dolphins was misunderstood as a clever performance where a dolphin did a double backward jump through a hoop while whistling a song. But the real message meant goodbye, and thank you for all the fish. There was actually one other species on Earth that was even more intelligent than dolphins. These small creatures spent their time in research labs, running in wheels and performing strange, delicate experiments on humans. People completely misunderstood what was really happening, and that was exactly what these creatures had planned. Chapter 24. The aircar moved quietly through the cold, dark night, shining with a single soft light completely alone in the deep Magrathean darkness. It flew fast and smoothly. Arthur's companion seemed lost in his own thoughts. When Arthur tried to talk to him, the old man only asked if he was comfortable and said nothing more. Arthur tried to guess how fast they were going, but everything outside the car was so dark that he could not tell. The movement was so gentle that it felt like they were almost not moving at all. Then, far ahead, Arthur saw a tiny light. It quickly grew larger and brighter until he realized it was coming straight toward them at an incredible speed. He tried to see what kind of ship it was, but he could not make out its shape. Suddenly, the car turned sharply downward, and Arthur thought they were going to crash. The speed was amazing, and before he could even gasp, everything seemed to blur with silver light. He turned his head and saw a small black dot fading away behind them. It took him a few seconds to understand what had happened. They had entered a tunnel in the ground. The great speed had been theirs, and the light he saw earlier was the opening of the tunnel. The silver blur around them was the tunnel wall rushing past as they traveled at what felt like hundreds of miles an hour. Arthur closed his eyes in fear. After some time, he felt the car slowing down gently. Then it stopped completely. He opened his eyes again and saw they were still inside the silver tunnel, moving through several crossing passages. They came to a small round steel chamber. Several tunnels ended there, and at the far side of the room was a large circle of dim, strange light. It hurt to look at it because it seemed to play tricks with his eyes. He could not tell how close or far it was. Arthur guessed it might be some kind of strange light he did not understand.
Earthman, he said, we are now deep inside Magrathea.
Arthur asked, "How did you know I came from Earth?"
The old man answered gently, that will soon be explained, or at least more clearly than now. He continued, I should also tell you that the next room we will enter is not really part of this planet. It is much too large. We are going to move through a gate into a great space hidden in hyperspace. It might make you a little uncomfortable.
Arthur made a worried sound.
Slartibartfast pressed a button and said, it frightens me too. Hold on tight.
The car moved quickly into the bright circle of light. In that moment, Arthur felt he finally understood what infinity might look like. Of course, it was not real infinity. Real infinity looks flat and dull. When people look up at the night sky, they are looking into infinity, where distance becomes impossible to understand. But the huge space the air car entered seemed more endless than infinity itself, even though it was simply very, very large. Arthur's senses felt strange and unsteady as the air car traveled at great speed. They climbed higher through the open air, and soon the doorway they had passed through became just a tiny dot far behind them, almost invisible in the shining wall. The wall itself was unbelievable. It was so huge and high that its top, bottom, and sides could not be seen. It looked perfectly smooth, and just looking at it could make someone feel dizzy or frightened. Even the best measuring tools would show only a small curve in it. The wall went up, down, and around until it joined itself again many light seconds away. It formed the inside of a massive hollow sphere filled with strong and brilliant light.
Welcome, said Slartibartfast as the little air car, now moving faster than sound, entered the huge space. Welcome to our factory floor.
Arthur looked around with mixed feelings of awe and fear. Far in the distance, he saw many strange structures hanging in the air. They were made of fine metal shapes and soft lights around large dark spheres.
This is where we build most of the planets, said Slartibartfast.
You mean, said Arthur slowly, you're starting again now?
Oh no, said the old man quickly. The galaxy isn't rich enough to support that. We have only been woken to do one special job for some very unusual clients from another dimension. You might be interested, it's that one over there.
Arthur followed Slartibartfast's pointing hand. He saw one floating structure that looked a little different from the others. It seemed to be active, though it was hard to say exactly how. Then a bright flash of light crossed the structure and showed the surface of the dark sphere inside. Arthur saw patterns on it, shapes that were familiar to him, shapes he knew deeply. He stared in silence, his mind racing to understand what he was seeing. Part of him understood what the patterns meant, but another part of his mind refused to believe it. Then another flash came, and he could no longer doubt it.
The Earth, Arthur whispered.
Yes, said Slartibartfast happily. Well, the Earth Mark II. We are building a copy from the original designs.
Arthur spoke slowly, trying to stay calm. Are you saying that you were the ones who made the Earth in the first place?
Oh yes, said Slartibartfast. Have you ever been to a country called Norway?
No, said Arthur. I haven't.
That's a pity, said Slartibartfast. I made that one. It even won an award. I was very proud of its lovely rough edges. I was quite sad when I heard it was destroyed.
You were sad? Asked Arthur.
Yes, said the old man. If it had been destroyed 5 minutes later, it wouldn't have been such a problem. It was a terrible mistake.
What? Said Arthur.
The mice were very angry, said Slartibartfast.
The mice were furious.
Oh yes, said the old man softly. Yes, and I think the dogs, cats, and platypuses were angry too, but...
Ah, but they didn't pay for it, did they? Listen, said Arthur, would it save you time if I just gave up and went crazy now?
For a moment, the air car moved on in uncomfortable silence. Then the old man spoke again with patience.
Human, your planet was made and paid for by mice. It was destroyed 5 minutes before it finished the job it was built for. Now we have to make a new one.
Arthur could only focus on one word.
Mice, he said.
Yes, human, said the old man.
Wait, are we talking about the small white animals that love cheese, the ones that make women jump on tables in old TV shows?
The old man, Slartibart Fast, cleared his throat gently. Human, he said, sometimes it is difficult to understand how you speak. Remember, I have been asleep inside Magrathea for 5 million years, and I know little about those old shows you mention. Those creatures you call mice are not what they seem. They are only part of powerful, intelligent beings that exist in other dimensions. The cheese and squeaking are only an act. The old man stopped for a moment and then looked at Arthur kindly. They have been studying you, I'm afraid.
Arthur thought about this for a few seconds. Then his face brightened a little.
Oh no, he said, I think you misunderstood. You see, we used to do experiments on them. We used them in studies of behavior, tests where they learn to press bells or run through mazes, so we can understand how learning works. By watching what they did, we learned a lot about ourselves. Arthur's voice slowly faded away.
Such cleverness, said Slartibart Fast. One has to respect it.
What? Said Arthur.
Chapter 25. There are many questions about life that people often ask. Some of the most common are why people are born, why they die, and why they spend so much time checking their digital watches. Millions of years ago, a group of superintelligent beings from another dimension became tired of arguing about the meaning of life. Their arguments often interrupted their favorite game, Brockian Ultra Cricket. It was a very strange game where players suddenly hit each other for no clear reason and then ran away. These beings finally decided to stop fighting and find the real answer to life's biggest questions. To do this, they built an incredible computer. It was so smart that before it was even fully connected, it had already started thinking deeply. It began with the idea I think, therefore I am, and soon worked out the existence of deserts and taxes before someone quickly shut it down. The machine was the size of a small city. Its main control center stood inside a grand office. The large desk was made from beautiful dark wood and covered with deep red leather. Soft carpets covered the floor, and there were elegant plants and family portraits of the programmers on the walls. Tall windows looked out over a quiet and green public square. On the day the computer was turned on for the first time, 2 serious-looking programmers arrived, each carrying a briefcase. They knew that this moment was one of the most important in their civilization's history. They tried to stay calm as they sat down in front of the huge desk. They opened their briefcases and took out notebooks with leather covers. Their names were Lunquill and Fook. For a short time, they sat silently. Then Lunquill gave Fook a quick look, leaned forward, and pressed a small black panel. A quiet hum filled the room, showing that the great machine was now alive. After a short pause, the computer spoke in a deep, rich voice.
It said, "What great task have I, Deep Thought, the second greatest computer in the universe of time and space, been created to do?"
Lunquill and Fook looked at each other in surprise.
Fook began to speak. Your job, oh computer.
Wait, that doesn't sound right, he said worriedly. We designed you to be the greatest computer ever made, not the second best. He turned toward the machine. Deep Thought, did we not create you to be the most powerful computer in all existence?
I said I am the second greatest, replied Deep Thought calmly, and that is true.
The 2 programmers exchanged another uneasy look. Lunquill cleared his throat.
There must be some mistake, he said. Are you not greater than the Milliard Gargantubrain on Maximedalin, which can count every atom in a star in 1 millisecond?
The Milliard Gargantubrain, said Deep Thought with clear disapproval. That is nothing more than a simple counting device, do not mention it again.
Fook leaned forward nervously. And are you not wiser than the Googleplex star thinker in the 7th galaxy of light and ingenuity, which can follow the movement of every dust particle in a 5-week sandstorm on Dangrabad Beta?
A 5-week sandstorm, repeated Deep Thought proudly. You ask this of me, who has studied the paths of atoms at the moment of the Big Bang itself. Do not trouble me with such small calculations.
The programmers looked at each other again, feeling tense. After a moment, Lunkwell leaned forward once more.
But are you not, he asked, a greater debater than the great hyperlobic omnicognate neutron wrangler of Ciceronicus 12, the wise and tireless one?
The great hyperlobic omnicognate neutron wrangler, said Deep Thought, clearly rolling the RS in every word.
He added, it could talk endlessly to an Arcturon megadonkey, but only I could make it go out for a walk afterward.
Then what is the problem? Asked Fook.
There is no problem, said Deep Thought in a proud and powerful voice. I am simply the second greatest computer in all space and time.
But the second? Asked Lunkwell. Why do you keep saying the second? You don't mean the multicorticoid perspicutron Titan Muller or the Pondermatic, do you?
Bright, sharp lights moved across the computer's surface.
I do not waste a single thought on those foolish machines, it shouted. I am speaking only of the computer that will come after me.
Fook was starting to lose patience. He put his notebook away and said quietly, I think this is becoming too dramatic.
You do not understand the future, said Deep Thought. In my circuits, I can see endless streams of possibilities. Someday, there will be a computer whose design will be so great that I am not even worthy to imagine its workings. But it will be my destiny to help create it.
Fook sighed loudly and looked at Lunkwell. Can we please ask our question now, he said. Lunkwell made a small motion for him to wait.
What is this computer you are talking about? He asked.
I will not speak more of it at this time, said Deep Thought. Now, ask me anything else so that I may continue to serve you. Speak.
They looked at each other and then Fook took a deep breath.
Oh, Deep Thought computer, he said, the reason we built you is simple. We want you to tell us. He stopped for a moment. The answer!
The answer, said Deep Thought. The answer to what?
Life, said Fook excitedly.
The universe, added Lunkwell. Everything. They both said together.
Deep Thought stayed silent for a moment and seemed to think carefully. That is difficult, he said at last. But can you really do it? Asked Fook. There was another long pause. Yes, said Deep Thought. I can do it. There is an answer? Asked Fook in surprise. A clear answer? Added Lunkwell. Yes, said Deep Thought. There is an answer to life, the universe, and everything. But I will need time to think about it. Suddenly, the calm was broken as the door opened fast. Two angry men wearing old blue university robes rushed inside. A nervous assistant tried to stop them but failed.
We want to come in, shouted the younger man, pushing his secretary aside. That's right, shouted the older man. You can't keep us out. He pushed a junior programmer back through the door. We demand that you can't stop us, yelled the younger one, even though no one was actually trying to stop him anymore. Who are you? Asked Lunkwell, standing up angrily. What do you want?
I am Magicthus, said the older man loudly.
And I am Vrumfondel, shouted the younger one.
Magicthus turned to him and said crossly, You don't need to demand that, just say it.
Fine, yelled Vrumfondel, hitting the desk with his hand. I am Vrumfondel, and that's not a demand, it's the truth.
What we want are real facts.
No, we don't, shouted Magicthus, clearly annoyed. That is exactly what we do not want.
Without taking a breath, Vrumfondel cried, We don't want real facts. What we want is no real facts at all. I demand that I may or may not be Vroomfondle.
But who are you people? Shouted Fook in surprise.
We, said Magictus proudly, are philosophers.
Though we might not be, added Vroomfondle, waving his finger at the programmers.
Yes, we are, insisted Magictus. We are here as members of the amalgamated union of philosophers, sages, luminaries, and other thinking persons. And we want this machine turned off right now.
What's the trouble? Asked Lunquill.
I'll tell you what the trouble is, my friend, said Magictus. The problem is work boundaries.
We demand, shouted Vroomfondle, that the problem may or may not be work boundaries.
You let the machines do the counting, said Magictus firmly. We will handle the deep questions, thank you very much. You should check what the law says, my friend. The search for ultimate truth belongs only to human thinkers like us. If a machine actually finds that truth, we will all lose our jobs. What is the point of us staying up half the night arguing about whether there is a God if this machine gives you his phone number the next morning?
That's right, yelled Vroomfondle. We demand clearly marked areas of doubt and uncertainty.
Suddenly, a loud voice filled the room.
May I say something now? Asked Deep Thought.
We will go on strike, shouted Vroomfondle.
Yelled Vroomfondle.
That's right, agreed Magictus. You'll have a national philosopher's strike on your hands.
The noise in the room grew louder as several deep speaker units turned on to make Deep Thought's voice sound more powerful.
All I wanted to say, shouted the computer, is that I am now completely set to calculate the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything.
He stopped for a moment to make sure that everyone was listening. Then he spoke more calmly.
But the program will take some time to finish.
Fook looked quickly at his watch.
How long? He asked.
7.5 million years, said Deep Thought.
Lunquill and Fook looked at each other with surprise.
7.5 million years, they shouted together.
Yes, said Deep Thought proudly. I told you I would need time to think, didn't I? And while I am running this program, it will make people everywhere talk about philosophy even more. Everyone will try to guess what answer I am going to find. And who would benefit more from that attention than you? As long as you keep arguing with each other, and doing it in public, and as long as you have smart managers, you can stay famous for the rest of your lives. How does that sound?
The two philosophers stared at him in shock.
Wow, said Magictus, that's what I call real thinking. Vroomfondle, why don't we ever think of plans like that?
No idea, whispered Vroomfondle, amazed. Maybe our brains are too well trained, Magictus.
Then they turned around and walked out of the room, heading toward a life much richer than they had ever imagined. Chapter 26.
Very interesting, said Arthur after Slartibartfast told him the main parts of the story. But I still don't see how this connects with the earth and the mice and everything else.
That was only the first part of the story, Earthman, said the old man. If you want to know what happened 7.5 million years later, on the day the answer was given, I invite you to come to my study. There you can experience the moment for yourself with our Senzo tape recordings. Unless, of course, you would rather take a short walk on the surface of New Earth. It's only half finished, we haven't even placed the artificial dinosaur bones underground yet. After that, we still need to create the tertiary and quaternary periods of the Cenozoic era.
No, thank you, said Arthur. It wouldn't be quite the same.
No, replied Slartibartfast. It won't.
Then he turned the air car around and flew back toward the Great Wall that blocked their view. Chapter 27. Slartibartfast's study was a complete disaster, as if a huge explosion had happened inside an old library. The old man looked unhappy when they walked in.
Very unlucky, he said. A part broke inside one of the life support computers. When we tried to wake up the cleaning crew, we found they had been dead for almost 30,000 years. Now tell me, who is supposed to clean up the bodies? Anyway, why don't you sit down in that chair so I can plug you in?
He pointed to a chair that looked like it was made from the ribs of a stegosaurus.
It really was made from a stegosaurus's rib cage, explained the old man as he walked around the messy room, searching for wires under piles of papers and drawing tools.
Here, he said, hold these, and passed Arthur 2 bare wire ends. As soon as Arthur touched them, a bird flew right through him. He was floating in the air and could not see his own body. Below him was a lovely square with trees around it. All around the square were tall white buildings made of concrete. They looked open and full of air, but many had cracks and rain stains. Still, the sun was shining, and a gentle wind moved through the trees. It almost felt like the buildings were quietly singing, though that was probably because the streets were full of happy, excited people. Somewhere nearby, a band was playing. Colorful flags moved in the wind, and the whole place felt full of joy and celebration. Arthur felt very alone, floating high above it all, without even a body. Before he could think more about it, a loud voice called out across the square. A man stood on a bright platform in front of the biggest building there. He spoke to the crowd through a loudspeaker. "O people waiting in the shadow of deep thought," he shouted. "Honor descendants of Vroomfondle and Magicthighs, the most wise and interesting thinkers the universe has ever known, your time of waiting is over." The crowd cheered wildly. Flags and ribbons flew, and people whistled and waved their arms. The narrow streets looked like insects lying on their backs, kicking their legs in excitement. "For 7.5 million years our people have waited for this great and hopeful day," cried the man. "The day of the answer." The crowd screamed with joy. "Never again," he shouted. "Never again will we wake up and wonder, who am I? What is my purpose? Does it even matter if I go to work? Because today, at last, we will learn the clear and final answer to all questions about life, the universe, and everything." The crowd went wild once more. As they cheered, Arthur started to drift down slowly toward one of the large windows on the first floor of the main building behind the stage. He felt a quick moment of fear as he moved straight toward the glass, but then he went right through it without feeling anything. The people inside did not notice him, which made sense since he was not really there. He began to understand that this was only a recorded scene, but one that looked far more real than any film. The room looked just as Slartibartfast had described it. Even after 7.5 million years, it had been kept in good condition and cleaned many times. The fine wooden desk showed some wear at the edges, and the carpet looked a little old. But the large computer terminal on the desk still shone brightly, as if it had been built only yesterday. Two men in simple, serious clothing sat quietly in front of the computer terminal. They waited with respect.
"The moment is almost here," said one of them.
Arthur was surprised when a word appeared in the air near the man's neck. The word was LONQUAWL. It shone a few times and then vanished. Before Arthur could understand it, the other man spoke, and another word appeared near his neck. This one said PHOUCHG.
75,000 generations ago, our ancestors started this project, said the second man. In all that time, we will be the first to hear the computer speak.
"It is a great honor, Fauchk," said the first man.
Then Arthur realized he was watching a recording with subtitles.
"We will hear," said Fauchk, "the answer to the great question about life."
"The universe," said Lunqual. "And everything." "Quiet," said Lunqual softly. "I think Deep Thought is about to speak."
There was a short, tense silence. On the console, several panels slowly lit up. Lights turned on and off a few times and then stayed steady in an organized pattern. A quiet humming sound came through the speaker.
"Good morning," said Deep Thought at last.
Good morning, oh Deep Thought, said Lunqual nervously. Do you have, that is?
"An answer for you?" asked Deep Thought in a grand voice. "Yes, I do."
The two men trembled with excitement. Their long waiting had not been useless.
There really is one, whispered Fauch.
"There really is," said Deep Thought. "To everything? To the great question about life, the universe, and everything? Yes."
Both men had trained their whole lives for this moment. They had been chosen since birth to hear the answer. Yet, they still felt nervous and thrilled like children.
And you are ready to tell us? Asked Lunqual quickly.
"I am," said Deep Thought. "Now." "Now," said Deep Thought.
They both wet their dry lips nervously.
"But I don't think," said Deep Thought, "that you're going to like the answer."
It doesn't matter, said Fauch.
Chapter 28. For a long moment, no one said a word. Fauch looked to the side and saw the crowd of worried and excited faces waiting in the square below.
We're going to be in trouble, aren't we? He whispered.
"It was not an easy job," said Deep Thought quietly.
42, shouted Lunqual. Is that all you can give us after 7.5 million years of work?
"I checked everything very carefully," said the computer. "That is truly the answer. But honestly, I think the real problem is that you do not know what the actual question is."
But it was the great question, cried Lunqual. The big question about life, the universe, and everything.
"Yes," said Deep Thought calmly, "but what exactly is that question?"
A slow and confused silence filled the room as the men stared at the computer and then at each other.
Well, it's about everything, just everything, said Fauch quietly.
"Exactly," said Deep Thought. "So when you finally discover what the real question is, the answer will make sense."
Oh, wonderful, muttered Fauch, throwing down his notebook and wiping a small tear from his face.
Fine, fine, said Lunqual. Then can you at least tell us what the question is?
"The ultimate question," said Deep Thought.
Yes.
"About life, the universe, and everything?"
Yes.
Deep Thought went silent for a moment, thinking deeply.
Chapter 29.
Tricky, he said.
But can you do it? Asked Lunqual.
Deep Thought stayed silent for a while, thinking deeply. At last he said, "No."
The two men fell back into their chairs and sighed sadly.
"But I can tell you who can," said Deep Thought.
They lifted their heads quickly.
Who? Tell us, they cried.
Arthur suddenly felt strange, as if his scalp was moving, even though he knew it wasn't real. He realized that the recording had just zoomed in dramatically.
Deep Thought spoke in a strong, clear voice again. "I speak of the computer that will come after me," he said. "It will be far greater than I am. It will be able to find the question to the ultimate answer. It will be so complex that living creatures will become part of its system. You will change your form and live inside this computer during its 10-million-year program. Yes, I will design it for you, and I will give it a name. It shall be called the Earth."
Fauch stared at Deep Thought.
That's a boring name, he said.
At once, long cracks appeared along his body. Lunqual was also hurt by sudden deep cuts that came from nowhere. The computer room shook and broke apart. The walls flashed and collapsed, and the ceiling seemed to fall onto the floor. When the chaos ended, Slartibartfast was standing before Arthur, holding two wires.
"End of the tape," he said.
Zaphod. Wake up. What? Come on, wake up. Just let me do what I'm best at, okay?
Muttered Zaphod and turned away from the voice, trying to sleep again.
Do you want me to kick you? Asked Ford.
Would that make you very happy? Zaphod asked sleepily.
No.
Me neither. So why do it? Stop bothering me. Zaphod curled up tightly.
He took a double dose of the gas, said Trillian, looking at him. He has 2 windpipes.
Stop talking, said Zaphod. It's already hard to sleep. Why is the ground so cold and hard?
It's gold, said Ford.
Zaphod suddenly jumped up and looked around. The golden ground spread endlessly in every direction. It was smooth and solid. It shone in a way that was impossible to compare with anything else in the universe. A whole planet of solid gold looked brighter than anything imaginable.
Who made all this? Shouted Zaphod, his eyes wide.
Calm down, said Ford. It's only a catalog.
A what?
A catalog, said Trillian. An illusion.
How can you say that? Cried Zaphod. He dropped to his hands and knees and stared at the surface. He touched it and pressed it. It felt heavy and a little soft, and he could scratch it with his fingernail. It was bright yellow and shiny. When he breathed on it, his breath disappeared in a strange way that only happens with real gold.
Trillian and I woke up before you, said Ford. We shouted until someone came. Then we kept shouting until they got tired of us. They put us in their planet catalog to keep us quiet until they wanted to deal with us. All of this is Senzo tape.
Zaphod looked at him with annoyance. Oh, great, he said. You woke me up from my own good dream just to show me someone else's. He sat down, unhappy. What's that line of valleys over there? He asked.
Hallmark, said Ford. We already checked it out.
We didn't wake you earlier, said Trillian. The last planet was covered in fish.
Fish? Asked Zaphod.
Yes, said Trillian. Some people like very strange things.
And before that, said Ford, we had a planet made of platinum. It was kind of boring. We thought you might enjoy this one instead.
Bright seas of light shone around them in every direction.
Very nice, said Zaphod, sounding annoyed.
Then a huge green number appeared in the sky. It flashed and changed, and when they looked around again, the place was completely different. All of them said together, yuck. The sea was bright purple. The beach was made of small yellow and green stones that looked valuable. Mountains in the distance were soft and curved, with red tops. Close to them stood a silver table with a purple umbrella and silver decorations. In the sky, another sign appeared, replacing the number. It said, whatever your tastes, Magrathea can make them real. We are not ashamed. Then 500 completely naked women fell gently from the sky with parachutes. After a moment, everything disappeared. They were now in a green spring field with cows.
Ouch, said Zaphod. My head.
You want to talk about it? Asked Ford.
Yeah, I think so, said Zaphod.
All three sat down and ignored the changing scenes around them.
I think I understand this, said Zaphod. Whatever happened inside my mind, I did it myself. I did it in a way the government could never find out through their tests. I also made sure even I wouldn't remember what I did. Strange, isn't it?
The other two nodded silently.
So I wonder, said Zaphod, what secret is so big that I can't let anyone know I know it? Not the galactic government, not even myself. And the truth is, I don't know. But I've thought about it, and I can start to guess. When did I decide to become president? Right after President Uden Vranks died.
You remember Yoden, Ford?
Yeah, said Ford. He was that Arcturon captain we met when we were kids. He was really funny. He gave us conkers after you broke into his huge cargo ship. He said you were the most amazing kid he had ever seen.
What are you talking about? Asked Trillian.
Old stories, said Ford. When we were young on Beetlejuice. The Arcturon ships used to carry most of the heavy trade between the center of the galaxy and the far planets. The Beetlejuice traders would find the markets, and the Arcturans would bring the goods. Back then, there were many space pirates before they were destroyed in the Dordelis Wars. So those big ships had the strongest defense shields in the galaxy. They were huge and powerful. When one was above a planet, it could block the sun. One day, little Zaphod here decided to attack one. He had a small trijet scooter, meant only for high-atmosphere flying. He was still a kid, totally crazy. I went with him because I had bet some money that he wouldn't do it, and I wanted to be sure he didn't fake it. So what happened? We got into his scooter, which he had changed into something wild. We crossed 3 parsecs in a few weeks. We somehow got inside a megafreighter, I still don't know how. We walked onto the command bridge waving toy guns and demanded conkers. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen. I lost a year's pocket money because of it. And all for conkers.
The captain was amazing, said Zaphod. His name was Udin Franks. He gave us food and drinks from strange parts of the galaxy, and of course, lots of conkers. We had such a good time. Then he teleported us back to the highest security area of Beetlejuice State Prison. He was a great guy. Later, he became president of the galaxy.
Zaphod stopped talking. The place around them grew dark and gloomy. Thick mist moved everywhere, and large shapes hid in the shadows. Sometimes strange sounds filled the air, like creatures fighting and dying. It seemed people liked this sort of show enough to pay for it.
Ford, said Zaphod quietly.
Yeah?
Before Udin died, he came to see me.
What? You never told me that.
No, said Zaphod.
What did he want? Why did he come to you?
He told me about the heart of gold. It was his idea that I should steal it.
His idea?
Yeah, said Zaphod. And the only way to steal it was to be at its launch ceremony.
Ford stared at him in shock for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. Are you telling me, he said, that you became president of the galaxy just so you could steal that ship?
That's right, said Zaphod, smiling in a wild way that made him look slightly crazy.
But why? Asked Ford. Why is it so important to have that ship?
I'm not sure, said Zaphod. If I had known clearly why it mattered or what I needed it for, the tests would have shown it, and I wouldn't have passed them. I think Udin told me a lot of things that are still hidden somewhere in my mind.
So you believe you changed your own brain because of what Udin said to you?
He was an amazing speaker, said Zaphod.
Yeah, but Zaphod, my friend, you should take care of yourself, Ford warned.
Zaphod lifted his shoulders.
I mean, do you have any idea at all why you're doing all this? Asked Ford.
Zaphod thought carefully, and his face showed some doubt.
No, he said finally. I don't seem to be telling myself any of my secrets. Still, he said after thinking more, I guess I understand that. I wouldn't trust myself more than I could throw a rat.
Suddenly, the last planet below them disappeared, and the solid world came back into view. They were sitting in a comfortable waiting room, full of shiny glass tables and awards for design. A tall Magrathian man stood in front of them.
The mice will see you now, he said.
Chapter 30.
So, that's how it is, said Slartibart fast, trying weakly to tidy up some of the terrible disorder in his study. He picked up a piece of paper from a tall pile, looked around with no idea where to place it, and then set it back down again. The pile instantly collapsed. Deep thought made the plan for Earth, we built it, and you lived on it, he said.
And then the Vogons came and destroyed it just 5 minutes before the work was finished, added Arthur bitterly.
Yes, said the old man, stopping to look sadly around the messy room. 10 million years of planning and effort, lost in a moment. 10 million years, human, can you even imagine that length of time? A whole galactic civilization could grow from a single worm 5 times in that period. All gone, he said quietly. He sighed. Well, that's bureaucracy for you.
You know, said Arthur, thinking deeply, this explains many things. All my life, I've had this strange feeling that something big and secret was going on in the world, but no one ever told me what it was.
No, said the old man, that's just ordinary paranoia. Everyone in the universe feels that way. Everyone.
Well, said Arthur.
If everyone has that feeling, maybe it means something. Maybe there is something beyond our universe.
Maybe, said Slartibartfast, not wanting Arthur to get too excited. But who really cares? Maybe I'm just old and tired, but I always think that finding the real truth is almost impossible. So the best thing to do is to stop worrying about it and keep yourself busy. Look at me, I design coastlines. I even got a prize for Norway.
He looked through a messy pile until he found a large clear block with his name on it and a small model of Norway inside.
Does that make any real sense? He asked. I've never found a reason. I've worked on fjords all my life. Suddenly, they became popular, and I got this important award.
He turned the block around in his hands, then dropped it aside, making sure it landed on something soft.
In this new version of Earth we're making, they gave me the job of doing Africa. And of course, I'm filling it with fjords again because I like them. I think they make the land look beautiful and a bit fancy. But they say it's not close enough to the equator in style. Equatorial. Who cares? Science has done some amazing things, but I'd rather be happy than correct.
And are you happy? Asked Arthur.
No, said Slartibartfast. That's where everything goes wrong.
That's too bad, said Arthur kindly. It sounded like a nice life otherwise.
Suddenly, a small white light blinked on the wall.
Come, said Slartibartfast. You are going to meet the mice.
Chapter 31. People often say that careless talk can be dangerous, but few really understand how serious it can be. At the exact moment Arthur said, I seem to be having tremendous difficulty with my lifestyle, a strange opening appeared in space and time. His words traveled far across the universe to another galaxy. There, 2 powerful and warlike races were about to start a huge war. Their 2 leaders met for one last talk. The room went silent. The leader of the Vlhergs, who wore shiny black battle shorts, looked straight at his enemy. Opposite him sat the leader of the Gugvunts, surrounded by a green mist that smelled sweet. Behind both of them waited countless starships, ready to fire deadly weapons at a single command. The Vlherg leader demanded that the other one take back what he had said about his mother. As the Gugvunt leader began to answer, Arthur's words suddenly drifted into the room. Sadly, in the Vlherg language, the word sounded like a terrible insult. There was no way to stop the war that followed. For centuries, the 2 races fought across their galaxy. After thousands of years, they finally discovered that everything had happened because of a mistake. They then decided to stop fighting each other and attack the galaxy where the insult had come from. This was our own galaxy. The fleets traveled through empty space for more long ages. At last, they found a small blue planet. It was Earth. But when they arrived, something went wrong with their calculations. Their whole battle fleet was swallowed by a small dog. Experts in the study of cause and effect say that things like this happen all the time. They also say there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. It's just life, they say. Arthur and the old man from Magrathea took a short flight in a small aircar until they reached a doorway. They stepped inside and entered a waiting room filled with glass tables and clear plastic awards. Soon a light came on above another door. They went through it.
Arthur! You're safe, called a voice.
Am I? Said Arthur in surprise. Oh, that's good. The room was not very bright, and it took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust. Then he saw Ford, Trillian, and Zaphod sitting around a big table covered with colorful food. They were eating happily. What happened to you? asked Arthur.
Well, said Zaphod, chewing on a piece of grilled meat, our hosts were doing strange things to our minds and talking nonsense, but now they're trying to make up for it with a nice meal. Here, he said, lifting out a piece of strong-smelling meat, have some vegan rhino cutlet. It's great if you like that sort of thing.
Hosts, said Arthur. What hosts? I don't see anyone.
A small voice said, "Welcome to lunch, Earth creature."
Arthur looked around and gave a small cry. There are mice on the table, he said. Everyone turned and looked at him in silence. 2 white mice sat inside what seemed to be little glass cups. Arthur noticed everyone's stares and looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, he said, suddenly understanding. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that.
Let me introduce you, said Trillian. Arthur, this is Benji Mouse.
Hi, said one of the mice. His whiskers touched a small panel inside the glass-like box, and it moved forward a little.
And this is Frankie Mouse, said the other one. Pleased to meet you, he added and made the same movement.
Arthur stared at them with his mouth open.
But aren't they? He began.
Yes, said Trillian. They are the mice I brought with me from Earth. She looked straight at him, and he thought she gave a small, tired shrug. Could you pass me that bowl of grated Arcturon megadonkey? She asked.
Slartibartfast cleared his throat politely. Excuse me, he said.
Yes, thank you, Slartibartfast, said Benji Mouse in a sharp voice. You may go now.
What? Oh, very well, said the old man, surprised. I'll just get back to my fjords, then.
Actually, that won't be needed, said Frankie Mouse. It seems we will not need the new Earth anymore. He turned his small pink eyes toward them. Now that we have found someone from the original Earth who was there right before it was destroyed, we can stop the work.
What? Cried Slartibartfast in shock. You can't mean that. I have 1,000 glaciers ready to move across Africa.
Maybe you can take a short skiing trip before you take them apart, said Frankie sharply.
Skiing trip, shouted the old man. Those glaciers are pieces of art. They have elegant shapes, tall peaks of ice, and deep, beautiful valleys. It would be wrong to ski on something so artistic.
Thank you, Slartibartfast, said Benji firmly. That will be all.
Yes, sir, said the old man coolly. Thank you very much. Well, goodbye, Earthman, he said to Arthur. I hope your life works out well. He gave a short nod to the others and walked sadly out of the room.
Arthur watched him leave, not sure what to say.
Now, said Benji Mouse, let's get down to business.
Ford and Zaphod raised their glasses and tapped them together. To business, they said. I beg your pardon? Said Benji. Ford turned around.
Sorry, I thought you were giving a toast, he said.
The 2 mice hurried around in their glass boxes, clearly impatient. At last, they calmed down, and Benji moved closer to speak to Arthur.
Now, Earth creature, he said, this is the situation. As you already know, we have been more or less controlling your planet for about 10 million years. We did this to discover the strange thing called the ultimate question.
Why? Asked Arthur quickly.
No, we already tried that one, said Frankie, cutting in. But it doesn't match the answer. Why? And 42, see, it doesn't work.
No, said Arthur, I mean, why have you been doing all this?
Oh, I see, said Frankie. Well, to be honest, I think it just became a habit. And that's really the problem now. We're completely tired of the whole thing. The idea of doing it all again because of those awful Vogons drives us crazy. You understand what I mean? By pure luck, Benji and I finished our part of the job early and left Earth for a short holiday. After that, we managed to come back here to Magrathea with the help of your friends.
Magrathea connects back to our own dimension, added Benji.
Since then, continued Frankie, we received a huge offer to do the 5D chat show and lecture tour in our dimension. We are really thinking about accepting it.
I would take it, wouldn't you, Ford? Said Zaphod.
Oh yes, said Ford, I would take it right away.
Arthur looked at them, not sure where this conversation was going.
But we still need a product, you see, said Frankie. I mean, we still need the ultimate question in some form.
Zaphod leaned toward Arthur. You see, he said, if they just sit in a studio looking calm and say they know the answer to life, the universe, and everything, and then have to admit it's simply 42, the show ends very quickly. No one can really follow up after that. We need something that sounds interesting, said Benji.
Something that sounds interesting? Cried Arthur. An ultimate question that sounds nice? From a pair of mice?
The mice looked annoyed.
Well, yes, we believe in pure research and in searching for truth, said Frankie. But sometimes you have to admit that maybe the real truth is that the whole universe is run by complete lunatics. And if I have to decide between spending another 10 million years proving that or just taking the money and leaving, I think I'd rather take the money and move on.
But, said Arthur helplessly.
Hey, listen to this, Earthman, said Zaphod, cutting him off. You were made by that computer system, right? You were there right until your planet blew up, yeah?
Arthur began.
So your brain is part of that computer's last working design, said Ford, proud that he made sense for once. Right, said Zaphod.
Well, Arthur said slowly.
He didn't feel like part of anything, and that had always been a problem for him.
In short, said Benji, moving his small machine closer to Arthur, there's a good chance that the shape of the final question is hidden inside your brain. So we want to buy it from you.
What, the question? Asked Arthur.
Yes, said Ford and Trillian together. For a lot of money, added Zaphod.
No, said Frankie. It's the brain we want to buy.
What? Shouted Arthur.
Who would even notice? Asked Benji.
I thought you said you could just read his brain with a machine, said Ford quickly.
Oh yes, said Frankie, but first we'd have to take it out. We'd need to prepare it. Process it, said Benji. Cut it up, he added quietly.
Thank you very much, shouted Arthur, standing up fast and moving away from the table, his face pale with fear.
We could replace it, of course, said Benji calmly, if you think that matters. Yes, said Frankie, an electronic brain would be enough.
A simple one, yelled Arthur.
Sure, said Zaphod with a wicked grin. You just have to make it say things like what, and I don't understand, and where's the tea? No one would ever notice.
What? Cried Arthur, stepping back even more.
See what I mean, said Zaphod, and then yelled in pain as Trillian did something to him.
I would notice, said Arthur.
No, you wouldn't, said Frankie quietly. You'd be programmed not to.
Ford ran toward the door.
I'm sorry, my friends, he said to the mice. I don't think we can make a deal.
I think we must make a deal, answered the mice together.
Their friendly voices suddenly turned cold and sharp. With a high squeal, their two glass containers lifted off the table. They flew quickly toward Arthur, who stumbled backward into a corner. He couldn't move or think clearly. Trillian grabbed his arm and tried hard to pull him toward the door. Ford and Zaphod were fighting to get it open. Arthur was heavy and didn't respond. He seemed frozen as he watched the mice flying at him. Trillian shouted his name, but he only stared. At last, Ford and Zaphod pulled the door open. On the other side stood a group of rough-looking men. They looked like the guards or strong workers of Magrathea. Their faces were unpleasant, and the medical tools they carried looked even worse. They rushed forward quickly. Arthur was about to have his head opened. Trillian couldn't help him. Ford and Zaphod were about to be attacked by bigger and stronger men with sharp weapons. It was very lucky that, at that exact moment, all the alarms on the planet suddenly screamed loudly. Chapter 32.
Emergency. Emergency, shouted the alarms across Magrathea. A dangerous ship has landed. Armed strangers in Section 8A. Go to defense positions.
The two mice sniffed around the pieces of their broken glass containers on the floor.
This is terrible, said Frankie Mouse angrily. All this trouble for only 2 pounds of Earthman brain. He ran back and forth, his pink eyes bright and his white fur standing up with static. The only thing we can do now, said Benji, thinking carefully, is invent a new question that will sound real. Hard job, said Frankie. He paused and thought. How about, what's yellow and dangerous? Benji thought for a moment and shook his head. No, that doesn't match the answer, he said. They were quiet for some seconds. Maybe, what do you get if you multiply 6 by 7, said Benji. No, that's too direct, too simple, said Frankie. It wouldn't keep people's interest. They went silent again. Then Frankie said, how many roads must a man walk down? Ah, said Benji. Yes, that sounds very good. He repeated the phrase slowly. Yes, he said, that's perfect. It seems important, but it doesn't really mean anything. How many roads must a man walk down? The answer, 42. Wonderful. That will surprise everyone. We'll be famous.
The two mice danced around in excitement. Near them lay several ugly men who had been knocked out by heavy design trophies. Half a mile away, four people ran quickly down a long corridor, searching for an exit. They entered a large computer room with open space everywhere. They looked around nervously.
Which way, Zaphod? Asked Ford.
Just guessing, I'd say this way, said Zaphod, running to the right between the computer bank and the wall.
As the others started after him, Zaphod stopped suddenly when a kilozap energy bolt shot through the air just in front of him and burned a small part of the wall. A voice from a loudspeaker shouted, "Okay, Beeblebrox, stop right there. We've got you surrounded."
Okay, Beeblebrox, stop right there. We've got you surrounded.
Cops, whispered Zaphod angrily, crouching low and turning quickly. You want to take a guess, Ford, he said.
Come on, this way, said Ford, and the four of them ran down a narrow passage between two computer banks. At the end of it, a person in heavy armor and a space suit appeared, pointing a deadly kilozap gun. We don't want to shoot you, Beeblebrox, shouted the person.
That's good to hear, shouted Zaphod back, diving into a large gap between two computer units. The others ran close behind him.
There are two of them, said Trillian. We're trapped.
They pressed themselves into a tight corner between a computer unit and the wall. Everyone held their breath and waited. Suddenly, bright energy shots filled the air as both cops started firing.
"They're shooting at us," said Arthur, curling up into a ball. "I thought they said they didn't want to do that."
"Yeah, that's what they said," replied Ford.
Zaphod lifted his head for a second. "Hey," he shouted. "I thought you said you didn't want to shoot us." He quickly ducked again.
They stayed silent for a moment. Then a voice replied, "It's not easy being a cop."
"What did he say?" whispered Ford in surprise. "He said it's not easy being a cop." "Well, that's his problem, isn't it?" "I would think so." Ford shouted, "Hey! Listen. We have enough problems with you shooting at us. So if you could keep your own problems to yourselves, we'd all deal with things much better."
There was another short silence. Then the loudspeaker spoke again. "Now listen, guys," said the voice.
"You're not talking to a bunch of stupid trigger-happy fools with small minds and no manners. We're intelligent, caring people. You would probably like us if we met socially. I don't go around shooting people for fun and bragging about it in bars. I shoot people and then feel bad about it for hours while talking to my girlfriend."
"And I write novels," added the other cop proudly. "None of them are published yet, so I should warn you, I'm in a really bad mood."
Ford's eyes went wide in disbelief. "Who are these guys?" he asked.
"No idea," said Zaphod.
"I think I liked it better when they were shooting."
"Are you going to come quietly?" one of the cops shouted again. "Or should we blast you out?"
"Which one do you want?" Ford shouted back.
Suddenly the air around them became hot and full of energy. Bright flashes of kilozap struck the computer bank in front of them. The attack went on for several seconds and was painfully loud. When it finally stopped, there were a few moments of near silence. "Are you still there?" one of the cops called. "Yes," they answered. "We didn't enjoy doing that," shouted the other cop.
"We could tell," shouted Ford.
"Now listen to me, Beeblebrox," yelled the cop. "And listen carefully."
"Why?" Zaphod shouted back.
"Because what I'm going to say is very smart and kind," yelled the cop. "Now, you can surrender and let us hit you a little, not too much of course, since we don't support unnecessary violence. Or we will destroy this planet and maybe one or two more we saw on the way here."
That's crazy, cried Trillian. You wouldn't really do that.
"Oh yes, we would," shouted the cop. "Wouldn't we?" he called to the other one. "Of course we would," shouted the second cop. "No doubt about it."
But why? Asked Trillian.
"Because sometimes you just have to do things, even if you are a kind and thoughtful cop."
"I don't believe these guys," Ford said quietly, shaking his head.
One cop called to the other. "Should we shoot them again for a while?" "Yeah, why not?" The cops fired another round of electric blasts. The heat and noise were incredible. The computer bank started to break apart. The front part melted almost completely, and streams of hot metal flowed toward them. They moved farther back and waited for whatever would happen next. Chapter 33. But the end did not come, at least not yet. Suddenly the shooting stopped. The silence that followed was broken only by a few choking sounds and heavy drops. The four of them looked at each other.
"What just happened?" asked Arthur.
"They stopped," said Zaphod with a small shrug. "Why?" "No idea. Do you want to go and ask them?"
"No."
They waited quietly.
"Hello," called Ford. There was no reply. "That's strange. Maybe it's a trap."
"They aren't smart enough for that."
"What were those noises?" "Not sure."
They waited a few more seconds.
All right, said Ford, I'm going to check. He looked at the others. Is anyone going to say, no, it's too dangerous, let me go instead? They all shook their heads. Well then, he said, and stood up.
For a moment, nothing happened. Then, after another moment, still nothing happened. Ford looked carefully through the thick smoke rising from the burning computer. He walked forward slowly into the open space. Still, nothing moved. Through the smoke, about 20 yards away, he could see one of the police officers in a space suit. The man was lying on the ground, his body bent awkwardly. About 20 yards in the other direction lay the second officer. No one else was anywhere around. Ford thought this was very strange. He walked slowly and carefully toward the first figure. The body stayed completely still as he moved closer. It stayed still even when he reached it and stepped on the kilo-zap gun that hung from its loose hand. He bent down and picked up the gun. There was no reaction. The policeman was clearly dead. Ford quickly checked the body and saw that he was from Blagulan Kappa. He was a creature that breathed methane and needed a spacesuit to survive in Magrathea's thin oxygen air. The small life support computer on his back seemed to have suddenly exploded. Ford looked inside it with great surprise. Usually, these small computers were connected to the main ship's computer by sub-ether communication and could not fail except in a total feedback accident, which almost never happened. He ran quickly to the second body lying on the ground and found that the same strange thing had happened to it too. It looked as if both suits had failed at the same time. He called the others to come and see. They came, looked at the bodies with shock, but did not share his strong curiosity.
Let's get out of this place, said Zaphod. If the thing I'm supposed to find is here, I don't want it.
He took the second kilo-zap gun, shot a harmless accounting computer for no reason, and ran into the corridor. The others followed him. He almost fired again at an aircar that was waiting for them a short distance away. The aircar was empty, but Arthur noticed it belonged to Slartibartfast. A note from him was pinned to the small instrument panel. An arrow was drawn on the note, pointing at one of the controls. Chapter 34. The aircar sped through the metal tunnels at a frightening speed, much faster than what anyone would call safe. It was heading toward the frozen surface of the planet, where another dull and grey morning was beginning. The light outside was heavy and without color. There is a way of measuring speed called R. It means moving at a pace that is good for your health and mind, and still reaching places only a few minutes late. Because those ideas depend on how you feel and what you need, R can change a lot. If you don't keep calm while dealing with this measure, it can cause stress and even serious problems. R17 is not an exact speed, but it is clearly much too fast. The aircar flew at R17 and even faster, then stopped suddenly beside the Heart of Gold. The ship stood on the frozen ground, pale and lifeless like a white bone. Without waiting, the aircar turned around and rushed away, maybe on its own business. The foot travelers shivered as they looked at their ship. Next to it was another craft. It was the Blagulan Kappa police ship, round and shaped like a shark. It was dark green with black letters printed all over its surface. The word showed what police department it belonged to and where its power cables should connect. The whole ship looked strangely cold and silent. Inside, its two police officers were lying unconscious far underground in a smoky chamber. There was something hard to describe about it, it simply felt lifeless. Ford could feel that emptiness and found it disturbing. A ship and two officers had suddenly stopped working, and he knew the universe was not supposed to behave that way. The others felt the same strange silence, but they also felt the freezing air even more strongly. They quickly went back inside the Heart of Gold, not wanting to think about it at all. Ford stayed behind to take a closer look at the Blagulan ship. While walking toward it, he almost tripped over a still, metal figure lying face down in the coal dust.
"Marvin," he said in surprise.
"What are you doing?"
Please don't mind me, came a quiet voice from nearby.
But how are you, Metal Man? Asked Ford.
"Very unhappy," replied Marvin.
What's wrong?
"I'm not sure," said Marvin. "I've never known anything different."
Why are you lying face down in the dust? Ford asked, crouching beside him and shivering in the cold.
"It's a good way to feel miserable," Marvin said. "Don't pretend you want to talk to me," he added. "I know you dislike me."
No, I don't, said Ford.
"Yes, you do. Everyone does. It's how the universe is built. Whenever I talk to someone, they end up disliking me. Even other robots dislike me. If you ignore me, I might go away." Marvin slowly pushed himself up and stood, facing the other direction. "That ship hated me," he said sadly, pointing to the police craft.
That ship? Ford asked quickly. Do you know what happened to it?
"It hated me because I spoke to it," said Marvin.
You spoke to it, said Ford in surprise. What do you mean you spoke to it?
"I was bored and very sad, so I connected myself to its computer system," Marvin explained. "I talked to it for a long time and told it what I think about the universe." "And what happened?" Ford asked. "It destroyed itself," said Marvin, and he walked away toward the heart of gold.
Chapter 35. That night, while the Heart of Gold moved far away from the Horsehead Nebula, Zaphod sat on the bridge under the small palm tree. He was trying to clear his mind with very strong pan-galactic gargle blasters. Ford and Trillian sat together in a corner, talking about life and many things connected with it. Arthur lay in his bed, reading through Ford's copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He thought that since he had to live out there, he should start learning about it. He found an entry that said, "Every great galactic civilization goes through three main stages, called survival, inquiry, and sophistication. These are also known as the how, why, and where stages. The first stage asks, how can we eat? The second asks, why do we eat? The third asks, where shall we eat?" Arthur did not read any farther because the ship's intercom came to life.
"Hey, Earthman. You hungry?" said Zaphod's voice. "Good," said Zaphod. "Hold on tight. We're going to have a meal at the restaurant at the end of the universe."
Well, yes, a little, said Arthur.
Afterward. How it came to be The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy feature film. By Robbie Stamp. At 9:30 a.m. on April 19, 2004, a lively song by Betty Wright was playing across a set built like an Islington apartment on Stage 7 at Elstree Film Studios in Hertfordshire. Director Garth Jennings and producer Nick Goldsmith, working together as hammer and tongs, watched closely. The first assistant director, Richard Whelan, raised his voice and called out, "Action!" The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Afterword for the film edition. And finally, more than 25 years after the first radio series was heard on Radio 4, work began on a movie of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Arthur Dent, played by Martin Freeman, stood alone reading a book while over 40 actors in colorful costumes danced around him. Among the crowd, there was a pink mouse, a cowboy who looked drunk, and an Indian chief. Zooey Deschanel, the American actress playing Tricia McMillan, was jumping up and down wearing a Charles Darwin outfit. Douglas Adams once said that making a movie in Hollywood was like trying to cook a steak by letting many people come in and breathe on it. So it is fair to ask why, even though The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was famous all around the world as a radio show, a TV series, and then as books, it still took over 25 years to make a film. It was truly a long story. This afterword for the film edition of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy does not tell everything about those 2.5 decades before a senior Hollywood producer finally said, "Yes, let's make the movie." Ed Victor, Douglas's close friend and literary agent since 1981, once said that many people showed a little interest, tried it out, and then walked away. To tell the full story of all those attempts would need a separate book. But as one of the executive producers, I can explain how the movie finally happened, based on what I learned from the people involved. I first met Douglas Adams in 1991 at his home in Islington. He played Bach for me to explain an idea he had about music and mathematics. We also talked about a TV series on evolution that he wanted to write and host. What impressed me most about him was his deep curiosity and clever thinking. We kept in contact after that. He introduced me to sushi. We started a company together. We went to see many films, and I was lucky that he became my friend as well as my business partner. Douglas and I stayed close for many years. That is why I called him soon after my father passed away. He had been kind and supportive while my father was sick, and we spoke for a long time about what kind of man my father had been. After that, our talk turned to our usual subjects, including Douglas's new ideas and our constant frustration over The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie, which was famous in Hollywood for being delayed again and again. The next day, Friday the 11th of May, 2001, I got a call from Ed Victor. While sitting in my favorite kitchen chair, the same place I had spoken to Douglas the night before, I heard that he had died of a heart attack less than an hour earlier in his gym in Montecito, California. My wife cried out in shock when she heard me talking on the phone, but I felt completely numb. I spent the evening calling and answering calls from friends and colleagues. The sadness and love shown for Douglas online and in the press proved how much Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy had touched people around the world. It is possible that the huge reaction to his death sadly helped to push the movie project forward. If that is true, it is a painful twist of fate. Ed Victor spoke many times about the difficulty of getting the film made. He said he kept trying to sell Hitchhikers because Douglas had always wanted it to become a movie. He sold the rights for times, but the film still didn't happen for many years. He called this the biggest disappointment of his professional life. Ed had always believed a movie would find its audience. He first sold it to Don Tafner at ABC for a TV series. Then to Columbia Pictures and to producer Ivan Reitman. Later there was a joint project with Michael Nesmith, and finally it was sold to Disney. Even then, it took 7 more years before the movie finally went into production. My connection with Douglas is not as long as Ed's, but I joined the movie project when the talks to sell the rights to Disney began in 1997. After the big success of the first Men in Black film, there was new interest in mixing comedy and science fiction. Douglas's film agent, Bob Bookman, worked at the well-known Hollywood agency CAA. He arranged meetings for Douglas and me with different producers who might help make The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie. After these meetings, 2 people became very important for moving the project forward. Roger Birnbaum from Caravan Pictures, which later became Spyglass Entertainment, had the power and energy to get Disney interested. Through Michael Nesmith, Douglas's friend and past business partner, we also met Peter Safran, Nick Reed, and Jimmy Miller. These men were working with Jay Roach, who had just directed Austin Powers' International Man of Mystery, a surprise summer hit. Jay had a good relationship with Disney, and he and Douglas quickly became friends and creative partners. It looked like the 3 of them would make a great team. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy had begun as a radio series. Then it became a well-known book series, a stage play, and a computer game. At that time, the Digital Village was turning it into a real guide to planet Earth. Because of this, the rights were very complicated, and it took huge effort to make an agreement. Ken Kleinberg and Christine Cuddy acted as lawyers for the Disney deal. Even with their hard work, and the strong support of Roger Birnbaum, Jay Roach, and the teams at CAA, Ed Victor's office, and the Digital Village, the talks continued for almost 18 months. The contract was finally signed just before Christmas in 1998. It said that Douglas and I would be executive producers, and Douglas would write a new script. Douglas had written many versions of Hitchhiker movie scripts before. With help from Jay and his business partner Shauna Robertson, he soon produced a new draft full of clever humor and imagination. The script mixed fresh ideas with favorite scenes and characters from the books and radio series. That 1999 draft was strong, but it was still difficult to create a clear story that flowed smoothly while keeping the special, episode-like style of Hitchhikers. This problem had been slowing down the project for years and was still a major challenge. Jay later spoke warmly about working with Douglas, but he also remembered the difficulties they had.
He said that even through all the frustrating writing and planning, he had never enjoyed working with someone more. They had long dinners, long talks, and laughed often. Even when they thought it's not happening, they still made jokes about how strange the whole process was. It was fun, even though they made little progress. The main issue was that people saw Hitchhikers as a big, expensive science fiction movie full of special effects, while in reality it was a smarter and more ironic story, a bit more English in its humor. These two ideas did not match well with what Disney wanted, so it was hard to find the right approach.
On April 19, 1999, Douglas grew tired of waiting and sent a fax to David Fogel, who was then the president of production at Disney, asking for a meeting. In his message, he said that the problems now seemed bigger than the opportunities and that long periods of silence were not helping. He suggested that real conversation would be more useful than just sending written notes. He ended his fax in his usual funny way, giving a long list of phone numbers where he could be reached, including his home, mobile, nanny, mother, sister, neighbor, and even a few restaurants and his local supermarket, where he joked they would page him. His humor worked, and soon afterward, Douglas and I flew to Los Angeles for an important meeting about the movie. We talked for many hours on the flight about what we both believed was coming. Disney was probably going to suggest bringing in a new writer. Roger Birnbaum, who had been at the meeting at Disney Studios in Burbank, remembered it clearly. He said he knew it would be a delicate situation. He wanted Douglas to understand how much they respected him. Roger admired him deeply and did not want to damage the story, but he also felt that after so many years and so many versions, Douglas was becoming stuck. Douglas faced a very difficult choice. The message from Disney was clear. The progress of the movie was slowing down, and if it stopped again, the whole project could fail. To keep it alive, he would need to let another writer join the work. Disney and Spyglass tried to handle the situation carefully and politely. During the meeting, David Fogel, a thoughtful man who had once studied religion, gave a kind comparison. He said that Douglas was like the designer of a great cathedral. Now it was time to bring in a master builder, not the person with the grand vision, but someone whose skill could help make sure the design had a strong base. A skilled writer was hired and finished a new version in autumn 1999. There was not much cooperation with Douglas, and while the script was not bad, it did not really help the movie move forward. Worse than that, there was a big change at the studio's leadership. David Fogel and Joe Roth, who had been in charge when Disney bought the rights, both left. Nina Jacobson became president of Buena Vista Pictures, leading script development and film production for Walt Disney Pictures. Her main concern was the movie's cost. She also worried that the story might not reach enough people outside its small group of fans to make Disney support it fully. Feeling frustrated again, Douglas decided to write one more version. He finished and delivered it in the summer of 2000. Disney still was not sure about it and began to think the movie might not fit their plans. With Disney's agreement, the script was quietly shared with other studios. The project still had strong supporters. Jay had become a top comedy director, and Roger Birnbaum and Gary Barber at Spyglass had great influence in the film world. Even so, every studio and major independent company that saw the new version decided to turn it down. One phone call, in particular, stayed in my memory because it perfectly showed how painful and frustrating this period truly was. Douglas called me from Santa Barbara while I was sitting on a beach in Corsica with my family. He told me that Joe Roth, who now worked at Revolution Studios, had passed away. I felt a deep sadness and fear as I looked at my family. My wife noticed the worry on my face. The news felt very serious to me because Joe was a close friend and colleague of Roger Birnbaum. He had quietly played a big part in helping bring Hitchhikers to Disney when he was the head of the studio. I thought, if Joe was no longer interested, then who would be? Ed Victor also remembered this time clearly.
He said that it felt like everything was lost again. He described how he and Douglas once went to a bar near their office and ordered strong drinks. Douglas told him that he had spent many years of his life trying to make this film and asked to never be allowed to try again.
But in truth, Douglas never fully gave up on the dream of making a Hitchhikers movie one day. In spring 2001, the movie was still not moving forward. Jay Roach, who had worked on it for several years, began to feel that maybe he was not the right person to direct it. It made him very sad, but he decided to step down as director. However, he stayed on as a producer and still cared deeply about the project. Spyglass also did not give up. John Glickman, president of Spyglass Entertainment, and Derek Evans, who had first told Roger Birnbaum about Hitchhikers continued to be loyal supporters. John felt they needed to be more realistic about the budget. He thought they should again look for a new director who was still rising in their career, as Jay had been when they first met him in 1997. Still, the situation felt gloomy and discouraging. Then in May 2001, I got the terrible call that Douglas had died. In 1 week, I flew to California for Douglas's funeral and then back to England for my father's funeral. It was a very hard and tiring time. When friends gathered after Douglas's death, we often spoke about how frustrated he had been during all his years trying to make the movie. It had almost taken over his life. Some time later, I asked his wife, Jane Belson, if she would support the idea of making the film if we ever managed to do it.
She said yes. She also shared one clear idea. She said we should choose a young director who did not grow up during the first success of Hitchhikers. She reminded me that Douglas was only in his mid-20s when he wrote it. She said we should find someone with modern energy, someone not too trendy, but naturally cool. Hitchhikers was cool when it first came out, she said.
So I spoke to Roger Birnbaum again, and, as always, he stayed positive and ready to help. He remembered that call well.
He said that after Douglas died, they all stopped working on the project for a while. Then my call, telling him that Douglas's estate still wanted the movie to be made, gave them new energy. They still loved the story, and out of respect for Douglas, they were glad to keep trying to bring it to life.
I also talked with Jay Roach, whose help I knew was very important. The project needed as much support as possible, and a film like Hitchhikers had to have people from inside the business behind it to have a real chance. When Jay learned that Jane Belson wanted the film to happen, his strong respect and love for Douglas made him happily return as the director. We all understood that nothing could move forward without a new version of the script. Without it, Hitchhikers might stay unfinished for many years. We needed to find a new writer, and with help from Jennifer Perini, Jay's partner at his company Everman Pictures, we were lucky to meet Kerry Kirkpatrick. He later told the story of his experience himself. At first, Kerry was not a Hitchhiker's fan, though he became one later. He joined as an experienced screenwriter who could see where some parts of the story needed work. He started with Douglas's final script, and I shared many of Douglas's materials from his Mac computer, older drafts, background notes, and ideas for fixing problems. Then Kerry and Jay, back in the director's chair, began to build a new version of the story and decided what direction the new screenplay would take. A few months later, on an early spring morning in 2002, we all met at Roger Birnbaum's house in Beverly Hills. A fire was burning in the fireplace, and the table was set with smoked salmon and bagels. Kerry presented his and Jay's new idea to Nina Jacobson, Jay Roach, Jennifer Perini, Roger Birnbaum, John Glickman, and Derek Evans. This was the main group of people who could make the movie happen. Kerry began by explaining how the story in the movie could be told. He introduced it with a short summary of earlier events from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, reading a passage from the restaurant at the end of the universe that gave an overview of what had happened so far. He described how the universe was created, how this upset many races, and how different groups had their own strange ideas about where everything came from. He told the story of the computer called Deep Thought, which calculated the answer to life, the universe, and everything as 42, but no one knew what the question had been. To find it, another computer was built, the Earth itself. The Earth was often seen as a normal planet by the human-like creatures living there, even though they were really part of a huge computer program. Just before the computer could give its result, the Earth was destroyed by the Vogons to make space for a new hyperspace road. It seemed that the search for life's true meaning had been lost forever, but two humans survived, Arthur Dent and Tricia McMillan, or Trillian. Arthur escaped with help from his friend Ford Prefect, an alien in disguise, and Trillian had already left Earth with Zaphod Beeblebrox, the president of the galaxy. These two survivors were the last pieces of the greatest experiment ever made, to find the question that matched the ultimate answer. Nina said she understood the idea clearly. We now had the basic plan of the story. It would start with the destruction of Earth and follow the journey to Magrathea, the legendary planet where planets are built. Much of the new material in the movie came from showing how hard it was to reach Magrathea. Douglas had also created new ideas and characters for this part, including the point-of-view gun and the unusual missionary Hummer Cavula, who spoke about the coming of the Great White Handkerchief. The main choice was to make Arthur the focus of the movie. The audience would see the galaxy through his eyes. It seems like a simple idea, but earlier versions had tried to make Zaphod or even the Vogons the main characters. Kerry did not feel such a strong need to change everything and slowly built a story structure that really worked. He understood British humor well, especially its irony and dislike of too much emotion. He also knew how the Hollywood story system should work. At last, it felt like the team was moving in the right direction. But soon after the project began to rise again, it almost stopped once more. After the fireside pitch, Disney, which had already spent a lot of money on rights and earlier drafts, refused to pay Kerry for his rewrite. It looked like the movie might fail again. Then Roger Birnbaum and Gary Barber saved it. Their company, Spyglass, showed they were truly committed by paying for Kerry's rewrite themselves. John Glickman from Spyglass remembers this moment.
He said that Disney's Nina Jacobson, who later supported the movie, thought it was still too strange at that time. She said she didn't want to pay for Kerry's work.
Kerry was an expensive writer because he had written successful movies like Chicken Run and James and the Giant Peach Star. Everyone feared the project would disappear again. But Spyglass loved the story deeply. They had spent 6 years with it and felt an emotional link to Douglas. They paid for the rewrite even though it was not normally how they did business. It was a big risk, but they trusted Kerry to make it work. Kerry, with Jay helping him through the rewrite, started working hard to do just that. Bob Bookman, a very experienced Hollywood agent, spoke about the amazing dedication behind the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie.
He said that making a film is always a team effort. Many different people helped over many years: Ed, Jay, Roger, and others. If even one of them had not been involved, the movie might never have happened. The wonderful thing was that everyone stayed with it until it was ready to begin.
By late spring of 2002, Kerry continued writing with Jay, Spyglass, and me, offering thoughts and advice. Whenever he had trouble, he looked back at the radio series, at the books, or at the Salmon of Doubt star. He even read parts of Douglas's computer files that I had shared to understand Douglas's ideas better. He finished the script just before Christmas that year. One night, I came home late, found it waiting in my email, and read it in one sitting. I felt a chill run down my spine. The script truly felt like Hitchhiker's its humor and its spirit were there, but now it worked as a real movie with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Ed Victor remembered talking with Michael Nesmith about how important a good script is for any movie.
Michael said that when you are a producer, you must convince a studio head to invest money even though the result is unknown. The script is like a light that helps them see just enough to believe there is something valuable inside. Without that script, they would never take the risk.
I thought his idea was very wise. Even though Hitchhiker's was already famous as a book and a radio show, people needed to see how it could work as a film before believing in it. Now we had that light. At the start of the new year, Jay saw that the project was moving quickly. He had other movies to finish, so he decided to step down as director once more. However, he stayed with the project as a producer. So we needed a new director. It was disappointing, but this time we actually had a script. For many years, it had always been the opposite. Many directors were interested, but there was never a finished script. Now we finally had something Hollywood recognized, and the script was sent around the city. Jay knew Spike Jonze, the director of Being John Malkovich, an adaptation, who had once made music videos. He sent the script to Spike. Everyone felt that Spike, who liked strange and creative ideas, would be a wonderful choice to direct the film. He liked the story, but he was already busy with other projects. Still, he helped us take the next important step. Spike suggested Hammer and Tongs, the team of Garth Jennings and Nick Goldsmith. They were a talented and well-known pair who created music videos and commercials for artists like R.E.M., Blur, Fatboy Slim, and Ali G. At first, Hammer and Tongs told their agent, Frank Wooliger, not to send them the script. They were working on their own movie and worried that a Hollywood version of Hitchhikers without Douglas could harm something they truly loved. But Frank decided to send the script anyway. It stayed unread on a desk for 2 weeks until Nick took it home. The next day, he calmly told Garth that he really should read it. Garth brought it home and read most of it while sitting in the bathroom. When he came out, he told his wife that it was actually not bad at all. They both felt that Kerry had done a wonderful job and that Douglas's spirit and humor were still alive in the writing. Since Nick and Garth lived in London, I was the first to meet them face to face. One bright spring morning, almost a year after that evening by the fire in Beverly Hills, I visited them on their converted canal boat. It was only 10 minutes' walk from Douglas's old house in Islington. After all the flights and the move to California to make this film, now the project was finally coming home, to people living just near Douglas's doorstep. They offered chocolate biscuits and introduced me to their friendly black dog, Mac. The boat was designed as a small tribute to the Apple computer. All fans know that Douglas loved Apple products and was even called an Apple master. If Nick and Garth had been fans of PCs instead, I might have had to politely make an excuse and leave. But they didn't, and I didn't. From our very first meeting, I knew that Nick and Garth had the skill, imagination, and fun spirit needed to finally lead the Hitchhikers movie. One early meeting showed exactly what kind of people they were, full of humor and close attention to detail. We had a video call with Jay Spyglass and the Disney group led by Nina Jacobson. It was a meeting from a boardroom in Los Angeles to one in London. Nick and Garth decided to make it more creative. They set up a small red and gold theater curtain in front of the camera. When the LA team joined the call, instead of seeing a normal office table, they saw the curtain closed on their screen. When everything was ready, Garth, who had tied the curtain string to his chair, slowly moved backward. The curtains opened, and a little sign appeared saying, "Don't panic." That funny moment showed perfectly who Nick and Garth are. It showed how they mix new ideas with respect for the original story and how much they enjoy using clever props. At that same meeting, Nina also made it clear that if we were going to make this film, we had to make it properly. She didn't want to be remembered as the person who ruined Hitchhikers. The movie had to come from Douglas's ideas but still reach a new audience for Disney. During the summer of 2003, Hammer and Tongs worked on the design, script, and budget. A big step toward real production was finding a way to make the movie at a cost Disney would accept. This challenge excited Nick and Garth. They take pride in being creative and solving problems. In the autumn, Roger Bonborn decided that the time was right.
We have a script, a director, a vision, and a budget. Now it's time to see if Disney is ready to join in.
According to the deal made when Spyglass had paid Kerry's fee, Roger and Gary now controlled the project. Disney had the first chance to decide whether to finance or distribute it. Nick and Garth flew to Los Angeles and gave their presentation to Nina. It was still not sure if Disney would agree. Jay remembered calling Nina while driving along the Pacific Coast Highway and feeling that she still needed more convincing. On September 17th, Nina held the meeting and, just as Jay predicted, she was completely impressed by the energy and ideas Nick and Garth brought. The final step was a meeting with Nina's direct boss, Dick Cook, the chairman of Walt Disney Studios. He was known as a kind and respected leader. Dick was the last person who needed to be convinced. After several long days of waiting, Nick and Garth from Spyglass, together with Jay and Nina, met in his office on Thursday the 25th of September, 2003, at 4 p.m. Los Angeles time.
Garth, who was known in Hollywood for being very good in meetings, started his presentation with confidence.
Dick listened carefully and then calmly asked if the movie could be ready for next summer. Garth understood that Dick meant summer 2005 and said that it was possible. Dick and Nina quietly spoke to each other for a moment. As everyone started to leave and Garth picked up his design drawings and storyboards, Dick told him that if he needed anything, he should just get in touch. Nina followed the others out to the elevator and told them that the movie had just been approved. Even for experienced Hollywood people like Roger, Gary, and Jay, a movie being approved so easily, without conditions about the cast, was very rare. When the elevator doors closed, the whole team screamed with joy. At about 1 a.m. in London, I got a call from Nick.
He simply said, "We're making a movie."
Jay came on the phone next, and he was almost crying.
For everyone who had worked with Douglas for so many years, it was a sweet and sad moment. He had always hoped to hear those words and to be in a meeting where a top Hollywood leader said, "Yes, let's make the Hitchhikers movie." After Disney approved the film, they made two very important choices. The first was to bring the project back inside the Disney company. Nina Jacobson believed in Nick and Garth and was very excited about the story, so she decided to make it a key Disney project and plan it as a major live-action summer movie. The second decision was even more significant. Although Disney had taken a big creative risk by trusting a new director and producer with a large-budget film, Nina still allowed Garth and Nick to choose their main creative team. They hired people they had worked with for many years on music videos and commercials. The team included Igor Jargulillo as the director of photography, Joel Collins as the production designer, Dominic Lung as the second unit director, and Sammy Sheldon as the costume designer. These people were all longtime members of the Hammer and Tongs group. It was exactly because Garth and Nick had built such a strong team of talented people that Nina trusted them to handle the work on their own. Spyglass stayed as the film's producers, and in late autumn 2003, we entered the pre-production stage. This was the time when the film's cast, schedule, and budget were planned, and the final script for filming was prepared. The story of how the main actors came together is best told in their own voices in the interviews that follow. But one idea appears again and again when they talk about working with Garth and Nick. They all say that both men paid great attention to the smallest details. From the start, Garth and Nick decided that the world of Hitchhikers should not look like it was made only by computers. Anyone who looks at their earlier work can see that they love puppets, real objects, and sets that exist in front of the camera. Of course, a film like Hitchhikers needed some impressive computer effects, but most of the time the actors worked with real things, not just a tennis ball on a stick in front of a blue or green screen. Henson's Creature Shop in Camden, London, was chosen to make the Vogons and many other living characters that the actors could actually see and touch. During 16 weeks of filming at Elstree, Frogmore, and Shepperton Studios, and on location in North Hertfordshire, Wales, and central London, the design team built a number of detailed and beautiful settings for the cast to perform in. For both fans and actors, the most special place was the Heart of Gold set. On the famous George Lucas soundstage at Elstree, the team built the full inside of the ship. It looked wonderful, with shining white walls and curved shapes, a large control panel with the improbability drive button in the center, a kitchen, and even a small bar for serving pan-galactic gargle blasters. On the 11th of May, 2004, the third anniversary of Douglas Adams's death, the entire cast and crew gathered on the Heart of Gold set for a minute of silence to thank him. That same day in Los Angeles, Jay Roach also took a moment of silence. He later said that everything began with Douglas and that everyone wanted to keep the special spirit of his books and radio plays alive. He said that the story had to grow into something new, but it should never lose the quality that made it inspiring and full of life. He believed that Garth and Nick were the right people to keep that spirit alive. Roger Birnbaum said that working on this film was one of the great adventures of his career. It had taken a long time to make the movie, but that made the success feel even better. Everyone cared deeply about the project and worked very hard. They did it all for Douglas's memory and spirit. There are many moments from the filming that stay in people's minds. One of them happened outside Tredegar, in South Wales, in an old quarry that the team used for shooting. Rain fell sideways through most of the day, and we kept jumping in and out of vans to stay dry. The producer from Henson's Creature Shop wore heavy clothes borrowed from a friend who explored the Arctic, while some crew members showed how tough they were by staying in shorts and boots, even in the cold. The sunshine needed for filming came only in short breaks. In the evening light, I saw a small man standing alone in the center of the quarry, trying to hold a big white head steady against the wind. Nearby, the director, still full of energy and excitement, tested a small machine that 3 actors would use the next day. When he pressed a button, a paddle jumped up quickly and stopped right before his face. At the same time, a man in pajamas and a dressing gown, holding a towel, chatted with the president of the galaxy. In the distance, a bright red spaceship that had crash-landed and carved a deep line in the ground shone in the sunlight. The date was the 1st of July, 2004. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Chapter: The Movie and the Cast. We were filming the outside scenes for the planet Vogsphere. It was not the first time I felt proud and excited that, after so many years, we were really making the movie version of Asterisk the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Star. Douglas had dreamed about this for so long, and as usual my happiness was mixed with sadness because he was not there to see it. Many times during the planning and filming of Asterisk the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Asterisk, people asked me things like, do you think Douglas would have liked the design of the box for the ravenous bug blatter beast of Trawl, or would he have enjoyed seeing a huge sculpture of his own nose used as the entrance to Hummer-Cavula's temple? My answer was nearly always the same. I could not be sure about details such as the box or the nose, though I guessed he probably would have liked both. But I was certain he would have loved the passion, the careful work, and the creativity that everyone put into making the film. In that scene at the quarry, with Warwick Davis's stand-in Gerald Staden helping to prepare Marvin the paranoid android's next shot, Martin Freeman and Sam Rockwell working hard as Arthur Dent and Zaphod Beeblebrox, director Garth Jennings testing a prop, and the crew climbing in and out of small cars to get each shot right, I saw something that I felt would have made Douglas very proud. Robbie Stamp. London, December 2004. The Digital Village was planned as a company that made projects in several media. It created the computer game Asterisk Starship Titanic Asterisk and the website Asterisk H2G2.com Asterisk, which was based on the guide itself. The founders were Douglas, me, Richard Creasy, Ian Charles Stewart, Mary Glanville, Richard Harris, and Ed Victor. When the movie was finally made, John Glickman and Derek Evans from Spyglass worked as producer and executive producer. Asterisk the Salmon of Doubt Asterisk was a collection of Douglas's writing and included the beginning of the last novel he had started before he died, which was meant to be the third Asterisk Dirk Gently Asterisk book. Stand-ins take the place of actors on set while the director and camera crew prepare lights and practice camera moves. The cast. For many years, while fans waited for a Asterisk Hitchhiker's Asterisk movie, one of their favorite games was to imagine who might play each character. Before he died, Douglas Adams said, "My rule is that Arthur must be British. The rest of the cast should be chosen for talent, not nationality." The chosen cast respected his wish. It was an exciting mix of actors who worked together on Asterisk the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Asterisk movie in 2004. Cast list. Zaphod Beeblebrox, Sam Rockwell. Ford Prefect, Mose Def. Trillian, Zoe Deschanel. Arthur Dent, Martin Freeman. Marvin, Warwick Davis. Slartibartfast, Bill Nye. Questular, Anna Chancellor. Hummer-Cavula, John Malkovich. Lunkwil, Jack Stanley. Fook, Dominique Jackson. Prosser, Steve Pemberton. Barman, Albie Woodington. Gag Halfront, Jason Schwartzman. Ghostly Image, Simon Jones. Bulldozer Driver, Mark Longhurst. Pub Customer, Sue Elliott. Technician, Terry Bamber. Reporter, Kelly MacDonald. Voices. The Guide, Stephen Fry. Marvin, Alan Rickman. Deep Thought, Helen Mirren. The Whale, Bill Bailey. Eddie the Shipboard Computer, Tom Lennon. Qualtz, Ian McNeice. Jeltz, Richard Griffiths. Voggans, Mark Gattis, Reece Shearsmith, and Steve Pemberton. During filming, I spent a lot of time talking with the main actors about how they gave life to Douglas Adams's famous characters. We spoke in trailers, on golf carts, between takes, and sometimes while sharing a beer. The stars told me how familiar they were with Asterisk Hitchhiker's Asterisk before being cast and what working on the film meant to them. Those interviews come next. Interview with Martin Freeman, Arthur Dent. His credits include Asterisk Shaun of the Dead Asterisk, Asterisk Love Actually Asterisk, Asterisk Ali G in the House Asterisk, and Timkin Asterisk The Office. Asterisk. Robbie Stamp, had you heard of Asterisk Hitchhiker's Asterisk before you were asked to join the movie?
Martin Freeman, I certainly had heard of Hitchhikers.
It was a popular show in my house when I was growing up, not for me, but for one of my brothers and my stepdad. I was very young when the series was on TV, but I still remember watching it. I remember the books being at home too. Sometimes I looked through them, but I never read the whole story from beginning to end. Still, I always knew about it as I grew up. RS, and how did you become part of it?
I got the script and read it. At first, I thought the role didn't suit me. Then I went to meet Garth, Nick, and Dom. I was more worried because my girlfriend, Amanda, was waiting for me in the car on a double yellow line. I thought I would only be inside for 15 or 20 minutes. But it took about that long before I even met Garth because I talked with Nick first. When Garth came in, he was very friendly and full of energy. We chatted for another 20 minutes before I did the reading. The whole time I kept thinking, Amanda is going to be so angry. By the time I started reading, I just wanted to finish and leave. I kept thinking, I'm not right for this part anyway. I'm not going to get it.
RS, why did you feel you weren't right for it?
Because of how I remembered the old TV series. I'm a very different kind of actor from Simon Jones, and in my head, Simon Jones is Arthur Dent. I think many people feel the same way. If not him, then someone very similar to him, and that's not me. But later they told me they were very interested. They still needed to see other actors and think things through. I wasn't famous, so I thought, why would anyone in Hollywood want me as the main character in a movie? After some time, and after other actors were considered, I did another screen test with Zoe, and that was how it happened.
RS, my first thought was actually the opposite. From your first reading, I was sure you were perfect for it. While we tried to keep the spirit of Hitchhikers, we didn't want to simply copy what it was like 25 years ago.
I thought you might try to recreate the old version. And if you didn't, I imagined you would go the other way, make it young, modern, and cool. Maybe you would get a 19-year-old guy to play Arthur Dent and make everything very urban. I thought, well, I'm none of those things. That's why I wanted to leave that first meeting so quickly. Amanda was parked outside, after all. I think Garth noticed that I was restless. We were friendly, but he must have thought, this guy doesn't care much. He knew I was worried about getting in trouble, and I did get told off. But in the end, everything turned out fine.
RS, told off by Amanda. She reminded me that I had said I would only take 15 minutes. I am really happy that people trusted me and gave me a chance. I feel thankful because I know there are many people who, in film experience, probably should have been chosen before me. So how did you begin? When you thought, I'm not Simon Jones, but I've been asked to play Arthur Dent, who means so much to many people, what went through your mind? I just thought about what I did in the audition. If they liked that enough to ask me to do the role, then that was the right way to go. I tried to make Arthur seem real and not just the way people already imagine him. The story is light and funny, so it needs some comic energy, but I didn't want the character to feel empty or meaningless. I decided to treat Arthur as if I had never heard of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Star. It would be boring for me and for the audience if I just copied something popular from 25 years ago. If Arthur had been shown as a very upper-middle-class man, wearing something like an old-fashioned dressing gown, everything would have felt too old. Then, next to people like Sam, Mose, and Zoe, who are modern and lively, and although not playing Americans, they sound American, it would have felt like one more movie where the Americans are cool and the Englishman is dull. That idea is not exciting anymore. About the dressing gown, some parts of the costume had to stay the same for the film. I wasn't going to ask to wear a tracksuit or a suit. Arthur had to wear a dressing gown, slippers, and pajamas. The only question was what style they would be. Honestly, I didn't want to argue too much about it. Sammy is a great designer and knows what she wants. Garth pays attention to every detail, how things look, sound, and feel. He has amazing people working with him. My job is simply to act. If they had shown me something I really disliked, I would have refused. But as long as Arthur looked modern and not silly, like we were laughing at him before he even spoke, it was fine for me. For his hair and makeup, I just didn't want him to look like a helpless mummy's boy, because that kind of English character is really boring. They have very neat hair and look like their mothers chose their clothes. But as long as he looked like an ordinary man who lived in a normal world, that was all I needed. Then I could play him as a regular person. I just didn't want the role to feel like a joke or an exaggeration. R.S. At the start of the story, we see Arthur lying down in front of a bulldozer. That already tells us a lot about him.
MF, yes, it does. It takes a lot of courage to do something like that. It is not easy for him, and it's not easy for anyone to lie in front of a bulldozer. But he still goes through with it. It's interesting because I'm not fully sure if I got Arthur right. I'll know when the film is released. You never really know while you're acting how it will turn out. Many people think their films are wonderful, but then they end up being very bad. I don't think our film will be like that. I think it will be really good, and I'll make a believable Arthur Dent. But we'll wait and see.
R.S. Did you feel pressure because of the responsibility?
MF, honestly, I let other people worry about that. I was never a big fan who knew everything about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I understood that it's very important for many people, and I wanted to respect that. But in the end, I'm the one playing the role, not them. I can't carry their worries. Since I'm not a huge fan, it's not like playing John Lennon or Jesus, people everyone already knows so well. This is just one version of a script based on a book and a radio show. I have the same right as anyone else to play this part. We'll see if I do it well. I'm simply trying to do my best.
R.S. What about the connection with Trillian? We worked hard to make her character stronger.
MF, yes, completely. And I think the results are really good.
It doesn't feel like a fake addition to the story. It keeps the real spirit of the original work. Without it, I think the story would not be so strong. R.S. So the first time Arthur meets Trillian is at the party in the flat in Islington. What makes them connect? MF. Arthur is quite a smart man, and I think he feels a connection because he sees someone special. He sees a woman who is brave enough to dress up as an old man, and she still looks beautiful. She is dressed as a scientist and understands funny jokes and clever ideas better than most people at the party. Arthur is not very social. He quietly judges others but does not actually talk to them. He is shy, so he never really checks if his opinions are true. But this woman shows interest in him. And what kind of woman is she? She has come dressed as Darwin, which is amazing. She is beautiful and funny. Who wouldn't like that? R.S. He was sitting alone, reading a book, right? MF. Yes, completely alone, and she walked across the room to talk to him. He noticed her, but she was the one who made the move. Everything seems nice until a strange man comes and takes her away. Later, when Arthur meets her again on the Heart of Gold, his feelings change. At first, he was just sad that she had gone, but then he feels jealous that she left with Zaphod. It hurts more because Zaphod is the complete opposite of Arthur. Zaphod is not even human. To Arthur, he looks foolish and careless, everything Arthur dislikes but secretly wishes he could be. Arthur doesn't want to be stupid, but he does wish he were cooler and more confident with women. Still, he also feels better than Zaphod because Zaphod treats women like objects, something Arthur would never do. Arthur ruins his chance with her because everything feels wrong around him. The world seems to fight against him. He has lost his home planet, and now he has lost the girl he likes to someone foolish. She doesn't give him real attention. It feels even harder when the person you care about is kind to you but doesn't love you. Arthur finds it painful because he wants strong feelings, not something in between. He realizes he has gone too far with Trillian. Sometimes he is surprised by her, and sometimes he feels sorry and tries to make peace. By the end, they understand each other better. Arthur sees how good she really is, and she sees the best in him too because he finally behaves like a small kind of hero. RS says that one of the hardest parts in turning this story into a movie was making Arthur grow without changing him into a huge action hero. MF agrees. He says that Arthur only needed to change a little to become the leader of the group. He doesn't turn into the kind of action man seen in Hollywood movies, but by his own usual standards, he becomes braver. He starts to act more confidently. As the story moves forward, Arthur becomes stronger and believes more in what he does. There is a moment when he understands that he no longer has a home. He decides to live the life he has now instead of wishing to go back or undo the past. He begins to take control of his life, something he never could have done at his old job on Earth. After talking about it, they agree it's a very unusual movie. There are not many films that mix personal feelings and funny chaos in such a big universe. It isn't a serious space adventure. It is full of strange and silly aliens and creatures. Some are scary, like Hummercavula, but most are simply absurd. The Vogons are especially ridiculous since they attack people with bad poetry. And in space, there is still bureaucracy, just like on Earth, only bigger and stranger. MF, yes, and with funny heads. It feels like a very human story, even though it has aliens. RS, speaking of human-like aliens, what about your connection with Ford?
MF, Ford is like my guide, my hitchhiker's guide. I'm not really a traveler, I'm more like someone caught in the middle of things. Arthur would be lost without Ford. He would still be on Earth, probably even dead. But Ford feels he owes Arthur a debt, so he takes him along. He teaches Arthur how to survive in space, who the strange creatures are, and what happens on each planet and spaceship. Ford really takes care of Arthur.
RS, and Ford truly cares about him, doesn't he?
MF, yes, as much as Ford can care for someone. His affection doesn't look very normal or human, it's a bit strange. But that's nice, because Arthur is also a little strange. He is not very friendly or emotional, so they match well. At first, Arthur thinks Ford is just an odd person. When he learns that Ford is actually from another world, it finally makes sense why Ford behaves that way. Still, Ford could easily seem like an unusual human being. Arthur doesn't realize Ford is an alien until Ford tells him.
RS, are there any special moments that stay in your mind?
MF, yes. The set of the Heart of Gold ship was amazing, it was huge. We all looked around and thought, wow, we're really in a space movie. Honestly, every single set has been incredible. The small details impressed me a lot, the design and the props were done with such care. There aren't any scenes I liked more than others. It's the sets that excited me most. I enjoy all the scenes, and some are really fun to act in. But this isn't serious drama, it's not like acting in a play about losing your mother. Still, there are big things to face, like how you lose your whole planet, Earth.
Those scenes where Arthur learns that Earth is gone are quite difficult. They are hard because you need to show the right amount of emotion. It should not feel too heavy or dramatic, but it must still seem real. Even though the story is a comedy, the feelings must matter to the audience. I think it's important to care about the characters in movies, no matter who they are. If people don't believe that Arthur really cares, then they won't care either. RS said that Arthur is a well-known character and that the challenge was to make him deep and interesting without making the story too serious.
MF agreed and said it was very important to him. The story has meaning for him and his family, and it has become part of popular culture over many years. He said he would have been very upset if the story had been ruined, especially by an American version. He thought that if he had been too much of a fan himself, he could not have played Arthur well. He explained that everyone on the team has a job to do, and they must stay professional. If everyone were just fans of the book, the film would not work because fans are not always skilled in making films. He compared it to liking food but not knowing how to cook it. He hoped that people would trust the team to do a good job. He said that from what he had heard, people seemed ready to trust them.
RS replied that this trust began with the script. He asked MF what he thought when he first read it.
MF said that he liked it a lot and felt that it worked well. He explained that he often refuses meetings for most of the films he is asked to read, so this one must have been special. He said that when he met the writers, he liked them because they cared about turning the story into a good movie. They were not strange fans who only lived inside the book's world. They seemed like people who could really make it happen.
Interview with Sam Rockwell, Zaphod Beeblebrox. When I first saw their work, I thought it looked amazing. I wanted to join their project because it was so creative. Luckily, everything has gone very well. Garth knows how to talk to actors, not only to his camera team. Some directors cannot explain to actors what their characters are supposed to do, but Garth can. Many people just watch through their screens and prefer not to deal with actors. But Garth really likes people as much as he enjoys working with models and puppets. He understands that if the audience does not believe in Arthur, Trillian, Ford, and Zaphod, then their adventures mean nothing. If we do not care about them, the whole film loses its heart. Sure, it might still have great effects, but that alone is not enough to make people care. RS, have you enjoyed working here?
MF, yes, I truly have. It has been wonderful. This is the biggest and most constant project I have done on camera. Of course, it could have gone badly or very well. Fortunately, it has gone really well, and I have had a great time.
Garth and Nick are from Hammer and Tongs, and Dominic Lung is the second unit director and their third founding partner. Simon Jones was the actor who played Arthur Dent in the first radio and TV versions. Zooey Deschanel plays Tricia Macmillan. Sam Rockwell plays Zaphod Beeblebrox, and Mose Def plays Ford Prefect. Sammy Sheldon is the costume designer for the film. RS, Sam, how did you create such a wild character as Zaphod for the big screen?
SR, at first, I tried to copy Bill Clinton's style, but it didn't really fit. It was too calm. Zaphod needed more energy and strength. So I changed the idea and made him more like a rock star. I mixed a bit of Freddie Mercury, Elvis, and some Brad Pitt to build his personality.
RS, but there's still a bit of a politician in him, isn't there?
SR, yes, for sure. It feels like a famous rock star has become the president of the galaxy. I often get roles where I need to act in a big, dramatic way, and that suits Zaphod perfectly. He must be bold, full of energy, and charming. He needs to stand out and feel larger than life. The way Zaphod is described in the book gave me all the ideas I needed. We decided not to use the old TV series. We used only the book as our main guide.
RS, what about Zaphod and attraction? I remember the first actor, Mark Wing Davey, talking about that.
SR, Zaphod is very attractive and full of charm. That's why we added touches like the Freddie Mercury style, nail polish, and eyeliner. He's meant to remind people a little of Tim Curry from *, the Rocky Horror Picture Show star. He should have that same powerful effect on people. You can't really tell what kind of person he's into. He's open and a bit unpredictable.
RS, there are a lot of species in the galaxy.
SR, there are, yes. No matter if they're male or female, Zaphod is wild and free. He's like David Bowie, Freddie Mercury, and Keith Richards all in one. He's full of rock and roll spirit, and he doesn't care about rules. He lives how he wants and doesn't stay inside the lines.
RS, you've spent a lot of time working on how he looks, the costume and the gun, for example.
SR, yes, that's right. We planned everything carefully, the blonde hair, the gun, the nail polish, the chainmail, and the gold shirt. All of these details help show who Zaphod really is.
RS, that's your idea?
SR, yes, I liked it because I wanted a shiny spandex shirt. At first, I said silver, but then Sammy suggested gold, which made sense since the name is Heart of Gold. That shirt has meant a lot to me.
RS, in what way?
SR, clothes often help me find who the character is. The first boots we had before filming were big and heavy, like cowboy boots. I said, no, I need lighter ones so he can move easily.
RS, so you could dance better.
SR, exactly. I usually add some dancing to every character I play. For Zaphod, he needed to move fast and smoothly. He's like a rock star, so he must have style and energy.
RS, he really does move well. Tell me about the gun. You worked a lot to learn how to use it.
SR, yes, we had to design a smaller version because the first one didn't have a trigger guard. Without that, you can't spin it properly. They added the trigger guard, made it smaller and lighter, and painted it red and white. It looked great. They even made a special holster that works with magnets. I really want to take that gun home.
RS, another thing I want to ask about is the walk.
SR, I actually don't walk a lot in the film. But I walk a little on Wildvodel 6, in the snow, and also on Voxsphere where I run a bit. I really like how the character walks. Sam stands up and shows the walk.
Little bit of a strut.
But it feels friendly and full of confidence, like saying, here I am.
Yes, he's a nice guy, but at the end of the day, he's a rock star.
So, tell me about the second head.
The second head was very tricky to figure out. At first, I wanted to give it a New York accent, maybe something old-fashioned, but it didn't really work. I wanted a strong contrast between the two heads, and now we have that, but it's not in the voice or accent. It's more about feelings and personality. One head acts like it had too much sugar, full of wild energy, ready to fight, and full of anger. That's the main idea for the second head. I also liked the ideas in Douglas Adams's notes you shared with me. He thought the second head remembered things better than the first one, which is a great detail.
When Douglas wrote the story, he just added that line about the president of the galaxy with two heads. In the book and the radio version, it worked fine, but in a movie, it became more difficult. Douglas and Jay Roach talked a lot about how to make it work, both for the character and for the technical side. When Men in Black 2 came out, and they had a character with a second head on a stalk, we knew that was one option we couldn't use.
So it was just an extra idea, not very important at first?
Yes, exactly.
Because in the book, the second head doesn't really speak much.
Right, there isn't a real difference between the two heads there. That's why the notes I shared with you were interesting. They showed Douglas thinking, what can we do with two heads for a movie?
Yes, the second head is a big part of the comedy now. It's like a free-flowing, fun idea. But I still wanted to make sure it fits inside the world that Douglas created.
So I keep going back to the book and my notes. Extra lines are fine if they help the story move forward. But if they are random and don't add anything useful to the film, it's better not to use them.
RS, in that world you had some fun with the dingoes.
SR, yes, that was great, and I liked the 12 seasons idea you gave me. I hope that stays in the final version with the Japanese fan group on Wildvodel. They were very sweet.
RS, that part was actually a joke about Douglas's favorite hotel in Los Angeles, the Four Seasons. We spent a lot of time there talking about the movie during our different trips to push things along. What about Zaphod as a politician?
SR, if there is another movie, I'd like to explore more of his political side. We joked a little about Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, and I think it's really funny.
RS, I can imagine people will laugh at the line, "You can't be a president with a whole brain." It would fit well in today's political world.
SR, yes, I also say that line in the film. I didn't even realize how true it sounds now.
RS, how did you become part of the movie?
SR, I met Garth and Nick 3 times. Twice before they decided to give me the role, and once after they offered it. I asked to meet again because I didn't understand why they chose me for Zaphod. At first, they talked to me about playing Ford. The first meeting was in New York, even before I read the script. Soon after, I found the DVD of the old TV series and watched it. It reminded me of what I had seen when I was a kid.
I had seen a little of the show before, along with Doctor Who *, so I only needed a small reminder about who Ford Prefect was. When I remembered, I said to myself, "Oh, that's Ford Prefect, okay, I know what to do," and I actually liked the character. I went in with an idea, but it wasn't quite right. They wanted someone who could play a smoother, more heroic type of man, and that's why Mose fitted the role so well. They also talked about Ford being a kind of field reporter for the Guide, like those camera people who go to dangerous places such as Iraq, and I found that very interesting. At the second meeting, I wasn't expected to read anything. When you reach a certain point in your career, you don't have to do as many readings. But sometimes I decide to read anyway, which might seem a bit silly, but people love it because many other actors don't even come in for a meeting. So I thought, let's just read this out loud and see how it feels. They said, "Why don't we read a little bit of Ford?" I warned them, I haven't prepared this, it's a cold read, and that was true. So I read Ford's part with a bit of a southern accent, and it went fine. Everyone started laughing, and I even gave Garth a playful kiss on the cheek. When I finished, I said, "What about this Zaphod guy? He seems interesting, so maybe we can try reading that part too." I read some lines from Zaphod, but it didn't go well at all. The Ford reading was much stronger. They asked what went wrong with the Zaphod reading. I said I hadn't thought much about the character yet. I just remembered that his first entrance was amazing, and I imagined Jack Black doing it. Then I wondered how I would make that kind of entrance myself. From just looking quickly at the script, I could tell that Zaphod was an incredible role. But I hadn't studied the part carefully, so we left it at that. I said to myself, well, I did okay with Ford but really badly with Zaphod. Before leaving, I told them, please think about me for Zaphod. I might not be right, maybe I'm better for Ford, but check out *Galaxy Quest *and *The Green Mile Star. There are things in those films that show what I could bring to Zaphod. Weeks passed, and then I heard that Mose was cast as Ford. I felt a bit disappointed, but I also thought, that makes sense. He's a great choice for Ford, and I really meant it. So I told myself, all right, that's the end of it. A long time passed, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, I was in London filming *Piccadilly Gym Star. One day I got messages from both my agents and my manager, all wanting to talk at the same time. When that happens, I know it's something important. We had a conference call, and I felt it was good news, but I had no idea what it was. Usually, when you get a role, someone tells you a week earlier that things look promising. But this time, nothing like that happened. Out of the blue, they just said, you got the job, and the salary is great. I asked, wait, what job? It's all confirmed already. They said yes, and congratulated me. I was surprised because I hadn't even thought about that project for a month, and I wasn't sure I had read the script properly. But my team told me, "Are you crazy? You have to do it." I explained that I was very tired since I was working hard on another film and wanted to read the script carefully. I said I would meet with the production team in a week after I had time to study it. I was doing a big dance sequence in Piccadilly Gym and felt exhausted. Also, I was in the middle of an intense relationship with my girlfriend and needed time to think. During my 2 days off, Thursday and Friday, I finally read the whole script carefully. Then I decided to meet with the team and see if they were open to ideas. I had already met them before, but I still didn't understand why they had chosen me. Gina suggested, "Why don't you play it like that Elvis-style character you sometimes do?" I said, "No, that's too silly, it feels like a comedy sketch." But in the end, I took that general idea into the meeting, and they really liked it. There's a recording of that meeting. Did they show it to you?
Yes, they did.
Of us in the office?
Yes.
We were just having fun, but when Garth started bringing his creative ideas, I knew I wanted to do the movie. He's a director who thinks visually, but his ideas come from how a character feels and behaves, not just how things look. That is what made Garth and Nick special and exciting to me.
Usually directors who care a lot about visuals don't like to hear ideas from actors. It almost never happens. The only other time I experienced that was with Dean Parasot on Galaxy Quest. He was very open to suggestions. And directors who are also actors like George Clooney are always good to work with. I would say that George Clooney, Ridley Scott, Dean Parasot, and Garth Jennings are the 4 best directors I have worked with.
That's very high praise.
I really think he is great. I feel lucky to have been part of the show. It has been a wonderful time. You helped me with my silly ad-libs, and working with Martin, Zoe, and Mose was great. Mose and I created some new parts that were not in the original TV series or movie script, especially about the friendship between Ford and Zaphod.
I think we created a completely new connection between those 2 characters that never existed before. There are so many directions to explore with Zaphod. He is one of the best characters I have ever played. RS, are there any moments on set that you remember most clearly?
SR, there are so many. I really enjoy Zaphod when he is trying to entertain the crowd. I remember the moment with the champagne bottle swinging on the rope just before he takes the heart of gold. Right before I went on set, I found some fudge and started eating it while I gave my speech. I thought that was very Zaphod because he enjoys every part of life. The best moments are when he is full of charm and fun, and his laugh really shows who he is. I always make my characters move more than the script needs, like in that dance scene Garth asked me to do. When we were on the Wildvodel set, Garth said, "This is where your dance will happen, right?" I answered, "Sure, but what kind of dance?" It wasn't written in the script at all. Garth told me it would be great if Zaphod was being shot at while doing a big dramatic rock-style dance. He didn't have to convince me because I love dancing. They asked what music I wanted, and I tried the scene several times. I felt proud to do it because it was an important moment for Zaphod.
RS, Garth has always tried to avoid turning scenes into typical action sci-fi moments. When one of the heroes faces attacks from aliens and gunfire, he always thinks, how can we give it the Hitchhiker style? That's very Douglas, giving the audience something they would never expect, and somehow it still works. You've done a lot of running around, haven't you? Running through valleys in Wales.
SR, yes, oh wow, the paddle scene. That was probably the funniest and silliest thing I have ever done, and it was a new idea from Douglas. The weather was terrible. Most of us almost froze, and I had to wear many layers between takes. Pretending that the paddles were hitting us in the face was simple but very playful work. It reminded me of being a kid and pretending to play games like cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians.
That part of the work shows how acting can make you feel like a child again. In that scene with Mose and Martin, we were pretending that wooden paddles were coming out of the ground and hitting us in the face. It could have looked like very good or very bad science fiction acting. I remember watching Jurassic Park and having an argument with a friend about it. I thought the acting was really strong. My friend said, "That's not real acting, it's just fake." I didn't agree at all. I think those actors did an amazing job. It's very difficult to act scared of something that isn't really there. Working with them was wonderful. The film really felt like a team project. At first, I believed Zaphod was just a small role. But when I read the whole script carefully, I saw that he had a lot of time on screen. It turned out to be a big job and a lot of hard work. We all gave everything we had to make it good.
Gina Bellman, interview with Mose Def, Ford Prefect. Mose Def has also acted in The Woodsman, Monsters Ball, and The Italian Job. He is a very skilled hip-hop artist too.
Robbie Stamp, so tell me, had you heard about Hitchhikers before being asked to join the movie?
Mose Def, yes, I had heard about it, but I had never read the book. It was something I was aware of, like a cultural thing. It's like how you might not listen to Miles Davis's music but still know who he is. Hitchhikers is that kind of thing. Some people know it very well, and others don't, but almost everyone has heard of it somehow.
RS, how did you get chosen for the part?
MD, I think the casting director, Susie Figgis, saw me perform in Top Dog/Underdog at the Royal Court in London. She told Nick and Garth that they should meet me when they visited New York. We met and talked about the movie and about their vision of what they wanted, not just for this film but for their future work. Their ideas really attracted me. They have a very different and creative way of thinking.
They have amazing creativity. They made some music videos that I really liked. I was a big fan, but I didn't know they had worked on them. They made videos for Supergrass and Blur, and both were great. Hammer and Tongs always have impressive style. I loved everything about them, their energy, enthusiasm, and sense of wonder. You could see they were serious about their work, but they also enjoyed it. RS, that sense of wonder is completely right.
MD, yes, and that is very important for a director. I believe Garth shows the spirit of the book in a special way. He is serious and thoughtful, but he never takes himself too seriously. He knows it's a big and difficult project, but he isn't afraid. He is ready for the challenge, which makes actors trust him. When he sent me the script, I was interested from the first line. The first sentence caught my attention immediately. It was a wonderful way to start the story. The Hitchhiker's story is full of big ideas, and in the wrong hands it could feel too heavy or too clever. But Garth makes it feel more human and easy to connect with. He gives space for different opinions without judging or making fun of them. He stays true to his own view, but he respects others too. I was really impressed by how he handled the part about religion and God. It's clearly personal, but he leaves room for other thoughts. It's rare to work on something with that kind of depth and feeling.
RS, you told me that when you were chosen for the role, kids came to tell you how exciting it was that you were going to be in Hitchhikers.
MD, yes, people from many backgrounds have strong reactions when I mention it. Some don't know what it is, some say, "Oh, okay," and others get very excited. They think it's really cool, and I feel the same way. I love the humor in it, and I love the sense of curiosity about the world. It's like a child looking up at the sky and wondering what might be out there.
RS, I think you're right. Douglas's curiosity, his sharp and thoughtful curiosity, was a key part of him.
MD, yes, it has been very satisfying. I enjoy projects that have a bit of risk. After all the time it took to make this movie, and with its mix of ideas and humor, it will definitely make people pay attention.
It is really unusual in the true meaning of the word. It is both extra and ordinary at the same time. There is an entire universe that feels amazing and also quite normal. R.S., how did you find the way to play the character of Ford?
MD, it was very interesting because Ford has many sides. Sometimes he is very serious and focused. Other times he is relaxed and easygoing, almost like he is watching everything from the outside. Before we started rehearsing, I imagined him as more tough and sharp, like a strong news reporter who plans the story. There is a bit of that in him, and also a bit of a hero like Indiana Jones. But instead of making him fit into one type, I tried to show him as a man who reacts honestly to every situation. I think Ford is ready for anything, good or bad, and he accepts what comes. He doesn't complain or judge too much. What I really like about him is how loyal he is to his friends. He gives his time to help them, not because he wants praise but because he truly cares. He believes in his friends and supports what they want to do. It's not emotional in a false way, though. For example, in the scene in the airlock, when they are about to be thrown into space, Ford asks Arthur if he wants a hug. Martin's reaction is funny, so it becomes a warm moment but still feels real and not forced.
R.S., Douglas would have liked that. He didn't like moments that felt too sentimental. He would always want to add something a little surprising or clever. Talking about helping friends, in the scene where you tell Arthur about towels, you played it as if it was truly serious.
MD, yes, you really do need your towel. It is important because space can be dangerous and hard.
R.S., tell me more about Ford's relationship with Arthur. In an early version of the script, there was a joke where Ford kept trying to leave Arthur behind, but Arthur kept saving him, and then Ford had to return the favor. Some fans didn't like that idea at all, maybe because in the books, their friendship is the strongest and lasts through everything.
MD, I really like their friendship. In many stories where aliens visit Earth, they usually act hostile toward humans. But Ford is different. He actually likes humans, even with all their strange habits and mistakes.
As far as Arthur is concerned, I really enjoy the scene on the Gratia where Ford tries to calm him down. It almost feels gentle.
R.S., can you tell me what is happening in that moment?
MD, Zaphod finds a strange doorway on Magrathea. He believes it will take them to deep thought. Arthur feels nervous about it. Ford is more careful and logical. He looks at the situation and thinks, we can do this. Arthur, however, is very scared.
R.S., it looks very frightening.
MD, yes, it is. It feels like a place where you have to take a big leap. I like the idea behind that scene. It shows that when there is a chance to move forward, you should take it. You have to keep going because chances do not stay open forever. In life, there are moments when you must choose your path, no matter if it is good or bad. Arthur waits a little too long to make his choice. He needs someone to push him to step out of his comfort zone and truly take part in the universe. His fear and worry stay inside him. He does not show them in an obvious way. I really like how Martin plays this part. Arthur faces many strange and urgent events in a funny but beautiful galaxy. In the middle of all this, he finally finds strength inside himself and takes the leap. Sometimes he does it only because someone is pulling him into action.
R.S., you mean really pulling him?
MD, yes, truly pulling him. But he learns to adjust to new things. He changes with the situation.
R.S., how has it been working with Martin?
MD, he has a wonderful calm energy as an actor. It makes working with him a real pleasure.
This is one of the best casts I have worked with.
Tell me about your costume.
It took a lot of time and thought because I wanted it to look traditional but also a bit unusual. He comes from another planet, so he is an alien, but he still needs to look like he fits in. We made small changes to normal clothes. For example, we took a regular 3-button jacket and turned it into one with 4 buttons. Then we added a vest. Everything in the outfit has a reason. When it is cold, he wears a hat that is practical but still looks polite and simple. He is a man who works hard, so he wears a suit and tie. He takes his job seriously, but he is not proud or arrogant about it. As a researcher, he is ready to meet anyone, even a president or a famous person. He should earn respect from others but still seem friendly. And I wanted shoes that were comfortable.
What about the colors inside the jacket?
Yes, the orange and purple colors really caught my attention.
Are those your colors?
Yes, they are. I asked Sammy to add purple anywhere she could. Wherever there was a jacket lining or a small flap, we added a touch of purple. They are small details that people on Earth might not notice, but they make the outfit look a bit artistic while still fitting in. I was very happy with how it turned out.
So what does Ford keep in his satchel?
It has the things Douglas wrote about in the book and a bit more.
He's got water. He has the guide, of course, some peanuts, his towel, a camera, a pen, a pad, his glasses, and his sunglasses. He uses the glasses when sunlight on a planet is very strong, or when he wants to hide his face or pretend to be someone else. I like that his small bag has a space travel look. It can hold everything he needs. I also really like how the guide is made. It looks simple and clean, with a smooth and smart design. That makes sense since he travels from one planet to another. Ford's whole life can fit in that little bag, and he is always ready to leave at any time. He moves easily and quickly, and that idea really interests me. Tell me about all the stage actions you created with the towel.
You want to make it fun and alive. You can put it over your shoulder and make it part of who he is, like it belongs to him. He uses it in many ways, as a weapon, as a napkin, to keep warm, or even to cover his head. I think he has a special feeling about this towel, like it can protect him, clean up messes, or make him feel safe. But it still feels real and simple. It's just a towel, not some kind of high-tech tool.
And what is it like working with Sam's energy?
Oh, Sam is amazing. He really helps me find the right way to play my character. At first, I thought Ford should act more unusual and strange. I didn't want him to be a crazy spaceman, but I wanted that touch of oddness. Then I saw Zaphod, and I realized that part of the role was already full of energy and wild behavior. So I decided Ford should be more direct and practical. Zaphod's wildness makes a perfect balance for my character. Working with Sam showed me clearly what Ford's part is in Arthur's story and how he fits with the other 3 characters.
If 2 characters in a movie both act in a silly way, it can start to feel too much. At the beginning, Ford seems strange and maybe even a little crazy. But when Zaphod appears, he makes Ford look normal, almost like Arthur. RS says Ford is like a bridge. MD agrees and says Ford really connects Arthur and Zaphod, and it feels good to have him between them. RS asks about Trillian. MD says Zoe is a great actress. She makes you believe in her character completely. Her boredom, her intelligence, and her love for adventure are all clear. The whole cast is amazing. Sometimes it feels stressful because the movie means a lot, and the story is deep and full of layers. MD says he keeps discovering new details every week or even every few days. Even near the end of filming, he still finds new things. Working on Magrathea was a special moment. It's a mysterious lost planet that Ford never believed was real. Now he is standing there on its frozen ground. After filming the first day there, MD read a part in the book again and found another clue about Ford's connection with Zaphod. In that part, Ford says he believes Magrathea exists for now but wants to know how Zaphod found it.
He asks if Zaphod just looked it up in some star chart.
Zaphod answers that it was research, government records, and some lucky guesses that led him there.
Then Ford asks if Zaphod stole the Heart of Gold ship to look for it.
Zaphod replies that he stole it to search for many things. Ford is surprised and asks what kind of things. Zaphod says he doesn't know. When Ford asks why, Zaphod explains that maybe if he knew what he was looking for, he wouldn't be able to look at all. Ford asks if he's crazy. Zaphod calmly says that's possible. He explains that he understands only what his mind allows him to, and right now his mind is not in good shape.
MD says he loves that Hitchhikers mixes imagination with reality. It's creative, but it still feels real, and the actors can work with that balance. He mentions a scene where Zaphod and Ford meet again on the Heart of Gold ship. It's just two old friends seeing each other after many years, but they added a small greeting ritual that also gave Arthur something to react to. All the actors tried not to make any scene too exaggerated or like a cartoon. RS says it was important to take the story seriously. They wanted to avoid making cheeky jokes to the audience that could break the feeling of the world. MD agrees. He says they tried to go straight forward but not in a completely traditional way. Garth was very excited about the acting part of all this. It was wonderful to work on a science fiction film for several months and not have to stand in front of a blue screen or imagine things that weren't really there. Our mind stayed active because we could see and touch real objects around us, except for the pad. RS, I think that is one of the reasons this movie feels warm and full of life, which many science fiction movies sometimes miss.
MD, yes, the audience can feel that too, and it also helps us as actors. It's interesting because Garth used many theater-style ideas in this movie. He created real creatures and sets instead of everything being digital. The locations feel strong and full of detail. That helps us act better, and it helps people watching believe that the world they see is real, made not just by computers but also by people's hands.
RS, speaking of real work, I was amazed by what you and Martin did this afternoon. That was incredible.
MD, you mean the escape hatch scene from the Vogon ship. Martin and I did that stunt ourselves, and it was quite a long fall. I enjoy that my role is very physical because it reminds me of old comedy pairs like Laurel and Hardy. Both Martin and I are fans of them. I also love Chaplin and Buster Keaton, and there's a lot of freedom to bring that kind of humor into a science fiction story.
RS, how do you make your entrance?
MD, I arrive on a shopping trolley full of beer and peanuts, rolling down a hill toward the bulldozers where Arthur is lying. It's a great way to appear for the first time. When I read the script, I knew that Ford would be a very unusual kind of person. When you first see him on Earth, he really looks a bit crazy. He's full of energy, jumping fences and running around, but he also acts calm and serious at times, which makes him seem even stranger. He's very focused and exact in what he does, and the physical scenes in this film have made all of us more alert and precise.
I know people often say they are very excited about a movie. But I have been working on Hitchhikers for 18 weeks, and I really cannot wait to see it. I feel the same energy that I felt when I first arrived here, very happy, open, and sure that the audience will be amazed. In a film with lots of special effects, actors cannot always see how everything fits together. But when I look at the sets, I can tell that every part has a clear reason to be there. Garth and Nick have shown both intelligence and fun, and I think they have truly caught the heart of the book. You have also been a great help because you care so much about it. We have talked a lot about Douglas and little details from the story. I understand what it feels like to deeply love a book and then see a movie that does not completely match it. I believe readers do not mind new ideas or changes, as long as the story keeps its true spirit. That is why I bring the book with me to the set every day. When I have breaks, I like to read a few pages again. Ford can be played in many different ways, kind, mysterious, or strange. It is a very exciting role, but it also needs a lot of focus. As an actor and a singer, I like jobs where I must stay active and pay attention. It is not the type of work where you can just sit back and relax. You must stay alert, sometimes even stand up and move around. That has been my experience here, and I am truly glad about it. Interview with Zooey Deschanel, Tricia McMillan. Her other movie credits include Elf, All the Real Girls, The Good Girl, and Almost Famous.
Robbie Stamp, so, first of all, had you heard of Hitchhikers before joining the project?
Zooey Deschanel, yes, I read the first Hitchhiker's book when I was about 11. There was a small fan group for it in my school class. I read it then and liked it a lot, but I did not read it again until I learned about the movie.
RS, how did you become part of the film?
ZD, I already knew about the project. I was filming in New York when Nick and Garth came to visit me on set. We had lunch together, and I was really impressed by how creative and charming they were and how they wanted to approach the story.
One of the first things that surprised me was that, even though it was a science fiction film, the director cared a lot about the relationships between the characters. He didn't think the special effects were the most important part. Garth talked about the movie The Apartment by Billy Wilder with Jack Lemmon and also Annie Hall star. Both of those are among my favorite films. From the beginning, I found it interesting that someone making a movie full of special effects was so focused on showing real human feelings. He understood that those relationships would give the story its heart.
People often ask me why the film was finally approved. I think there were several reasons, but one of the main ones was that we worked hard to build a real connection between Trillian and Arthur.
Yes, that is probably the biggest difference between The Hitchhiker's Guide and its other versions and in our movie. I believe it will look great on screen. The book, the radio version, and the TV series are all quite different.
Adding this human side makes everything feel more natural and alive on screen.
Yes, usually big-budget movies with lots of special effects don't have many personal or emotional moments. In this film, you see the small and personal side of people set against the huge universe. That mix makes the story funny and touching at the same time. The aliens and humans make similar mistakes and misunderstand things, which makes them easier to relate to. It also makes the universe seem smaller and the quiet moments between characters feel more important. Douglas always seemed to want to remind us that humans are not as great as we think. A bit more humility from us would make the world better.
In the other versions of Hitchhikers, Trillian's character is the least developed. In our film, we worked hard to give her more life and meaning. Tell me about how you found her voice and personality.
Since the first script reading, Trillian has changed a lot. You really discover who your character is while filming. You learn what fits your character and what works with the other actors and the story. At first, Trillian was quieter and less active. Now she is stronger and more confident. I think this helps her balance Zaphod's character. Female viewers will have someone they can connect with and support. In the beginning, the story felt more focused on the men, but now Trillian stands out too. She is most interested in asking questions and understanding new things. She feels happiest when she is studying the manual for the Heart of Gold and trying to solve how it works. Understanding that gives me a clear way to show Trillian's character through her actions and movement.
She is a bit of a nerd, which is nice. She loves books, and that is great too. I wanted to play a woman who is strong, attractive, and above all, intelligent. When she must, she can act in a more physical way. When she needs to arrest Zaphod to stay away from the Vogons, she becomes quite tough. I also think she feels a little annoyed. She went out into space hoping to meet special beings, but instead she met the Vogons, who are almost as foolish as people on Earth. RS, now there are many moments when Trillian takes control while the men waste time.
ZD, yes, she is very clever and always direct. Sometimes she gets tired of hearing the others argue and decides to lead them.
RS, she is the one who understands how the ship works. She reads the manual and figures it out.
ZD, yes, without Trillian they would not fly the Heart of Gold at all. Each person has their role in the story. Without Zaphod, they would not even be on the ship, and his fame saves them several times. Arthur is always asking questions and tries to understand the woman he met at a party who surprised him, disappeared, and then appeared again in space. Ford Prefect watches everything calmly and bravely, which helps move the story forward. Trillian is very clear and determined and pushes them all to reach their goal.
RS, did you think about how it feels to be half alien?
ZD, I think I am already a bit alien myself. When I was at school, people often said I was strange, but now that helps me. I think that is why many people enjoy this story. Everyone feels a little alien inside.
RS said that there was a big discussion online asking if Trillian was human. He asked what she thought about that.
ZD said that when Trillian learns she is partly alien, she feels pleased. She is very educated and smart, and joining the spaceship is the first time she really feels challenged. The ship has a lot of strange controls and complicated manuals. The improbability drive is especially strange because it doesn't follow the normal rules of physics we know on Earth. That idea was very interesting to her from the start. Her intelligence helps explain why she decided to leave the party with Zaphod Beeblebrox. Trillian always felt that Earth was too small for her and that she needed something bigger. Going on a wild adventure was her way of finding excitement and testing herself. Earth never gave her that sense of challenge she needed.
RS said that when Trillian goes into space, she becomes deeply involved in what she is experiencing, while Arthur doesn't want to do that.
ZD explained that Trillian thinks with her mind first. She wants to learn and push her own limits before she can truly care about someone.
RS said that the scene where Arthur and Trillian meet is very important. Arthur is reading a book when Trillian walks up and asks who he is.
ZD said that moment almost feels like the start of a different kind of story before it quickly changes and becomes more interesting. There is a lot more that happens beyond that typical party meeting between a boy and a girl. But the ordinary beginning on Earth is very important. It helps the story feel real before everything gets crazy in space with all the strange planets and impressive sets. ZD said she realized how special the film was when she first stepped onto the Heart of Gold spaceship. She had read the books as a student, so seeing that ship felt like reliving her school memories. It was such an emotional moment that she ran around the set, jumping and exploring everything. It was full of imagination, and she felt that everything was finally coming together. She saw that the whole film crew worked closely as a team, trying to make the best movie possible. She was amazed by everyone's effort and care. For an actor, seeing that kind of passion is truly inspiring. She felt a strong sense of responsibility to Douglas Adams, his family, and all the fans. She wanted the movie to be meaningful, full of creativity, intelligence, and hard work from everyone involved.
RS, we all feel a strong duty to the fans and to the family. But we also feel responsible to many people who are not fans yet.
ZD, yes, our new fans. This is a smart comedy with a deep and thoughtful side. It is the kind of movie you can watch many times and still find new things in it. Even after working on the film for 4 months, I still notice small details I had not seen before. I am very excited to watch it myself, and I mean that honestly. Usually, you are curious to see the films you work on, but this one feels truly special. I think many people are waiting for a clever comedy like this. It also has a little political meaning. You can compare some parts to what is happening in the real world. Even though the story talks about aliens and the universe, what makes it funny is that things stay the same even on such a huge level. There is still bureaucracy, quick decisions by governments, and some corruption. There are still many small things that make people feel frustrated. I like how the story shows the human need to ask questions. Part of the message is that we should value our ability to question things. We can question our government, our surroundings, and the people near us. That is a very good thing. It is interesting that Earth was created to find the ultimate question because people naturally love to ask questions.
RS, I had never thought about those two ideas together. The Earth was made to discover the ultimate question, and that really fits with Douglas's personality. He loved asking questions and had a great way of helping people see problems from another point of view. I had long talks with Mose, and I found it fascinating that both of you cared so much about the ideas behind the story.
ZD, I have always liked philosophy. It was very interesting to read a book that mixes comedy and science fiction but is still full of big ideas. What keeps the story alive is its thoughtful side and what it says about the world, its beauty and its foolishness. That is why the moment when Jeltz speaks to the people of Earth before it is destroyed is so funny to me. He basically tells them that they should not be surprised because all the plans and destruction orders were available to see for 50 Earth years in the local planning office on Alpha Centauri, and it is too late now to complain. It reminds me of how in the United States, when you go to the DMV to renew your license, the person at the counter might say, "You need to fill out that form at home with a blue pen, but only on a Thursday." We often imagine aliens as smarter or greater than humans, but finding out that they can also be small-minded and petty is a wonderful and funny idea.
RS, I was surprised to see how active the movie was for you, and that stunt with the bug blatter beast looked amazing.
ZD, when I was a child, I used to do rock climbing, so I knew how to use harnesses and ropes. Because of that, I wasn't scared. I thought it was better if I did the stunt myself. It's good to do your own stunts if they aren't too dangerous, but if they are risky, it's safer to let a professional do them.
RS, was the movie more physical than you expected? It looks like there were a lot of bruises.
ZD, yes, that's true. Jason keeps laughing because I often come home covered with big bruises. A fake bullet hit me once, and small objects kept flying and hitting my head.
RS, and what about the scene on the Heart of Gold, when the ship was shaking during the missile chase?
ZD, that part was a lot of fun. We had to throw ourselves around the set, and it was much more active than I ever thought it would be. I used to think this movie would be more about ideas and less about action. But it was both physical and funny at the same time. There were moments when we were doing action scenes but also shouting philosophical lines at each other. I remember Martin yelling over the loud noise of the big vacuum machine on the Magrathea set. It made everyone laugh.
RS, what about Trillian's relationship with Zaphod? Is there a romantic side to it?
ZD, I think Trillian finds him fun and interesting. Zaphod is like someone she might have a short summer romance with.
RS, so did they actually have a brief romance when they got on the Heart of Gold?
ZD, I want the audience to decide that for themselves. Yes, she finds him charming, but it's not something serious or lasting.
RS, have you enjoyed working with the other actors? It's a very unusual group. Interview with Bill Nye, Slartibartfast. Fast.
I really think they did an excellent job bringing all of us together. There's a great part in the movie where we've just been shaken around by the missile attack, and Arthur says, "We can talk about normal forever." Then the other characters start asking questions one by one. What's normal? What's home? What are cows? I think that line is wonderful because it mixes philosophy, character, and humor all at the same time. Yes, it perfectly shows their relationships. Thinking about that moment reminds me how much fun I had working on this film.
That's very much like Hitchhiker's style. British actors call this the read-through, when the full cast meets to read the script together for the first time. Jason Schwartzman plays Gag Halfront. Bill Nye's past work includes Love Actually, Magic Roundabout where he voiced Dylan, and Shaun of the Dead. Robbie Stamp, did you already know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes, I was very familiar with it. I read it when I was quite young, and everyone around me had read it too because it was very popular. I really enjoyed it, laughed a lot, and appreciated it deeply. Later, I bought it for my daughter when she was about 13 or 14. If you ever wanted to write something on the book's cover, you could say, "My daughter fell off her chair," because she actually did that while laughing at it. I heard a loud noise behind me and turned in worry, thinking something bad had happened. But she had just fallen off her chair from laughing so hard. She loved the book so much that she started reading most of it aloud to me so I could enjoy it too. It was wonderful to watch her face and see how happy she was while reading long parts of it. After that, I bought the rest of the books, The Restaurant at the End of the Universe and So Long, and Thanks for All the Fish. I think these books are extraordinary. Douglas Adams was an extremely talented writer, not only funny but very smart. His books are much more than comedy or science fiction. They show his deep intelligence and creative spirit.
I am very happy that they exist in the world. You are completely right. They have a very unusual mix of humor and intelligence. My 10-year-old daughter has just discovered them, and she enjoys them a lot. I think this is a good sign for the movie. I really hope it reaches a new group of teenagers, and that next summer it becomes the funny and cool film that everyone wants to see. That is exactly what I thought when I read the script. I wanted to be part of it right away because I loved everything about it. It feels clever and full of great jokes. It is very funny, exciting, and interesting. It also makes you think. It has little ideas that I still remember, like calling flying the act of throwing yourself at the ground and missing. That kind of humor really made me laugh. I believe young people will be crazy about it. So how did you join the project? The first time I heard about it was when a friend who knew both Garth Jennings and me was getting married in Scotland. My friend said, "By the way, he is a director, and I think he wants to talk to you about a part in *The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Star.'" I almost shared a car ride to the wedding with Garth, whom I had never met before, but in the end, I didn't. We didn't even speak at the wedding. Maybe Garth thought that would not be proper. We probably danced to Irish music before we ever talked about the film. Soon after that, I got the script and read it right away. Out of everything I have read lately, there was no doubt in my mind. As soon as I finished reading, I called my agent and said that if there was any chance, I really wanted to be in the movie. I also thought it would probably be successful, but no one can be sure. Still, everyone here believes it will be a hit, or we wouldn't be doing it. Then again, maybe we really would. I think I probably would have stayed here. I believe the story will travel well and people everywhere will enjoy it. It has something for everyone because it works on many levels. The script is smart and shows the book very well. It's full of adventure, a touching love story, and ends in a great way. And for the start, blowing up the Earth in the first 10 minutes is hard to beat. Most films like this are about stopping that from happening. So yes, I read the script and loved it. It was that simple. I made a phone call, and then, as usual, many things started to happen. We still hadn't made any kind of deal. I remember being on a red carpet in Los Angeles, speaking into many microphones. At the end, the last question is always, "What will you be doing next?" You have to talk without saying much because sometimes you don't know or you cannot say. At the very last one, I had nothing left to say, so I said, "Well, I hope to be in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy." The interview was from the BBC. The next day my agent called and shouted, "What on earth were you thinking?" We hadn't finished any deal yet. The story appeared on the front page of the independent newspaper. I didn't mind at all. I just said, "Well, I want to be in it," and that was that.
RS said, and now we're in Slartibartfast's trailer.
What's interesting is how Slarty looks since we moved away from that usual white-bearded man image.
BN said, in movies, beards can sometimes make it harder for the audience to see the actor's expressions.
You can't read the faces clearly. That's why we wanted to avoid the old wise man look. Most of the design I accepted because Sammy Sheldon and Garth Jennings had great ideas. I didn't need to change much. We all agreed that the beard was more of a problem than a help. The idea of me looking like a kind of corporate man was funny and worked well, just like the rest of the costumes. You can never exactly match the image readers have in their heads when they imagine Slartibartfast, Ford Prefect, or Arthur. You just try to create one that looks good and feels clever and amusing, one you truly believe in. RS, what about that small sound you make when you laugh? It is short, like a laugh that is pressed together, and feels warm and personal.
BN, I am not sure how to explain it, but it comes from a kind of simple honesty that some people have when they do not think too much about themselves. Sometimes they make strange little sounds without meaning to, and this one just seemed right.
RS, one thing I have really enjoyed is watching everyone become their characters. We have brought a warmth and human feeling that is not often found in stories set in space.
BN, that is what I like most too, and I think both new people and longtime fans of the Hitchhiker story will enjoy it. Not everyone acts like a hero all the time. You see normal human mistakes and small moments of closeness, which you don't usually find in this kind of story. It almost feels like its own special type of tale.
RS, Slarty shows both confidence and shyness. He enjoys talking to Arthur about his work, but at the same time he feels uneasy because he knows that the mice plan to take the kind man's brain. His job is to bring Arthur to them, which is a heavy thing to carry.
BN, yes, exactly. He probably doesn't meet many other people in his life. If the Vogons had arrived 10 minutes later, everything would have been fine, but they came and blew up the computer planet. I love the idea that the galaxy needed someone to do all the boring work, so they made the Vogons and their world, Vogsphere. Then someone clever made a system that hit them in the face with a paddle whenever they had an interesting idea. It's a funny way to show what happens to people who must do dull work.
RS, the paddles were a new idea that Douglas thought of for the movie while flying back from Los Angeles. He came into the office the next day and read his idea aloud because he wanted to see how people would react. Everyone who heard it first laughed so hard they almost fell over.
BN, it's a great idea. After millions of years, the Vogons became creatures who only follow the next thing written in the rule book. That is a very funny and clever joke about how strict offices and big systems often work.
I think Slarty seems like a kind and harmless man. He has a gentle heart and feels proud of his work. It reminds me of people who create things and then show you their workshop or studio. They might not always receive thanks, but they feel quiet pride in what they do. Douglas's idea that the builders of Earth were like that is lovely. I really like the image of people shaping fields, filling the oceans, and painting the cliffs and rocks. In Douglas's story, that is how Earth was made. It feels warm, creative, and funny at the same time. RS, the Norwegian fjords are one of the parts everyone remembers most from Hitchhiker's star. It's such a strange and delightful idea that someone could win an award for designing the fjords in Norway. It is a classic scene.
BN, everyone I talk to remembers that moment. Many are around my age, and even if they haven't read the book for 20 years, that part stays with them. Before I even tell them which role I play, they usually guess it. They quote bits like Fiddly Bits and Norway and ask, didn't he get an award? That is the moment everyone recalls and enjoys most.
RS, I suppose you've worked most with Martin.
BN, yes, working with Martin is wonderful. He is a very smart and talented actor and comedian. He is easy to work with, both while acting and when we are off set. When I heard he had been chosen for the part, I thought, Tim from The Office as Arthur? That makes perfect sense. He has everything needed for the role. He is naturally funny, but he also has a warm, appealing quality that draws people in. That is important, because Arthur receives all the strange information in the story on behalf of the audience. People see the world through his eyes. You need someone skilled to handle that kind of role. It may look simple, but it is actually very hard. He doesn't get to show off all the time, he has to react and listen carefully. Martin does it so well that it seems effortless, even though it is one of the toughest jobs an actor can do.
RS, I agree. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy interview with myself. And as for your experience, what were the moments that stood out for you during filming? BN, yesterday Martin and I were riding in our cart through the Planet Factory floor. It was a lot of fun because we had to act while water cannons and wind machines were running. Some crew members were filling the water cannon with plastic cups of water. The cannon then sprayed a strong stream of water straight toward us. The director was helping with the water and was so excited that he forgot to hold the cups tightly. They were pulled into the machine and suddenly plastic cups bounced off Martin's face. It felt like something that could happen in the Hitchhiker's world, and it showed the playful spirit behind making the movie. Self-interview by Kerry Kirkpatrick, screenwriter. His writing work includes The Little Vampire, Chicken Run, and James and the Giant Peach. This interview was first written for and printed on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie blog. Kerry Kirkpatrick kindly allowed it to be shared here and added a few new questions for himself about the filming time. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy interview with myself. I decided to interview myself for 2 reasons. First, I think I can be more honest with myself and know what kind of questions a normal interview would ask. Second, no one has asked to interview me yet. And why would they? Who am I? The truth is, I'm not Douglas Adams, and that's what most people notice first. So, with that said, let's begin. These are the questions I believe most fans of the book, the radio series, the TV show, and the game would probably ask me now. Who are you, and why do you think you can play around with this famous story, you Hollywood writer from America? That's a fair question, and I understand why people might wonder about it. So, let me explain. My name is Kerry Kirkpatrick. You can find my work by searching my name online, but to be clear, I'm not the news anchor in Buffalo, New York. The short answer is that no one should change or interfere with this special piece of writing. I didn't go looking for it, it came to me instead. The story of how that happened goes like this. At one time, Jay Roach was supposed to direct the film. He had worked with Douglas for many years on several versions of the script. When Douglas passed away suddenly, the project stopped for a while. Still, Jay and Robbie Stamp, who was both a producer on the film and a close friend of Douglas, felt they had to keep going to honor his memory. One day, while Jay was watching the movie Chicken Run an idea came to him. He thought the writer of that film had managed to make a successful big studio movie but still keep a strong British style. That writer was me. I had always loved Monty Python when I was young, often quoting lines from the Holy Grail with my friends. Because of that, Jay wanted to meet me. When my agent called and asked if I knew the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy I said that I had heard of it. Now, I should admit something right away. Before I was offered this job, I had never read the book or any of Douglas Adams's work. Some fans might be shocked or even angry about that, but I think it actually helped me. I had no fixed ideas in my head. When I read the version of the script that Douglas had written before he died, I could see it simply as a plan for a movie. Because I didn't already know the story's famous parts or jokes, I could focus on what worked in film terms and what didn't. My first reaction after finishing the script was almost panic. I thought, I can't write this. This man was brilliant, and I'm not. I didn't want to try to mix my words with his because his writing felt special. It was one of those moments when you think, I'm not good enough. Douglas had written lines so clever that I couldn't imagine writing anything close to them. Still, I wanted to meet Jay Roach. I decided to go to the meeting anyway, hoping maybe he had another film in mind for me, like Meet the Fockers star. During our meeting, I shared my thoughts about the story and mentioned some problems I saw in the structure and themes. To my surprise, Jay agreed with almost everything I said. When I told him about feeling unworthy, he smiled and said, I think you're exactly the right person for this job, and that attitude will actually help you. And the more we talked about the project, the more excited I felt. It was hard not to feel that way when we spoke about strange ideas like poetry being a form of torture or nuclear missiles turning into a whale and a bowl of flowers. Work like this almost never appears. So, after I shared my ideas with the Disney and Spyglass people and with Robbie, who represented Douglas's estate, I got the job and began writing in September 2002.
Someone could ask me, what gives you the right to decide what stays or goes, you boring, rule-following writer?
I would say, let's stay polite. My mother might read this. Remember, I started from Douglas's final version of the script. That meant I had both his new ideas made for the film and also some clues about what he was ready to remove. Often, I thought he had been too strict, so I brought some of those parts back. To understand everything better, I decided to go through the story in the order it was created. It began as a radio play. I received all the radio plays on CD. I listened to them while driving and, for those happy 15 or 20 hours, I almost forgot about the terrible Los Angeles traffic. When I listened to them, I found the start of the restaurant at the end of the universe star. It began with the story so far, and gave a short summary of what happened in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy star. Then I realized this was what the script was missing. The summary explained the ideas and themes better than the version we had. Suddenly, I understood more clearly what the script needed, and that gave me hope that I could fill in the missing parts. Next, I read the book carefully, with a pen and highlighter. I marked the parts that were not in the script but should be added again. I also wrote notes about the characters and themes that needed work. I planned to watch the TV show, but Jay told me not to. He thought it was better for me to make something new instead of copying what already existed. So I never watched the BBC series. However, I did buy a book that included the radio play scripts. When I began writing, I had the novel open on one side of my laptop and the radio scripts on the other. Both of them became very used and marked. I also received one more very helpful source. Robbie Stamp, who became an important partner in my writing process, helped me by answering many questions such as, what would Douglas have wanted? When I received the electronic copies of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy files from Douglas's hard drive, I was very excited. These files included his drafts, notes to the studio, story ideas, and short pieces of dialogue. Opening them felt like a sacred moment, almost as if I was being given something very special. It also let me see how Douglas worked. There were unfinished scenes, background notes about the characters, and reminders to himself about parts he found difficult. I enjoyed reading his private thoughts and tried to include as many of his ideas as I could in the script. My goal while writing was to act like a film editor. Good editing should feel invisible, and that was what I wanted here. I hoped that when people, especially those who knew Douglas or his work, read the script, they wouldn't be able to tell which parts were his and which were mine. I didn't want to make the story my own or use a special voice. I only wanted to continue his work as smoothly as possible. I began reading more of his books, some biographies, and watched documentaries sent to me by Joel Greengrass. Soon, I felt a strange connection with this man I had never met. We shared many things: love for Apple computers, a dream of playing guitar, being expert procrastinators, and having a great sense of humor about life. We both believed that nothing was so important that you couldn't make fun of it. The main difference was that Douglas was brilliant with big ideas, while I was better at organizing structure. That difference turned out to be lucky because Douglas's ideas only needed a stronger structure to shine. People often asked what I had changed or added to the script. The answer depends on whether you compare the final script to the book or to the version Douglas left. If you compare it to Douglas's version, I added almost nothing. I admired how Douglas kept *The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy* alive and changing. Every version he worked on was different, and sometimes they even disagreed with each other. He never tried to stay completely true to his earlier work, and I liked that. Because he treated the story as something flexible, I felt free to keep following his lead. Most of the new characters and ideas already existed in his notes. Of course, there were still some empty parts that needed to be filled, so I added a little new dialogue and material. But I always went back to his writing to find the right voice and feeling. People wondered if adapting the story was difficult. Douglas once joked about how deadlines made a funny rushing sound as they passed. One of my favorite quotes about writing says, "I hate writing, but I love having written." This describes me well, because I often find writing lonely and hard, even painful. The only exception before this was *Chicken Run*, which was a very happy experience. Many people said, adapting *Hitchhiker's* must have been very hard. But I can honestly say I enjoyed this job more than any other. It was because the source material and the people I worked with were incredible. Whenever I got stuck, I opened one of the books and always found either the answer or fresh inspiration. I loved writing this film, loved finishing it, and still love writing today. I finished the first draft just before Christmas 2002. It was 152 pages long. When the studio saw it, they were surprised. They said it was too long. I tried to joke, saying, "Really? Compared to *Lord of the Rings*, it's short." But they didn't agree. So, I had to begin the painful job of cutting it down. I didn't want to remove anything and didn't know what to take out. I sent the script to a few writer friends and asked them for advice. Each one told me, "I understand your problem, it's all good." And it really was true. I gave most of the credit to Douglas because I was mainly improving and organizing the ideas he had already created. The studio became excited after reading the first draft. They felt that I had finally built a strong structure for the story. The only problem was that the script was too long. For most screenwriters, first drafts are the easiest to write. At that point, you don't have studio notes, and the project still feels full of hope. In my case, it was even easier because I already had excellent material to work from. Second drafts are harder, and third drafts are usually the hardest. By then, you already know what does not work, and you have fewer choices left. I knew my first draft was too long. Jay was right to say that a comedy cannot last 2.5 hours. I managed to reduce the second draft to 122 pages. Maybe one day, after the movie comes out, they will let me share my first draft online. Then I could show the fans who blame me for leaving things out that I also wanted those parts to be in the movie, but the studio did not allow it. During the process of cutting the script, I faced the same problem that had stopped The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy from becoming a film for 20 years.
We're not going to make a $90 million cult film.
I understood what he meant. If the script had cost only $15 million to produce, they might have let us do almost whatever we wanted. But everyone knew that the movie would cost at least $50 million. When that kind of money is involved, the investors want the film to reach as many people as possible so that they can earn their money back. That made me feel like I was serving two different masters. On one side, I wanted to keep the unique spirit and honesty of Douglas's book. On the other side, I had to respect the budget and satisfy the people paying for the project. There was a clear intelligence in Douglas's writing that I really wanted to protect. He was a brilliant satirist because he truly understood the complex ideas he was joking about. In one interview, he said that if computers had existed when he was in school, he might have studied computer science. He was also well informed about theoretical physics. For this reason, keeping that intelligence at the center of the story was very important to me. It reminded me of the humor in Monty Python's Life of Brian. That movie is so clever that it almost feels like a real discussion of religion. My goal was to create a film with energy, emotion, and structure, while keeping it in Douglas's smart and funny world. I kept going back to Douglas's drafts because his versions were shorter than mine. He cut things much more easily than I could, so I felt safe making more reductions. Mostly, I removed a few parts about the guide, hoping they would appear on a future DVD. The nice thing is that these guide sections can be added or removed later, after the filming and editing are finished. When Jay Roach decided not to direct, things changed.
Who are Hammer and Tongs?
To be honest, one big reason I joined the project was to work with Jay. Friends had told me we shared the same sense of humor and working style, and they were right. He was a great partner during the outline and first two drafts. He spent a lot of time helping me, and the script would not have turned out well without his input. So I felt truly disappointed when he decided this movie should not be his next project. After that, the search for a director began. Many famous names were discussed, and I even met one of them.
No, thank you. I don't want to be known as the person who ruined this story.
I understood their fear, but part of me also worried, oh no, does that mean I'll be remembered as the one who ruined it? Jay then gave the script to Spike Jonze. Spike said he could not direct it, but he knew exactly who should. He recommended Hammer and Tongs.
Who are they, and what have they done?
Needless to say, it did not make me feel better when I learned that they had never directed a full movie before. I also could not watch their commercials or music video work before our call because my DVD player did not play UK Region 2 discs. Still, when I heard that they wanted to speak with the writer before anyone else, I thought, these guys are either very brave or very innocent. Don't they know writers are not very important in this business? Working with Hammer and Tongs reminded me of how inspired I once felt when I worked with Nick Park and Peter Lord at Artman. I had never again met people with so much energy and imagination. Every discussion we had helped the script become better. Looking back now, it feels like we were meant to work together. I cannot imagine anyone else making this movie. I did not think anything could make me feel more excited about *The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy* than the book itself, but I was wrong. In May 2003, Nick Goldsmith and Garth Jennings joined the project. I flew to London with Derek Evans from Spyglass for 3 long days of meetings in their office, which surprisingly was a converted boat on a river in Islington. They wanted to talk about some ideas for the third version of the script. At first, I was nervous and careful, because it is always worrying when new directors join, especially ones who come from advertising and music videos. But their suggestions were smart and creative. They understood visual storytelling and also how to build a strong story. I left London with a new outline and the feeling that the movie and the script were in good hands. Even now, I am embarrassed to admit that I still do not know which one is hammer and which is tongs. You might want more details about what ended up in the movie and what did not. But I am afraid I must stay general. I do not want it to turn into a comparison between what I wrote and what Douglas wrote. Douglas himself used to say that the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy begins and ends well, but the middle is not very full. A movie needs a middle part. So most of the new scenes are in that section. Douglas had already started some of them, and I developed those ideas by adding new material and connecting everything together. We also made the relationship between Arthur and Trillian stronger, as well as the triangle between Arthur, Trillian, and Zaphod. Douglas and I both knew that a big studio movie made for an international audience needs attention to emotion and character development. The challenge was to do this without losing the humor and tone of the book. A little romance is fine, but it must not become too sweet or emotional. I think fans of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy will be pleased that the story still feels familiar. It includes all the famous characters and scenes from the radio show, the book, and the TV series. Arthur, Ford, Trillian, Zaphod, Marvin, Eddie, the Vogons, Slartibartfast, Deep Thought, Lunkwil and Fook, the Mice, Whales, Flowers, Dolphins, the Number 42, and even Gag Halfront are all there. Do I feel lucky to have worked on this? Yes, I do. This project became more than just another job for me. Actually, every writing project becomes more than a job because, as one famous person once said, writing feels like opening a vein and letting your words flow out onto the page. I usually try to add something personal to every project I work on. Even when I made Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, I found a small way to do that. But this time it felt completely different. It became more than just a project. It became a mission to honor Douglas Adams's memory. Everyone who joined the film seemed to feel the same, except maybe the accountants who said they wanted to honor Douglas's accountants instead. Still, whatever helps them feel part of the team works for me. I had never before worked on a film where everyone wanted to do something greater than themselves. That made the whole process easier because people left their egos outside. Every time something good happened with the film, finding a director, getting studio approval, or choosing the cast, it felt both happy and sad. We were glad to see Douglas's dream coming true, but it hurt to know he could not be here to share it with us. Before giving the third draft to the studio, Garth, Nick, Robbie, and I decided to show it to Douglas's wife, Jane. We walked to her house, which was only 10 minutes from the Hammer and Tongs barge. We sat down to talk and, of course, had tea, because in England, tea is always part of any meeting. I come from Louisiana, where people prefer Dr. Pepper and Cheetos, but I was glad to join the English tradition. We were so happy when Jane said she liked the script very much. She shared a few thoughts with us and gave her blessing, which meant a lot. I believe fans will enjoy the film, and I hope we'll create many new fans when it comes out in the summer of 2005. When people ask about my favorite line from the book, it's a hard choice. There are so many great lines. Some of my favorites are in the descriptions, like the parts about Easter and the superintelligent blue creatures called hulu-vuvus. I often wonder how Douglas came up with ideas like those. It still amazes me every time I read them. He was truly special, and his writing always makes me feel humble. Many of the dialogue lines I love are spoken by the guide's voice or the narrator. I laugh every time at the story about Vogon poetry and the Asgoths of Krea, and the terrible poem by Grunthose the Flatulent. During that poem, 4 listeners died and 1 person saved himself in a very strange way. It's such dark humor, but so funny. That part is still in the movie, and I'm glad. I also love the bit about the Babel fish and how it supposedly proves there is no God, and the funny book titles by Ulan Khaloufid, like Where God Went Wrong and Who Is This God Person, Anyway? Douglas had such clever and playful ideas. He was a master at choosing the perfect words. I laugh every time I think about the line that says someone was nibbled to death by an okapi. It's such a silly image. It's the word nibbled and then the okapi that make it so funny. It's perfect writing. There's also a line in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about a commander who looks amazing in his black jewel battle shorts. It's such an unexpected detail. Who else would think of something like that? That's what I love most about Douglas's style. When we were working on the script, one of the hardest things was explaining the infinite improbability drive. One day, I received a note from the studio asking me to make that part clearer. They wrote the note as if the thing really existed. So I tried to explain it and quickly realized how little I understood about probability itself. Later, Garth, Nick, and I spent an entire day sitting by the pool at the Four Seasons Hotel in Los Angeles, trying to make sense of the concept. We wanted to use it better as an important part of the story. It was difficult because, for me, the drive seemed to be Douglas's way to deal with crazy plot situations. It lets impossible things happen easily, and that's actually part of the joke. It's like a machine that makes unlikely events possible, perfect for a story that loves nonsense. Every time we tried to make the drive clearer, we ended up agreeing that it was already fine. By lunchtime, we were drinking wine and feeling good about our ideas. Later, after more wine, we told ourselves that the script was perfect and we should leave it alone. So we did, and had more wine. One of the strangest notes I ever got was from Garth Jennings. He wrote that when Zaphod comes out of the temple and people come to greet him, the banana alien riding a mole horse should replace the multi-headed groupie. That message still makes me laugh. You don't get letters like this very often. You've shown you can write for chickens, but can you write for real people? We'll soon find out. Luckily, there aren't many real people in this movie. Now tell us honestly, does the movie seem to be in good hands?
Yes, very much. Everyone on the team has been very supportive. From Nina Jacobson and Dick Cook at Disney to Roger Birnbaum, Gary Barber, John Glickman, Derek Evans, and all the people at Spyglass, to Jay Roach, Robbie, the directors, and the crew, everyone has great energy and believes this film can be something special. It's one of those rare projects where everyone shares the same goal, even the agents. Douglas's agent in London, Ed Victor, and his Los Angeles film agent, Bob Bookman, have both guided this movie through many stages. At a party recently, Ed said something that made me happier than anything in the last 2 years. He told me, "You nailed it." I could see how relieved he was because people like him have been waiting a long time for this book to become a real film.
Any final thoughts?
I just came back from London, where I spent 2 weeks rehearsing with the actors and making small script changes. They were wonderful, so kind and full of enthusiasm about the story. I had to come home right before shooting started, but I heard the first week went extremely well. At first, I didn't know much about this amazing book, but now I'm one of its biggest fans. I hope everyone will enjoy the finished movie, though I know that's not always possible. Still, I feel very confident about the work we've done. Most importantly, I think Douglas would be happy with it. If he isn't, may I be gently bitten to death by an okapi.
Amendment to interview with self. So, Kerry, now that filming of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is finished, do you have any new thoughts about your experience during production?
Oh, Carrie, thank you for asking. I can sum up my feelings in just 3 words. I wasn't there.
What? Shocking. A big Hollywood writer like you wasn't allowed on set. Is there a scandal?
No, nothing like that. Garth and Nick were happy for me to be there. I had planned to return to England in mid-July, but my passport was not accepted by the British authorities. They said that since I had already worked with some of the UK's most famous titles, James and the Giant Peach Aardman, Thunderbirds, and now Hitchhikers, they decided the best way to stop me from touching more of their beloved stories was to keep me off the island. So I stayed home and worked on adapting Charlotte's Web. But I have a friend in England who sends me unofficial recordings of EastEnders. How did it feel when the actors wanted to change your lines? Alfred Hitchcock once said that actors are like cattle. For me, actors are more like woodchucks, lively, good at climbing, and with strong teeth. They are also great with dialogue, I mean the actors, not the woodchucks. So when an actor suggests changing a line, I usually welcome the idea, unless the change is terrible. Luckily, none of their ideas were bad. Sam Rockwell liked to add "all right" to almost every second line. Not as a question, but as a nervous extra word. For example, "Let's go to Magrathea." All right, or "hit that drive button." All right. It was a bit like something Elvis would say, and it worked fine. Martin Freeman often said, if Ricky Gervais were here, he'd write the line like this, which wasn't really needed. So I teased him and said that Tim from the American version will probably do it better than you. Mose wanted the lines to sound more poetic. Zoe told me I seemed very in touch with my feminine side, and since then I've watched more football and sold all my Bette Midler albums. Honestly, the script got better during those 2 weeks we worked together. The cast was fantastic and very open to new ideas. I really hated leaving before filming started. How many hours of rewriting did you have to do? Not many. The first full read-through showed that the script was already in good shape. Most changes were made right during the work on various scenes. One exercise was especially fun. For every scene between Arthur and Trillian, I wrote 2 versions. In one, I used the hidden meaning instead of the normal dialogue. In the other, I wrote what each character was secretly thinking and had them speak those thoughts before their actual lines. It turned out to be a very useful exercise. Isn't that interesting? I think it's fascinating. I asked Garth and Nick to include this version on the DVD. Their answer was, we'll get back to you on that. So I wrote what I thought their real answer was. Keep dreaming, my friend.
So, how's it looking now?
I believe it could be one of the greatest movies ever made. It looks beautiful, the direction is amazing, and the acting is excellent. But I have to admit, I haven't watched it yet, so maybe I'm not the best one to judge.